Welcome. This is Pari Ibrahim from the Free Yezidi Foundation. I'm just testing the audio. Can my team please let me know if the audio is coming through? Okay, great. I think we're on now. We are live for the 8th commemoration of the Yezidi Genocide. I am going to let my fellow panelists in right now. Hi.
Hello.
Welcome, everyone. We are right now live, so I would say let's begin. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us for the 8th-year commemoration of the Yezidi Genocide. 8 years ago, our community fled in terror for the genocidal ISIS or Daesh militants. Our people were left unarmed and unprotected, with no way to defend themselves. Those who could escape fled towards the mountains, but many did not make it. They were the victims of unspeakable crimes and suffered a fate that they did not deserve. Today we mourn those Yezidis who died at the hands of ISIS, the men and older women brutally murdered and left in mass graves. We think about the thousands of missing, still, after 8 years in captivity. We think about those whose fates remain unknown. And we think about the families who have been torn apart and destroyed because of ISIS crimes and its disgusting, poisonous ideology. Millions of people in Iraq and Syria believe in Islamic extremism and see Yezidis and other minorities as inferior. But we also must express our frustration, our fury, that our people are still living in tents. ISIS crimes remain unpunished. Yezidis are suffering from security threats from Turkey and various militias. People around the world may believe that because ISIS has been militarily defeated, the task is complete. But I am sad to say that in my view, we are worse off than we were last year. One day, maybe many years from now, we will be able to look back and reflect on the improvement that has come to the Yezidi community and be grateful that we have achieved safety, security, stability, education, and a comfortable future for the next generation. I am very, very sad that we are most definitely not there yet. I am ringing the alarm bell today as aid and attention shifts to other conflict zones. We can foresee grave danger facing our community again. Most Yezidis agree that there is not a functional or sustainable plan to ensure Yezidis do not slowly disappear from Iraq. It is here that our voices as the Yezidi community should matter. I want to thank the international and Yezidi stakeholders who are joining our panel discussions today. And I also would like to thank you, our audience members, for not forgetting. If you are watching, please share your thoughts on social media channels. The attempted extermination of Yezidi people and the ongoing plight of our community should not be so easily forgotten. And I thank everyone for joining us and watching, and I hope sharing your viewpoints and your solidarity with our vulnerable and persecuted community will help raise awareness. I will give the floor now to Evelina Ohab, who will moderate the first panel. Evelina, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Pari, and a big kudos to Free Yezidi Foundation for organizing this important webinar and bringing us all together. Good morning, good afternoon, and welcome to everyone joining us today to mark the 8th anniversary of the Daesh genocide against the Yezidis and the attack on Sinjar on 3rd August 2014. My name is Dr. Evelina Ohab, and I'm a program lawyer with the International Bar Association's Human Rights Institute, and I'm joined by a panel of experts that I'll introduce shortly. On 3rd August 2014, Daesh changed the lives of the Yazidi community forever, bringing about death and destruction. 3rd August 2014 is a date we refer to as the beginning of the genocidal atrocities against the Yazidis, of the prohibited acts against the protected community. However, it was not the beginning of the genocidal campaign against the community, and also not the end. The serious risk of genocide was visible for many months before the fateful day of 3rd August 2014, and indeed as early as 2013, if not earlier. And this genocide is still ongoing today. We mark this day to commemorate the victims and survivors, to recognize the nature and scale of the atrocities, and to re-energize the efforts to address the atrocities, efforts urgently needed, but facing glaring lack of political will. While generally in 2022, there is very little political will to address the atrocities against the Yazidis, there are a few champions who have not given up and continue to use their political power to fight for the Yazidis. And they are here with us today. We have with us Peter Omtzigt, a Dutch parliamentarian and Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe Special Rapporteur on bringing Daesh to justice, Brendan O'Hara, Member of the Parliament in the UK and Chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on the Yazidis, Agnes Mulder, a Dutch parliamentarian working on the situation of the Yazidis for many years, and Baroness Kennedy, patron of the Yazidi Justice Committee and Vice Chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on the Yazidis. Our panelists will have a few minutes to make preliminary remarks, and then we'll have a discussion. You're welcome to send questions using the Q&A function. And I now give the floor to Peter Omtzigt, who will explain his work at the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe and his most recent report, yet to be debated at the plenary. Peter, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Evelina, and thank you, Pari, for organizing this today at the 8th anniversary of the start of the genocide. It's a bit of a sad day to start talking about it, because 8 years after, we're still looking at quite a few big problems. First, the genocide hasn't finished. It's not at the same intensity, obviously, as it was at the very start of it all. But we still hoping to get some form of justice. Sorry, I'm on holiday, so I have to get my papers in order here. We're still waiting to get the people in front of justice. And justice is not a small thing. After World War II, we all said we don't want any genocide any longer. That means we have universal jurisdiction. We're going to punish them even if we don't have laws for punishing them. And now, just what you said in your introduction, all of us are shifting at other conflicts. Ukraine is the most foremost conflict. Well, you're from a Polish point of view, but also for the rest of Europe. We're looking more at the Ukraine conflict than the ISIS conflict. Now, though that may be understandable, it's very short-term thinking. And short-term thinking got us into this problem at the very first point. It's short-term because the dangers of ISIS have not gone. They have not gone in Syria and Iraq, but they have not gone in most European countries either. The strange or the most disturbing thing about the genocide is a lot of EU citizens and other international citizens taking actually actively took part in it. And not only did they actively take part in it, they knowingly took part in it. That's different. This genocide is a tiny bit different from other genocides in that ISIS has never been trying to cover up it was committing genocides. Most genocides you will find there is some story of we didn't know what was happening or it was not happening in full sight. With ISIS, it was happening in full sight. They were putting active videos of horrific crimes on their own website. They published magazines of it. So the people who joined ISIS, and that's the easy thing in this, can easily be held complicit in genocide at the very least. Claiming that they were not knowing is impossible. Now, I'm for the third time writing something in the Council of Europe. And as you were saying, we will debate my new report in October in Strasbourg, and you're very welcome to attend. The thing is, we still need to set up an international tribunal. I mean, if we don't set up an international tribunal, we are not going to punish the people who perpetrated these crimes. Secondly, and I think that's quite important, we have to do something for the victims, because we now a lot of our countries are talking about reintegrating the people who fought for ISIS after minor punishment. But if you look at the situation and you're trying to reintegrate people who fought for ISIS, and you look at the camps where the survivors are still living, and you are aware that there are more than 1,000 women and girls still in captivity, then you see how wrong we are as a world community to take more note of what's happening to the perpetrators than what's happening to the victims. I believe that everyone who joined ISIS forfeited his right for reunification. A lot of our countries are struggling with the fact that their citizens traveled to ISIS territory, got children over there, and those children are in horrific circumstances. And especially if they're small, you could really consider repatriating them to the Netherlands or to Belgium or to France. You have to be a bit careful with slightly older, especially boys, because these people have been poisoned with with an ideology which you don't want to just reinsert. But under the European Convention on Human Rights, these children have got right to family rights, and you have to get their parents back. One of the proposals I do is not to have Article 8 of the European Convention on European Rights, the right to family life, but have that apply directly to them. So countries should be able to get them back, the children. Secondly, the countries, whenever these people do return, and hundreds of them have returned, do not just prosecute them for smaller crimes, but prosecute them for complicity in genocide. Make that absolutely clear. And then the final thought, which I think is very important, that under the Genocide Conventions, countries have the positive obligation to prevent or to limit the scope of a genocide. Countries have not been doing that. They have not prevented their own citizens from traveling. And I think a number of countries should be prosecuted for the International Court of Justice in The Hague for failing to fulfill their obligations under the Genocide Treaty. And finally, I still hope that the International Criminal Court will start proceeding on this genocide. The International Criminal Court does not have jurisdictions on Syria and Iraq, and you may understand why the Syrian government is not very keen on signing the Rome Treaty, because they know they have committed really horrific war crimes themselves. But the ICC does have jurisdiction on the citizens of all EU countries, because all EU countries have ratified the Rome Treaty. So they could easily prosecute those Europeans and others who traveled to Syria and Iraq and did participate. And that would be the same kind of breakthrough as what happened when Nicaragua prosecuted the United States for the International Court of Justice, as you know, because it was a small state, but the small state won against the big state. And it will be a long road, but it will not just be just because of the Yezidis that we need to do this. We need to do this as a positive obligation to punish the perpetrators and to help preventing or limiting the next genocide. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Peter. And indeed, what Peter emphasized a very important issue. We cannot think about Daesh perpetrators as gone from the region. And indeed, Indeed, the UN assesses that approximately 10,000 Daesh fighters are still active in the region, so the risk is not gone, the risk is still there. And also Peter emphasized the important issues pertaining to justice and accountability, and the steps that need to be taken to ensure justice and accountability for all victims and survivors of the atrocities. And now I would like to give the floor to Brendan O'Hara MP, who is going to talk about the work done in the UK and his work with the all-party parliamentary group on the Yazidis.
Thank you, Evelina, and again, thank you to the Free Yezidi Foundation for inviting me to speak on such an important and significant day for the Yezidi community. I think, you know, as we remember, as we've always said, this eight years ago today that these atrocities began. As Evelina said, I have the honour of being the chair of the all-party parliamentary group on the Yezidi people in the UK Parliament. I've been chair of the group since it was founded in 2016, and I'm pleased to say that over the years we have grown into being a really important part of that network of human rights, genocide prevention, and freedom of religion and belief activists within the UK Parliament and beyond. I think that when genocide, human rights, or freedom of religion and belief is discussed or debated at Westminster, we're always there to ensure that what happened to the Yezidi people is not forgotten and is not ignored. And we're also taking head on this myth that the genocide or excuse me, I seem to have lost connection. Can you still hear me, Evelina?
We can hear you, we cannot see you.
I don't know quite what's happened. That seems to be better. Sorry, I'll pick up there. So whenever genocide or human rights or freedom of religion is debated or discussed at Westminster, we are there to ensure that what happened to the Yezidi people is not forgotten, and to challenge that myth that with the military defeat of Daesh, that somehow everything is okay and that people have managed to pick up their lives and returned to normal, because we know that that simply isn't the case. How this group was set up came about with a chance conversation I had, having first been elected in 2015, with a constituent who, as a young mother, couldn't get her baby to sleep and was sitting up one night in the small west coast of Scotland town of Oban, listening to Radio 4. And there was a harrowing report about what was happening in Sinjar. And she was so utterly horrified with what she heard that the next day she phoned me and said, what can we do about this, and how can you help? And so I set up our all-party parliamentary group, and Fiona Bennett, as she was, went on to become a real activist within Scotland and the UK, and indeed internationally on behalf of the Yezidi people, and has been a wonderful advocate for all those years. And 7 years on from establishing that, though we are still as committed to securing justice for the Yezidis as we were in 2015. But things are not the same. You know, things have changed dramatically. As Peter said, you know, the eyes of the world are no longer on Syria and northern Iraq. Daesh has been defeated, and there are other crises to take up the attention of governments and in the international community. And that makes our job an awful lot more difficult, but arguably even more important, because we must remind the world that this crisis hasn't gone away. The suffering hasn't ended. The threats have not disappeared, and the killings haven't stopped. And of course, to this day, there are 2,700 women and girls still missing. And we cannot rest until they are found and accounted for. And 8 years on from the start of this genocide, there has been little or no justice for the victims, while the perpetrators seemingly act with impunity. And that's why it's so important that we continue to work for justice, not just here in Scotland and across the UK, but with our international allies as well. As an all-party parliamentary group on the Yazidis, one of our main objectives is to make sure that the United Kingdom government recognise and accept its responsibilities under the Genocide Convention and call this what it is, a genocide. You know, they love to say, as many governments do, never again when they talk about genocide. but it's utterly meaningless that when a genocide is presented to them, they fail to recognise what it is and call it for what it is. And that steadfast refusal to accept and declare unequivocally that what happened to the Yazidi people is a genocide shames us all. And their defence that only a competent court can somehow determine what a genocide is absolute nonsense. Of course, that defence, albeit nonsense, is what they've clung to for many years, but it could only hold for as long as a competent court did not declare what happened to the Yazidis was genocide. But of course, now one has. The Frankfurt Criminal Court, and I know that the UK government are waiting and watching the outcome of that particular appeal. So we will keep the pressure on for them to accept their responsibilities, regardless of what the outcome of that appeal is. But equally importantly, and finally, we will continue to work with our friends and our colleagues and our allies from around the world so that together we can be the people who will shine a light where so many people would prefer a light not be shone, so that those who are complicit, or indeed those who are responsible for these genocidal atrocities, cannot just move on and hope that we will all forget, because we will not forget, and we will continue the fight for justice for all of the Yazidi people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Brendan. And indeed, Brendan has been key in challenging the UK government in relation to its failure to recognize the atrocities as genocide, and led also a debate on the topic some months ago. But just to add also very important information, apart from, of course, the one conviction in Germany from last year that is currently being appealed. Only last week, another court in Germany convicted yet another Daesh member for genocide, in this case a woman, and who was involved in the atrocities in various ways. So, of course, as the number of convictions for genocide is mounting, we need to put more pressure on various governments to recognize the atrocities for what they are. But thank you very much for explaining the work of the APPG. And now I would like to give the floor to Agnes Mulder.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me on this important meeting on Zoom so that we can all join from the different places all around the world. And I think the most important thing is that we show each other that we care and we want to act. And we know all that this is not an easy road, no easy solutions, but we need to find one another. And I was really glad by what our colleague from the UK just said, and let's join our forces because as is the case in the UK, I think the case in the Netherlands is that our new coalition government is pushed being forward by Parliament, at least by the coalition partners, and I think by many other parties in Parliament as well, to really seek other like-minded countries to act together, because this is what we need. We cannot do this on our own. We need to do this internationally, and fortunately a colleague like Pieter Omtzigt is doing so within the Council of Europe. I've just joined the Council of Europe myself, and I try to support his important work here in this regard. And for us, it's really important for the Christian Democrat Party to have an evidence base. And this not only counts for the Yazidis, of course, but it counts for the people in Ukraine, where war crimes are being done so terribly, but also in Afghanistan. And I must say, until last year, our Ministry of Foreign Affairs was not so keen on supporting all these different evidence-based collecting parts, but we really pushed forward as a parliament, I think, and we need to support this on the different genocide examples. And unfortunately, there are becoming more and more. So let's act on this as international parliamentarians to do our work well in this regard. So as this is now being put into the agenda of the government, you can imagine a government agenda maybe can take 3 to 4 years. But we as a parliament, we pushed our minister in June to put forward a proposal, what he's going to do with like-minded countries before we're having the budget discussions, because we want to add speed. And I think with Pari speaking about the alarm bells, it's even more important that we take up this speed internationally with like-minded countries. And so we are going to hear more on this issue. And we just received a letter just on the 7th of July. I have it here, just in the start of the recess here in our country, that government is going to act also on the victims of the Yezidi genocide. And I think this is the other important aspect. And it's not only something that we should debate, but there should be hard cash for people needing it, and for organizations like the Free Yezidi Foundation, because they are the ones helping on the grassroots level with the women who have suffered so much. And that really touches my heart. And I hope that together we can make a change for all these women, because it's something that we do for them. And I hope that we can learn today from one another how we can do more and support and inspire one another, so that we can have so much more friends around the world, and put arms around the people that need it so much, because they are in this horrific situation, and we should be there for them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Agnes. And indeed, there is a great need for joint efforts and joint approaches between like-minded countries to ensure that they address such atrocities as against the Yazidis, and indeed engage more on the situation of the Yazidis. And of course, you also mentioned the assistance needed to survivors in organizations assisting the survivors, which is key. Also, with another hat, I've been working on the situation in Ukraine and seeing how the assistance dropped and continues to drop just a few months into this war. And of course, in the case of the Yazidis, we are talking about atrocities 8 years ago. So you can imagine that the assistance, of course, provided to survivors, provided to organizations supporting the survivors, is at this stage very, very low. And we need to revive the efforts, because the trauma is not gone. The needs are still there. So this is something that we need to keep in mind, that the work is not done yet, and the communities need assistance. And now I would like to give the floor to Baroness Helena Kennedy, QC, who will share with us a little bit about the work of the Yezidi Justice Committee and the recommendations for legal action. Baroness Kennedy, the floor is yours. You're muted.
Evelina, thank you very much. And it's wonderful to see you chairing this meeting. I'm sorry that I'm coming in from rather far-flung parts, but I did want to take part because this is a really serious issue. It's 80 years now since the horrific events took place, where a genocide basically was taking place in relation to the Yazidi. It's important to know that the Yazidi people have over the centuries experienced persecution of a very serious kind. They're a minority who are basically one of the most ancient communities in our world. Their religion and their culture predates Judeo-Christianity, Islam. It is a very, very ancient tradition, and it's a very small community. It's now only a few million people around the world, because of course many have already been dispersed. Over the centuries, they have been persecuted because of their minority status. And indeed, as we speak about religious freedom, because their religion was seen as being primitive, they were often at the receiving end of hatred and loathing from other religions. And it's important to know that, because of the way that the nations around the Sinjar and the part of northern Iraq and the borders into Syria where the Yazidi lived, the neighboring peoples often treated them ill, rather in the same way that the Roma communities have been treated ill across Europe. And so they have often experienced terrible events. However, what happened 8 years ago perhaps bore a greater horror because it was visible to the world. We saw what happened. Brendan described his constituent hearing on the radio, on the World Service, hearing the events described on a news channel. And so the world, even if not all of the world know, the world has had opportunities of hearing in a way that didn't happen in the past. Now, as you've heard, what happened to the Yezidi bears very little thinking. Men and boys were beheaded or slaughtered. Others were forced to change their religion and became Muslims in order to basically save their own lives. The girls and women were taken into captivity and enslaved, subjected to rape and rape and rape again. Tiny little girls, hardly having reached puberty, were treated again as sex objects. Some of them died in terrible circumstances. Others were impregnated when they were still not yet women, and gave birth to babies that, of course, were not accepted by ISIL, but also create problems for those young women when they wanted to return to their own families. We know that 19 women were put into a cage, and because they had refused to become sex slaves, they were set on fire and were killed. The horrors that took place don't bear thinking about, and someday a history will be written of those events. The evidence has been gathered, and I have visited some of the refugee camps and met with the women and the people who are caring for those who have suffered. It was one of the shocking experiences of my life, sitting with those women, hearing what they experienced. Now, the committee, the Yezidi Justice Committee, some years ago now, over 2 years ago, and predating COVID, started some work to gather the evidence. It was a group of lawyers, and lawyers gave their time pro bono, and academics like Evelina, and worked assiduously over that long period of time, gathering together the evidence, building up a case. And the purpose of this work was not, as we've heard, to bring cases against individual ISIS men. The difficulty in international law is that the crime of genocide is a crime that is charged against a state, because it's usually been in history a state that has done this to a minority within their own borders, or indeed in a country alongside them. But it's usually been a state crime, and the way in which the Convention on Genocide is couched is to indeed lead to the prosecution of states, and of course, ISIL is not a genuine state. It may call itself an Islamic state, but it does not conform to international definitions of what constitutes a state. And so individuals can be charged, but not the whole group collectively. But there are states who've got responsibility here. There is a duty in the convention that states are obliged to prevent genocide. Those who are signatories to the convention committed to making sure that genocide did not happen in the modern world. Unfortunately, states have failed to do that. Sometimes, indeed, not only have they failed to prevent genocide, they've been complicit in genocide. And when it comes to the Yezidi, there were a number of states that, in fact, had good reason to be complicit. They didn't care about the Yezidi. In fact, they had themselves in the past, historically, had often been perpetrators of crimes against the Yezidi. But also strategically, for reasons geopolitically of their own, some countries, for example, Turkey, had reasons to welcome what was happening to the Yezidi. They themselves, it's an area in which there are many Kurdish people, and they, of course, have a particular vendetta against the Kurdish people. And so for many reasons, we're quite happy to see what took place, take place against the Yezidi. Syria too in that war that was taking place, Syria was happy to have the diversion of seeing what was happening to the Yazidi, because they were dealing with their own problem of a people who were rising up wanting democracy. Iraq too has crimes to answer for with regard to what happened to the Yazidi. And the work that was done by the Yezidi Justice Committee was a really powerful piece of research, which has now been published as a report. It was published before the end of the last parliamentary term here in London, at the Parliament at Westminster. But it's an international report. It's a report to be used by others. And what we're hoping is that some countries, perhaps Germany, perhaps Holland, I'm not hopeful that it's going to be the United Kingdom, but that some countries step forward and actually are willing to prosecute one of those countries where there is a serious body of evidence to show that they failed to prevent a genocide, and indeed, in some circumstances, were complicit in the genocide that took place against the Yazidi. So I hope that those who are listening will see the report, access the report. It's available online, the Yezidi Justice Report, and Evelina will give you some information about that. But I hope that some of you who are concerned about the Yazidi will make contact with people that you know in governments of other countries and see whether any of those countries might be willing to be the occasion of justice by taking the case on behalf of the Yazidis to the International Court of Justice against one of those countries. Now, my preference would be that it's against Syria, because I think that Syria has a lot to answer for in the region, in the commission of great crimes against so many, but also against the Yazidi. But it could be Iraq, or it could be Turkey. I suspect that for all kinds of reasons internationally just now, there would be an unwillingness to make an enemy of Turkey, because Turkey is so important in the resolution and in helping with the problems that there are because of the war between Russia and Ukraine. But that's not true of Syria. Syria indeed is complicit also with Russia, as we know. And so I would like to see a country stepping forward and actually taking the case against Syria to the International Court of Justice for the way in which it allowed a genocide to take place against the Yazidi people. And if we do anything in the course of the next year before we come together on the 9th anniversary of this horrific event, I hope that by that time we will have found a way of bringing a case to the International Court of Justice against Syria, particularly for its role in the terrible events that took place 8 years ago against this benighted people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Helena, and thank you very much for reminding us about the state responsibility, and that, of course, some of the atrocities were perpetrated with assistance or states allowing those atrocities to happen. And of course, we need to be mindful of the duties under the Genocide Convention, and without clear commitments to uphold and implement all those duties, that the Genocide Convention is not worth the paper it is printed on. So this is something that we need to remind ourselves of. And I have a few questions here, and I would like to start with Peter. And of course, in your latest report, you call for the creation of an international tribunal to prosecute Daesh fighters. The question is there any political will left to do so? And also in your reports, you review the issue of domestic prosecutions of Daesh fighters upon their return to their home countries. And what are the trends in such prosecutions and why they are concerning?
Thanks, Evelina. There is not enough political will, but political will also just starts by repeating what's necessary. I mean, if you wait for political will, then things will never happen. So we repeat it again. You realize, well, you remember that both of us wrote a proposal in the Journal of Genocide Studies a few years ago on how to set up such a tribunal. There's more than one option. So there are sorts of blueprints of how to do it. The trend is that countries are not that interested any longer in ISIS. They're more interested in more recent conflicts. And the stupid thing is they make a huge mistake, because all these fighters will go back and some of them will stay safe for the rest of their life. But some other people will become dangerous at some point again. And then the other thing is Camp Hall and other camps. There may be prison breakouts of ISIS fighters, and then they will return anyway. I can't hear you.
Thank you very much, Peter, for your response. And indeed, of course, we've written about establishing an international tribunal, and there have been also some steps taken in terms of engaging different governments and including representatives of Iraq to commit to such a tribunal. But unfortunately, afterwards, there was not enough countries coming forward or looking into other situations, and countries shifting. So this is definitely something that requires renewed attention and renewed efforts. And indeed, of course, the new report makes this case yet again that we need to establish such a tribunal as soon as possible. And now I will turn to Brendan. Brendan, of course, you've been calling upon the UK government to formally recognize the atrocities, and of course the UK government keeps saying no, and they have a long-standing approach to the issue. And if you could comment on this a little bit. But also the UK led the initiative behind establishing UNITAD. But at this stage, of course, there are certain limitations to the work. And if you could just comment on some of the limitations, and especially since UNITAD is to work with Iraqi courts to prosecute Daesh fighters. And of course, if we look at the laws over there, that's one of the issues to consider.
Yeah, I mean, I think the work that UNITAD has done has been. It's been remarkable in many ways, in gathering the evidence that they have gathered. I think that the issue we all have now is what happens with that evidence. How does that proceed? When UNITAD says this is a genocide, we recognise that this is a genocide, but there's nobody prepared to then take that to the next step. Then, as you say, where does it go from here? So we will continue to pressure the UK government as much as we possibly can. I think Elena's observation is absolutely right, that the idea that the UK government will be willing to do this, it's simply not the case. They have a history, whether it's with the Uyghurs or the Rohingya or whoever, they just are steadfast in their refusal to recognise genocide when it stares them in the face. And that's probably because it will mean far too much work for them. The international responsibilities that will come to bear with that is something that they don't want to do. But if they are signatories to the Genocide Convention, they have a legal responsibility. So it's not something that the UK or any other government can pick or choose whether to act or not. They have said they will act, and they have a legal responsibility. So we will continue to do what we can. We will continue to, as much as we possibly have an influence, to support the work of UNITAD. But I think it will take cross-border international cooperation and pressure to make anything change. And at the moment, I don't think we should be looking at the UK government to be the leaders in making that change, unfortunately.
Thank you very much, Brendan. And of course, also, if we look at the law in Iraq, to this day, we don't have a crime of genocide. So, of course, naturally, Daesh fighters cannot be prosecuted for the crime of genocide.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a very, very good point, that when you prosecute in a country that doesn't actually recognise genocide, then, it sort of begs the question, why? Why is it happening there? And the German courts have taken a lead to say that it doesn't have to happen there. It can happen in any country. But again, my frustration with the UK government is that I don't expect them to be moving anytime soon. But that doesn't mean that we will stop pressuring and stop working on it.
Thank you very much, Brendan. And if I may turn to Agnes, of course, the Dutch government is one of the 3 governments in the world that recognize the Daesh atrocities as genocide. And of course, the Dutch parliament is among over a dozen of parliaments recognizing the atrocities as genocide. And what would the responses from the Netherlands to follow the recognition? And also, in more broadly terms, are you satisfied that the Dutch response has been fully in accordance with the duties under the Genocide Convention?
Well, for me, it's really important how the evidence base will develop, because as our colleague from Mr. O'Hara just said, you have to be able to use the evidence that is gathered. And therefore, you need so many different organizations, the DA's office, police, whomever that you need to get it in a way structured that you can actually use it. And this is not a process for 1 year. It's a process for maybe 10 years or more. And the women that have given their statements may not have given the entire statement at the moment they were asked, because the reasons could be so many and very understandable. And I think this is the important aspect that Pari and her organization adds to what is happening in a structured international law. It's a human aspect of it. How can we gather this evidence so that we can actually use it in 10 years' time? And I think this is something that we can all pursue as countries to get this work done. And I hope that the colleagues from Great Britain will also, this is a more practical way almost to make the proof be strong and so that we can use it. And if we get a way to do this internationally, and not only for the Yezidis, and I think this is what adds what maybe some of the other speakers said, it's a problem that we have a serious business in Ukraine. I think it's an opportunity to put it, to make it stronger, because everybody sees what's happening in Ukraine right now. And we are all over the place by saying what we think of these atrocities, but they should be accountable for all the atrocities. So not just for the people and the women and children in Ukraine, but for the women and children of the Yezidi community all over the world. And if we make this step forward, it makes our position for the women stronger, I think. So I think this could be an opportunity. And we can set examples, and we should do this together with Pari and her people. So because they know where the flaws are, what is not being accounted for, and we should use this with our systems of law and justice to enhance their positions. This is what we need to do, I think.
Thank you very much for explaining it. And I think these are definitely a very important recommendations and important observations in relation to also the responses needed. I see that Bernice Kennedy unfortunately lost connection, so hopefully she'll be able to rejoin us very soon. But if I could turn to Peter for...
Yes? Could I just say before we move on, sorry to interrupt,
sure.
Just on what Agnes was saying there, I think this is the first time that I've actually spoken to sort of fellow European politicians about this issue. And when I look back, I think, well, why haven't I in the past? And there just doesn't seem to have been a platform in which to do so other than today. And I think rather than just leaving this at the end of this session today, it would be very useful to see what kind of support there is across Europe among parliamentarians on this issue, and maybe start talking among ourselves as to how best we can coordinate, rather than just pushing, as we will continue to do, pushing our own governments to do something. But there must be a coordinated sort of European politician platform, or if there isn't, we can create one, where we can highlight these sorts of issues.
Thank you very much, Brendan. That sounds as a great follow-up from today's session. And also just very briefly commenting on what Agnes mentioned, of course, we see many different responses to the atrocities in Ukraine, and of course it provides a wonderful blueprint for responses to other atrocities, and of course, as we can praise a number of governments taking steps to address or to take legal steps against the atrocities in Ukraine. Of course, we need to make sure that such approach is also taken in response to other atrocities. Ensuring justice and accountability for atrocity crimes, whether genocide, crimes against humanity, war crimes, should not be a matter of a chance, ultimately, or we are picking and choosing which atrocities to respond. We need to establish a clear legacy that we respond to all atrocities. Such atrocities are not acceptable, and we'll respond to all of them whenever and wherever they occur. So I think this is a very important point, Agnes, and we need to introduce it and implement it across many different conflicts and atrocity crimes. And if I may just now turn to Peter, of course, Peter, you mentioned that the report is coming in October. It will be debated, and many of the people who are listening to us today, they are researchers, they are scholars, they produce briefing and reports on the situation of we lost Peter for a moment, so hopefully he'll be able to rejoin, hopefully very soon. So I would turn to Brendan again, and Brendan, together with the all-party parliamentary group on the Yazidis, most likely will be going to Iraq later in the year and meeting survivors. And if you could just share with us, why do you believe that a visit like that is important right now, despite the fact, of course, we are talking about 8 years after the atrocities?
I think it goes back to what I was saying right at the beginning, that the world has turned away. The attention is elsewhere. There is a belief, partly mistaken, partly deliberate, that everything is okay and there's nothing more to do. And I think we have a responsibility as human rights activists, as people who can see day and daily what is happening, to shine a light on it where we can. And I think that there's no better way to do that than to physically go to bear witness to what you see, and to be able to come back with that first-hand experience and say, I have been to the camps, I have seen what's happening, I've spoken to the survivors, I've spoken to the people who are suffering today, and this is a crisis which hasn't gone away. This is a crisis which has slipped off the front page. This is a crisis which may not be as intense as it once was, but this is still a humanitarian crisis. And we have a responsibility. We have a responsibility to put right that crisis in any way we can. So, and I think, as I say, there's no better way to do that than to go oneself and to see and to meet and to speak and to be able to witness and bring it back. And so that's why we're going out in the beginning of September for a few days, and I must admit, I'm very much looking forward to it. I don't think it'll be an easy trip. I don't think it will be a fun trip, but I think it'll be massively important, and as I say, bearing witness to what's going on.
Thank you very much. And indeed, also, as we notice it, 8 years later, there's not much coverage of the situation of the Yazidis. We hear about the situation of the Yazidis from PARI, from Yezidi Foundation, the DS Initiative, and many other organizations that work with survivors. And it's important to have this information from them. It's important to engage with them, but it's also important to be with the survivors and hear from them, and have this very clear survivor approach, survivor focus approach in any kind of work that we do. So thank you very much for doing this work, and of course for your trip to Iraq late in the year. And Peter, welcome back. Of course, your report is coming before the plenary in October, and many of the people who are attending our session today are researchers, they are activists, they are scholars, and their work focuses on, for example, raising the situation of the Yazidis and also looking into the effects in the communities and so on. And of course, the question would be, what kind of assistance is needed for you for this report? How can people get involved and support it and make sure that this report and the recommendations are heard and, of course, implemented afterwards? You're on mute.
Thanks. First of all, we need to adopt the resolution. So I would hope that you would tell your own MP that it's very important to take part whenever they are a member of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. Secondly, the debate will probably be on the 13th of October. If I have time and energy, I think it would be a good idea to have a side event and to make sure that a number of people who survived this genocide or who have done research will tell the MPs how important this is. And thirdly, then the follow-up will be very important. It would be very good if there were a brave government who would indeed go to the International Court of Justice. As you are aware, if you want to go to the ICC, any one of us can go to the ICC and ask for an individual to be brought to justice. But when we're talking about countries, it has to be another sovereign country which is member of the International Court of Justice of the United Nations, and to take that step. As to the other steps, bring it into domestic legislation. Ask your MP to ask questions to your own government on how they go about prosecution and on the right to family life of returning ISIS fighters. And by the way, don't describe them as a sort of freedom fighters. Change the language. Make sure you call them genocidaires, because that's what they are.
Thank you very much, Peter. And indeed, we'll be encouraging also here in the UK to parliamentarians who are at the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe to make sure that they're involved and they vote in favor, of course, of the recommendations and the resolution in your reports. And I'm sure that Brendan will be leading the efforts as well on behalf of the all-party parliamentary group on the Yazidis. And if I may just turn now to Agnes. Agnes, you mentioned that, of course, that the current coalition government has genocide on its agenda. And would you be able to share a little bit more on the topic in terms of what can be done, or again, how can we support this kind of work? How can we, as scholars, researchers, NGOs, civil society, can get involved and help with this work?
Thank you very much for this question. I think the change sometimes is in just one or two words, but it gives a different meaning to the status quo. And the status quo was, it needs to be the certain set of conditions. And then we said the conditions have to be taken into consideration in a serious matter. And this is the change that we need. So that gives space to the government and pressure on the government to really act on this and to find likewise and like-minded countries to act, because it's difficult sometimes for one country to do something. And if you have a set of countries, hopefully the entire European Union, the stronger the better, I think, then you can really make a fist on these kind of issues, because it's not just the Yazidi people, it's the Uyghurs in China, and we should not forget on this. And it's also the Armenian genocide, which is recognized by our parliament, but not by our government. But if they can find groups of countries that are willing to make broad policies, which I just mentioned, for instance, on one of the aspects, the evidence base that you need, and how are you going to develop it so that you can use it in a good manner. I think all of these issues are important, because then all of a sudden you have a set of measures and policies that you can be clear on. Well, if you want to do trade with the European Union, this is what we ask of you. So we don't want to see forced labor, slave labor on our markets. It's bad for the people in China, for instance, the Uyghur people. But it's also bad for our companies and for our way of living. And we are supporting to sell products that come from regions. And you cannot measure up to those conditions, because it's slave work. And we should be clear on these kind of issues, because slowly we are giving up our values. And this is what is happening. And it goes in a really slow manner, and it's a small part every time. And we should not do this, because the values we share, the world as we see it, as we want it to be, it could be such a beautiful world. And we should still convince other countries, autocracies, that there is another way. And this is a way that we support from our countries. And if we do not stand for these values, who will?
Thank you very much, Agnes. And I think it's very important what you said about building coalitions and again, working together. One of the examples is, again, looking at the situation in Ukraine and the responses, or how states engaged the International Criminal Court, and how many came together to actually ensure that the topic is considered by, or the case is considered by, the International Court of Justice. So we cannot undermine the strength of such coalitions. And indeed, some years ago, there was also an attempt to build a coalition among countries. And I think the Netherlands was also very much involved. And that was to establish an ad hoc tribunal. And I think the UK joined the initiative at some point. There was a big conference, but unfortunately, again, then the topic dropped. But as Peter mentioned, we need to revive this topic. And if we cannot ensure justice and accountability for the Daesh atrocities, a non-state actor, how are we going to stand up to countries that are perpetrating atrocities? And again, Agnes, you mentioned the case of the Uyghurs in China. What can we do in this case? Not much at this stage, or there's very little hope when we're dealing with a powerful state. But in this case, we are talking about Daesh, a non-state actor that needs to be brought to justice. And if I can turn to Brendan. Brendan, of course, in the UK, we are talking about a new leadership in 1 month, and potentially a new, foreign secretary, who is one of the candidates, and who made a number of promises on more concrete, more comprehensive steps in relation to the situation of women and girls. Also, I think there were some promises on preventing sexual violence in conflict. And do you believe that if the current foreign secretary becomes the prime minister, which it looks very likely right now, with over 60% of support, according to the latest polling, will that be the answer that we are looking for? Is she going to bring the change that we need in response to the Daesh atrocities?
Short answer is no. I don't think so. I should caveat this by saying I am not neutral. You know, I have no faith in these people or this government whatsoever. But I think, going by their track record, they talk a good game. You know, they talk about sexual violence and conflict. They talk about the position of women and girls. They talk about freedom of religion and belief. But it's the same government that cut overseas development aid by £5 billion. So I think you judge individuals and you judge governments by their actions. So I'm afraid I have absolutely no faith that this is going to be the case. I would love to be proven wrong. I would love to be able to sit here next year and say, my goodness, Prime Minister Liz Truss turned out to be a wonderful thing for international human rights. But I suspect I won't be, unfortunately. But I say I'm not neutral.
Thank you very much, Brendan. And of course, we'll also make sure that Pari and others approach the new government once the new government is there, once we know who.
It's absolutely essential that you do. It's absolutely essential that from day one that we push this in front of the new Foreign Secretary and the new Prime Minister. So just because I have no faith in these people doesn't mean that we don't engage with them and we don't continue to push these matters, but I think we approach it with realism.
Of course, and also that's the very purpose of the all-party parliamentary group on the Yazidis, to trigger change, to put pressure on the government and to engage other parliamentarians to work together to put pressure on the government and ensure that something is being done. So thank you very much for your honesty on the topic, but we are definitely here to make sure that something is being done. And if I may just turn to Peter for last maybe question. And some years ago, you've been working with a number of Dutch parliamentarians, but also with representatives of different governments, and specifically of Iraq, on making some commitment in relation to establish an ad hoc tribunal. And just wanted to check whether there is any information that you're able to share in relation to this, in terms of could that be revived, and if not, what else can we be doing and to help with this topic?
Well, it should be revived. Unfortunately, it wasn't carried through at that point. There was obviously a big issue on the death penalty in Iraq, which is the death penalty is unacceptable for a lot of Western governments, and well, some people do not want to go without a death penalty, which would mean that the people who've committed genocide would get a lighter punishment than the locals over there. But I think we should start the work again. Not doing anything is not a solution. And what I said, the humanitarian situation in the camps is quite awful, also for the perpetrators, and that also includes the children of them. And that situation is not tenable. The whole thing of looking away is just not tenable. I mean, the problem will not go away. And that's obviously what we're trying the whole time in our own geopolitical game. If we don't do anything, the problem will go away. No. So you either have the choice of those camps exploding and then everyone will escape in a few years' time, or whenever at a time it doesn't suit you, or you have to do this in an orderly way. And I would much prefer the orderly way. My first preference, by far, is an international tribunal, by far, because also it would mean that you would do it at the place where the crimes are committed. It would also limit problems with witness protection and witnesses being present there. But the second option has to be worked out right now. If countries fail to put effort in setting up the tribunal, they probably have to treble the effort they have to set up in domestic prosecutions. And I'm not sure countries realize that well enough.
That is a very important point. Of course, one thing is to say that no, we don't need an international tribunals, but if we look at also the statistics from your report, it is very clear that states domestically are not doing enough to prosecute the perpetrators for genocide and atrocity crimes. So they can't have it both ways. No international tribunal and no work to be done domestically to prosecute the perpetrators for genocide, for crimes against humanity. Apart from Germany, Germany has been doing a lot of work in relation to this, and we have 2 convictions for genocide, 5 convictions for crimes against humanity, and of course there are many more proceedings ongoing. So this is definitely a model to follow, but ultimately, as other states are not stepping up, we need renewed effort to establish an ad hoc tribunal. And
one more thing there. We didn't talk about it, but there is a small gender issue here. These women are not innocent, those women who went there. And so far, counties are treating them like they were. So please prosecute them as well.
a very important point. And in fact, the conviction for genocide from last week is of a woman who was aiding, abetting, but who was also abusing the Yazidi woman who was enslaved by that couple. So this was a very important conviction. And also, I was looking into some other work done by this one Yazidi woman called M for the purposes of any kind of reporting. And she helped, and she testified in several other proceedings, including against few other women who were again aiding and abetting the atrocities, and they were convicted for crimes against humanity with their involvement. So indeed, women were perpetrators, were involved in the atrocities together with Daesh fighters, male fighters. So we cannot underestimate their contribution, and they also have to face justice in this case. And our road towards justice and accountability will never be done unless we actually also include all individuals in whatever shape and form they contributed, complicit actors in various shapes and forms. So thank you very much for emphasizing that. And as our time is almost gone, I just wanted to ask maybe one simple step that each of you is going to take over the next year, so that when we mark the 9th anniversary next year, because of course, we'll be marking it again next year and making sure that that the topic of the Daesh atrocities is not gone. So what would be the one step that you would like to take over the next year and hopefully bring to fruition as we mark the 9th anniversary next year? Maybe I will pick with Brendan, mostly because he's on the same island.
Well, I think going back to what I said earlier on, I would like to think by next year that we will have established, whether formally or informally, much greater cross-border cooperation with like-minded politicians, certainly across Europe, that we can begin to coordinate far more closely than we have done up to now. So that would be one thing I'd like to do.
Thank you very much, Brendan. Agnes?
Yes, and let's start today, Brendan. I think I can get your telephone number. I might already have it, I think, in our group app. But so let's start and let's see who can cooperate together with us to get the evidence base, at least in such a way that convictions can become a reality. So let's do this together at least.
Thank you very much. And I will set up a call for the two of you for next week. And Peter, if you're still with us, what would be the one step that you would like to bring into fruition over the next year? You unmute.
Make sure that not only my report is being adopted, that may be the easy bit, but also make sure that we take one step, we make one more renewed effort for the International Tribunal and put that questions to all our governments together. And if not, start pushing them for nominating special prosecutors in their own country for prosecuting Daesh fighters who are returning, because most countries don't do that yet. They don't have a special unit in charge. And that would be one option of at least making sure you get the most important ones in prison.
Thank you very much, Peter. And now I would like to give the floor back to Pari.
Thank you very much, Evelina, and thank you to all the European friends. I want to say that on this day, it is a Black Day for our people, and it is really gratifying to hear from all of you, members of Parliament, House of Lords, to hear what you have to say to our people, to the international community about what happens after the genocide, what is being done by members in Europe. So I would like to thank my fellow Dutch members. Hartelijk dank. En als Nederlander doet het mij heel goed om te horen dat Nederland altijd hen steunt die het hardst nodig hebben. En just like what Evelina just now said, in a year, what will we see being done for the Yazidi community, for those who are being persecuted? So thank you all very much, and we'll see you hopefully sooner than next year. Mr. O'Hara, we will see you in Iraq soon. Have a safe trip, and everyone else, thank you for making time during your holiday. I really appreciate it, and the Yazidi community appreciate it as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
For everyone who is still online, please do not turn the stream off yet. We are now heading to our next panel. Let me see a few seconds. Thank you, Evelina. Okay. Great. Our next panel is justice and accountability. I am going to add everyone for the next panel. Just a few seconds of patience. Thank you. Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. This is the panel on justice and accountability. The slow pace of justice in the aftermath of the Yezidi genocide is one of the ongoing traumas that the Yazidis face. As everyone knows, tens of thousands of men and women chose to join the ISIS caliphate. This included Syrians and Iraqis, but also individuals from all over the world. ISIS established a system and a methodology to support its genocide against the Yazidis, and yet very few have been held accountable for their actions. Most are charged with terror-related offenses, but the crimes against Yazidis were not just terror crimes, they were genocidal actions. Unfortunately, the US Ambassador Beth van Schaak was unable to be here today, but she made a video recorded statement, and I will play that video right now for everyone.
Thank you for inviting me to join you as we mark this solemn 8th anniversary of the Yezidi genocide. While I could not be with you in person today, I am thinking of the Yezidi community and all of the victims of ISIS brutality and the work that remains to be done to hold those responsible accountable.
To the panel, you're now
I remember
live.
vividly the summer of 2014 and the shocking brutality of ISIS.
And then we'll get back to you.
Families separated, women and children kidnapped and enslaved, and entire communities massacred. I remember others whose property ISIS seized and religious and ancient cultural sites destroyed. I lead the work of the Office of Global Criminal Justice at the U.S. Department of State. Our mandate is to promote accountability for genocide, war crimes, and crimes against humanity globally, as well as to help provide advice and expertise on transitional justice efforts. My team began meeting with members of the Yazidi community that horrible week of August 2014 and has regularly since then, including as recently as a few weeks ago, to learn of their concerns and to hear of the ongoing plight of Yazidis and your quest for justice. We helped support the Secretary of State's determination that ISIS committed genocide against Yazidis, Christians, and Shia Muslims in areas it controlled, as well as crimes against humanity and ethnic cleansing against these same groups, and in some cases against Sunni Muslims, Kurds, and other minorities. This historic determination was a powerful recognition of what these communities had endured. With other bureaus at the State Department, we support both Yazidi and other NGOs seeking to collect information and evidence to share with prosecutors, to exhume mass graves so that family members may bury their loved ones properly, and to provide psychosocial and livelihood assistance to survivors of ISIS captivity. We have joined with members of the international community to help create and support 2 United Nations investigative mechanisms whose representatives will speak with you today. the United Nations Investigative Team to Promote Accountability for Crimes Committed by Daesh, UNITAD, and the International Impartial and Independent Mechanism for Syria. Both bodies are performing important work collecting evidence and information that is proving key to cases in Europe brought on the basis of universal jurisdiction. In one landmark case in November 2021, the Higher Regional Court in Frankfurt convicted Taha el-Jumali of genocide against Yezidis and sentenced him to life imprisonment for the death of a 5-year-old girl, whom he bought as a slave along with her mother in Mosul in 2015. His wife, Jennifer Wenisch, was sentenced to 10 years for crimes against humanity in a court in Munich, for enslavement and aiding and abetting in connection with the girl's death, as well as membership in a terrorist organization. And just this week, another genocide judgment was handed down involving the enslavement and mistreatment of another Yazidi woman who testified under the pseudonym M. Other investigations and cases are pending against alleged members of ISIS in Europe, and Yazidi survivors have bravely testified and provided information to help investigators and prosecutors. Such efforts are key to promoting accountability for ISIS's atrocities in the absence of an international tribunal. We are also encouraging the Iraqi Council of Representatives to codify genocide, war crimes, and crimes against humanity into Iraq's domestic law, so that alleged members of ISIS may be tried for these crimes rather than only under Article 4 of Iraq's terrorism statute. Iraq took an important step last year to pass the Yazidi Survivors Law and recently provided some funding for the directorate. But now the legislation should be fully implemented to provide victims with much-needed reparations. Thank you again to the Free Yezidi Foundation for providing this forum for your discussion today and for inviting me to speak. I look forward to continued discussions on these important matters.
And that was U.S. Ambassador Beth van Schaak, and we are grateful for her remarks today. I will now introduce you to Sarita Ashraf. Sarita, I will give the floor to you. You will moderate the panel and introduce our esteemed panelists today.
Thank you, Pari. Good morning and good afternoon to those of you joining us on the various platforms. We're very happy to have you today to join our panel in the discussion of justice and accountability for the Yezidi genocide from the standpoint of the 8th anniversary of the first attack, the initial attack by ISIL on Sinjar region of northern Iraq, the Yazidis of northern Iraq. And so we're looking forward to what is going to be an incredibly interesting panel on this sad day. I want to first introduce the panelists very, very briefly. They're all highly well-known, well-regarded lawyers and jurists. So I will give them very brief introductions because I think given their entire bio would be too lengthy for this particular panel. So in their current roles, we have Anna Zabak, who is a prosecutor with the German War Crimes Unit. We have Ms. Irina Devgan, who is a prosecutor of the War Crimes Unit of the Swedish Prosecution Authority. We have Catherine Marchi-Uhil, who is the head of the Syria IIIM, also known as the Syria Mechanism. And finally, we have Patricia Vischer-Sellers, who is a well-known jurist, a professor, and also the ICC Special Advisor on crimes of slavery. But Patty, if I don't mind, I'm emphasizing you're here not speaking on behalf of the ICC, but you're here speaking in your personal capacity today. So we're now standing, just to start us off, many of those watching will have been personally affected by the Yezidi genocide or be working on pursuing justice for it in some way. The genocide has been recognized. It was recognized initially by the Commission of Inquiry in Syria back in June 2015. It had been recognized even prior to that by the US Holocaust Memorial Museum Center for the Prevention of Genocide when they did their Bearing Witness report in November 2015. More recently, in May of last year, UNITAD, in its presentation to the Security Council, the UN Security Council, also indicated that it believed that ISIL committed genocide, crimes against humanity, and war crimes. Of course, the community itself, the Yezidi community itself, was very quick to recognize what was happening, what the violence that was being directed towards them was annihilative. They recognized very quickly that they were not being targeted as individuals, that this was an attack against their group and an attempt to wipe out the group from northern Iraq by ISIL. ISIL itself was very unabashed about its intentions to rid what it saw as its caliphate from the Yezidi community, which it could not tolerate living inside what they saw as a pure Islamic state, or what they interpreted to be as a pure Islamic state. In the intervening years between 3rd of August 2014 to now, we have seen a tremendous effort towards carving a path to justice. The first being the first responders, clearly being the Yezidi community itself, including many Yezidi-run organizations, including the Free Yezidi Foundation. But increasingly, we've seen approaches, more innovative approaches to justice, more innovative approaches to carving a path towards investigations and prosecutions, including through the establishment of the IIIM and UNITAD, but also in the work of the national prosecution services, the war crimes units, where we've seen domestic trials really move almost to the forefront of international justice when it comes to combating impunity for crimes committed by ISIL. And therefore, the significance of these domestic trials has deepened. The significance of the domestic trials to the international criminal justice experiment has deepened. I'm very happy to bring that discussion here today as we reflect on what the past 8 years has brought us as we move towards greater justice for the Yezidi genocide, and also looking forward. I want to start with my first question for Anna Misabek from the German Prosecutor's Office, War Crimes Office. In the last year, Germany has secured multiple convictions of persons linked to the Islamic State, the armed group of the Islamic State, for crimes against the Yazidis. This includes the first conviction of an ISIL member for genocide anywhere in the world in a universal jurisdiction case against Taha AJ, following his enslavement and abuse of Yazidis in Fallujah in Iraq. I'd be grateful because Germany has been almost at the cutting edge of accountability when it comes to crimes against the Yazidis. I'd be grateful if you could provide our audience with an update on the recent cases in Germany, perhaps starting with this landmark trial in Frankfurt of Taha AJ.
Thank you very much, Sarita, and thank you, Free Yezidi Foundation, for this opportunity and the honor to speak on this important day of commemoration. When I speak as a prosecutor about holding ISIS perpetrators accountable for the atrocious crimes against Yazidis, of course, I do have to admit that there's still a lot to be done. And bringing individuals to justice for their crimes has just started. However, with their enormous courage, Yazidi survivors have achieved that in the past 3 years, several ISIS members were tried for the crimes they committed before the higher regional courts in Germany. 6 women and 1 male perpetrator were convicted for crimes against humanity and war crimes, but most importantly, 2 German courts now have acknowledged the genocidal nature of ISIS attack on the Sinjar region. I will talk about some of these cases, but not about all of them. I would like to start, of course, with the trial in Frankfurt, and I would like you to excuse me if I will get a little bit technical when I speak about the convictions in Germany. I do believe that it is important to point out the huge number of core international crimes that were committed by the defendants. In the case of Taha AJ, the court in Frankfurt am Main found the defendant guilty of genocide because, with the intent of destroying the religious group of the Yazidis, he caused serious bodily and mental harm to members of the group. Furthermore, Taha al-Jay was convicted for the crime against humanity of enslavement, torture, severely depriving a person of her liberty, and causing the death of a person through these offenses. Taha al-Jay was also found guilty for the war crime of torture and the war crime of participating in the deportation and forced transfer of Yazidis from their homes in Sinjar to other regions in Iraq and to Syria. Moreover, the court ruled that the defendant must pay 50,000 euro to the Yazidi joint plaintiff as compensation for the non-material damage she has suffered. Last week, the Higher Regional Court of Hamburg convicted a 35-year-old German ISIS spouse, Yalda A., for aiding and abetting genocide. The court followed our opinion that the defendant was aware of the genocidal agenda of ISIS against Yazidis and that she facilitated the genocide by participating in the slave trade together with her ISIS husband. And therefore, the court found Yalda A. also guilty of the crime against humanity of enslavement, severely depriving a person of her liberty, persecution on religious grounds, aiding and abetting the crime against humanity of sexual violence because she held a Yazidi woman captive knowing that her husband sexually abused her on a daily basis. And of course, as well, membership in a terrorist organization. The court proceedings, remarkably in this case, took only 11 days in court. Both convictions for genocide are not final yet because the defense has appealed the judgments. But the conviction of Sarah O. by the Higher Regional Court in Düsseldorf, dating from June last year, recently became final because the defense withdrew the appeal. And again, here, a female ISIS member was found guilty for the crime against humanity of enslavement, as well as the crime against humanity of persecution on religious and gender grounds, and aiding and abetting the crime against humanity of sexual violence. Then there were court cases in the past where Yazidi women were held captive for a brief period of time by female ISIS members. And in these cases against Umayma A. and Nurten J., the judgments for aiding and abetting the crime against humanity of enslavement were confirmed by the German Federal Court of Justice and became final. I would like to point out that in all court proceedings in Germany, neither the widespread and systematic attack against Yazidis nor the genocidal agenda of ISIS actions were ever challenged by any party of the investigations or criminal proceedings. This has not only been the legal point of view of my office ever since we started with the applications for arrest warrants in 2016, it was confirmed by every judge in Germany so far, the investigating judge of the Federal Court of Justice, the courts in Munich, Frankfurt, Düsseldorf, Hamburg, and Celle, and the Federal Court of Justice in the mentioned appeals decisions. Even the defense counsels have not contested it in any of the criminal proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you. That was incredibly illuminating. And actually, I think there's so much activity inside the German justice system when it comes to these Yazidis. It's so helpful, I think, to have that overview. We're going to be coming back to you in a little bit, Anna. I hope everyone doesn't mind to use everyone's first names, but if anyone objects, they can message me. We'll come back to you, Anna, to talk a little bit more about the going forward and what you see as the vista in front of you as we stand here today. But I'm going to move on now to Rina. Rina, as you'll remember, is a prosecutor with the Swedish Prosecution Authority, also one of the most active war crimes units in Europe. RINA, SPA, the Swedish Prosecution Authority, has been incredibly active in investigations and prosecutions of international crimes arising from situations all around the world, notably in the last, I would say in recent years, in cases coming out of crimes alleged to be committed in Syria and Iraq. But also your office has been at the forefront of collaborative approaches to case building, working within, for example, the Eurojust system. And I was wondering if you can talk a little bit about your office in building these cases has started to receive information from multiple sources, multiple kind of evidence collecting sources, including other states, including the UN entities, including IIIM and UNITAD, and of course from civil society, which continues to lead in the documentation of the crimes that have been suffered by the Yezidi community. Can you take us through the complexity of the alchemy of turning what must be a tremendous amount of information across of many different instances into an active investigation, and arriving at what in this context would be considered, I suppose, the goal at the end of the alchemy process, which is identifying perpetrators who could potentially be brought to justice. I'd be really grateful if you can just take our audience through how, as a prosecutor, that process of looking at such a wide range of information and bringing it, hopefully, at least to trial or trial readiness.
Definitely, and thank you also to the Yezidi Foundation, and also to you, Sarita, for having me. And I'm honored as well to be part of this very distinguished panel. Just to take it back a little bit, because in Sweden so far we have not had one conviction relating to crimes against the Yezidi group. And we do not think that this is because the Swedish FTFs did not take part in any acts that could constitute a core international crime against the Yezidi group. I mean, being inspired also by the German prosecution unit, but knowing that there was an immense magnitude of crimes committed by ISIS, and knowing that from Sweden, 300 individuals traveled to join ISIS, to stay within ISIS. So basically what we began to do a couple of years ago when ISIS fell, seeing that we hadn't had any cases, and I don't think there will be that one gold piece of evidence. It doesn't work that way. It could, in some few individual cases, you might have something on film, you might have this one victim that knew exactly who the perpetrator was, the name, the nationality. But this is, I would say this is rare. So case building will not work that way. If we want to do something seriously, we need to take a bit of different approach. So from our perspective, what we wanted to do was to try to see, well, there has been so much evidence gathered by several NGOs that began very early, as you very well described in the beginning. And all this evidence is there. There's so many witness accounts, victims accounts taken, but there's no one really comparing them to the information that state has on the perpetrators. So this was one thing that we wanted to do a couple of years ago. We started to look into building up network charts, trying to see interlinkages between Swedish perpetrators, but also other European perpetrators, because what we can see is when it comes to the Western sort of foreign terrorist fighters, they are interlinked. We have a lot of Swedish perpetrators that would have been married to British ones, to French ones, connected to German ones, which means if we have one victim that would identify one person within the sort of Western FTF community, that probably could lead us to identify other perpetrators linked to that individuals. So I see it that there are basically two sides of this. One is on the perpetrator side. Where is the evidence relating to the perpetrators? Well, I would say that probably each state that had FTF travelers, foreign terrorist fighters leaving, they have quite a good idea of the individuals that left. I mean, the security services, the counterterrorism units, they have a lot of information. on the individuals that left. On the other side, we had all the evidence gathered on the victim side. And what we have been trying to do now these last years is to, together with our European colleagues, but also other colleagues in North America, to try to better analyze information relating to the perpetrators and the victims. Now, a national authority like Sweden we cannot share information directly to an NGO. We cannot send information and ask an NGO to try to find any links to Swedish perpetrators, because we need to protect the information. We are a rule-based system. And this is why UNITAD and IIIM are so important, because they can serve as the link between what we can do, what the NGOs can do, and how to sort of match evidence. I think for anyone who has worked for a long time in this, they would know that in Rwanda, in former Yugoslavia, there was also a lot of evidence, but it wasn't gathered in a way with the aim to share with national authorities. And there's been a huge difference and a huge development when it comes to evidence gathering and accountability. And I think this is so important for us that we can now use both UNITAD and the IIIM as sort of central hubs. And I think when you say that the gold evidence, well, I don't think we will have that, but I think we have very good structures in place to move forward, and much different than we had only 5-10 years ago. So I think we will, I'm positive that there will be identification. I agree with Anna that this is just the beginning. I think that in most of our countries, there is no statute of limitation for these crimes. We are continuing to identify evidence. We're doing it in quite a slow pace. I'll come back to exactly how we're doing it in a bit. But for us, this is a long-term commitment. And our aim from the Swedish perspective is that we would want to make sure that if there are any Swedish perpetrators, we will identify them. We would want to make sure that anyone that traveled from Sweden, that we can rule out at least that they were not involved, or at least try to identify any evidence linked to them.
Thank you, Rina. I think it's a really great insight into almost the building of a jigsaw puzzle with pieces scattered all around the world and often across different jurisdictions. So incredibly interesting. One of your comments about the role of the Syria IIIM gives me a great lead-in to turn to Catherine now. So you said the IIIM and UNITAD were important because they served as a link between prosecutors and those gathering evidence, and that they were a central hub for I suppose that those pieces of the jigsaw to be put together or put in some order, so that they can tell a narrative to prosecutors who are engaged in case building activities. So Catherine, just for the benefit of the audience, although I'm sure by now everybody knows what the Syria IIIM is, but the Syria IIIM was established in 2016 by the UN General Assembly to assist in the investigation and prosecutions of persons responsible for the most serious crimes under international law committed in Syria since March 2011. Some people outside of the Yazidi community and those of us whose work focuses on ISIL crimes may think of ISIL crimes as against Yazidis as taking place in Iraq. Yet we know that not only did many of the crimes take place in Syria, but and many of the leadership also had senior leadership had their boots on the ground in Syria. But of course, the IIIM continues to play an integral role in carving a path to justice for ISIL crimes against the Yazidis. Can you tell us a little bit about how the IIIM operates, as the mandate says, to assist in the investigation and prosecution of ISIL perpetrators? As Rina has indicated, you are a central hub. You call you a justice nexus point, a space, a facilitator for justice to take root. So can you give us an overview of how the Syria mechanisms work in support of national requests from how the Syria mechanisms work supports national jurisdictions when they make requests to you for information regarding crimes against the Yazidis?
Thank you very much, Sarita, and many thanks as well to Perry and the Free Yezidi Foundation for this opportunity to participate in this important 8-year commemoration of the Yezidi genocide. My thoughts are with the Yezidi victims and survivors and their collective efforts to obtain justice. Sarita, you're absolutely right. Many of the crimes against Yezidi have taken place in Syria. This is why, even if the ordeal of the Yezidi community under ISIL rule started in Sinjar, conducts amounting to war crimes, crime against the community, and genocide, which have at least in part been committed on Syrian soil, are among the most serious core international crimes covered by the IIIM's mandate. The harms caused to the women and children forcibly displaced in Syria on territories under ISIL control, and the harms inflicted on boys, including including those forced into training camps in Syria and turned into ISIL fighters, must be addressed. And as head of the IIIM, I'm honored to taking part in the collective efforts involving the Free Yezidi Foundation, national prosecution entities represented on this panel, and many others, aiming at bringing justice to victims and survivors of these crimes. So you're right that the IIIM has been conceived as a justice facilitator to assist in the investigation and prosecution of persons responsible for the most serious crimes under international law committed in Syria since March 2011, irrespective of the affiliation of the perpetrators. And our mandate, without any doubt, encompasses crimes committed by members of ISIL against various communities, including the Yezidi community. The mechanism is directly engaged in supporting ongoing efforts of competent jurisdiction to bring justice to victims and survivors of these crimes. So you asked me to concretely illustrate how we assist in the investigation and prosecution of ISIL perpetrators, and more specifically, what work we do in support of requests from national jurisdiction when it comes to crime against the Yezidi. Well, I would say the IIIM, as mentioned by Rina, is one of the several UN actors that national jurisdiction investigating and prosecuting crimes committed by ISIL turn to. The IIIM can provide support to competent national jurisdiction in response to their request for assistance, or RFAs, as we call them. It can also offer proactive support in some instances, and it can further support the work of national jurisdiction who are acting together as joint investigative teams. To date, the IIIM has received 196 requests for assistance from 14 competent jurisdictions. So that's part of the overall mandate of the mechanism. These requests relate, to give you an idea of how RFAs relate to discrete investigations, they relate to 158 discrete investigations. Some cases are more complex than others and lead to more than one RFA, at least when it comes to IIIM's point of view. And since we became operational in May of 2018, we've been able to support 113 of them. 69 of these RFAs are ISIL related. So in terms of percentage, it represents 35% of the RFAs we receive, including 29 RFAs related specifically to Yezidi victims. We've been able to share information and evidence in response to 12 RFAs related to Yezidi victims of core international crimes, and we continue working to support 13 RFAs. That gives you an idea of the figures. Now, practically the first tool we rely on to support this investigation is our central repository of this central hub, as Rina put it, which is built in good part thanks to the negotiation of cooperation frameworks with different entities. The central repository gathers and preserves evidence and information that we are able to collect, and it currently contains over 2.3 million records collected from a variety of sources. Our ISIL collection to date is just under 85,000 records. And overall, we have 75 cooperation frameworks in place, including with states, UN entities, including the Commission of Inquiry in Syria, other international organizations such as OPCW, and of course, a large number of civil society organizations. 12 of these cooperation frameworks are with NGO documenting crimes committed by ISIL in Syria. And just to remind you, last year when we spoke on the 7th commemoration, we had 4. So it's moving forward. I'm very pleased of that. We are also collecting information on crimes committed by ISIL from other sources with which we do not have cooperation frameworks, but that accept to cooperate anyway. Just to give you an idea of the types of materials we collect, it includes videos, pictures, satellite imagery, internal documentation, and publications generated by ISIL, including propaganda, and court decisions, and of course statements gathered from victims and witnesses that have been given to other entities. When we receive an RFA, we first search and analyze the content of the central repository, and we've invested considerable efforts to increase its searchability. We also share with the requesting jurisdiction responsive materials that we have permission to share. And in addition, we conduct open source searches in languages that national jurisdictions sometimes lack capacity, and where appropriate, we engage our investigators in targeted collection or investigations for that purpose. We do not systematically interview witnesses who are also victims and have already been interviewed by other entities to avoid their re-traumatization. Sometimes it feels more appropriate for us to facilitate contact between victims and competent jurisdictions, but if needed, we can interview witnesses, and we've done that with due care and consideration. We also collect statements from overview witnesses, as we call them, and expert evidence to help placing crimes in context. And finally, to answer your question, our support to jurisdiction can also take other forms, including geolocating crime scenes, and of course, sharing substantive analytical work produced by the mechanism itself as part of its structural investigation or case file. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. That's a tremendous amount of work being done. I don't think necessarily those outside the process really comprehend the tremendous amount of effort that is put in to move these cases forward by the IIIM, by civil society, and of course by the prosecutors on the more visible side of things. I'm going to turn now to Patty Sellers and change tact a little bit, change kind of focus a little bit, because we've been speaking very much now about the movement of cases into investigations and hopefully at some stage into a courtroom. But I want to talk about what happens, our understanding of the crimes against the Yazidis, and how they are put together and presented during the investigation, how they're thought about during the investigation, which of course affects later how they will be indicted. So the crimes committed by ISIL against the Yazidis were multiple and often overlapping. There was a continuum of violence. Yet, since the crimes have started to be reported by media and certainly by international NGOs and NGOs, and even how they're spoke about even commonly in political and diplomatic environments, we also see a certain reductivity in terms of how they're described and perhaps even in how they're understood. Putting it a little bit more simply, when we're speaking about the Yazidis, often we will hear the idea that men have been killed, women and girls have been sexually enslaved. There's a tremendous focus on the sexual enslavement and crimes of sexual violence against women and girls, sometimes to the exclusion of the other violence that they suffered, the other crimes that they suffered. And when it comes to Yazidi boys, we mainly speak about them. They're often spoken about within the framework of child soldiering and the forcible recruitment, indoctrination in the case of ISIL, and training. Yeah, you've been spoken and written eloquently about the international crimes of slavery and the slave trade. And I noted then, Anna, at the start of the discussion, Anna did speak about the charges of enslavement in some of the recent German cases. I was wondering if you can talk us through the distinction between the crimes of slavery and the slave trade, and how it affects our understanding of the crimes against the Yazidis.
Right. Thank you very much, Sarita, for that introduction and for that question. I also thank the Free Yezidi Foundation for the invitation and the privilege to speak today. And let me give a little congratulations not only to Anna and the German prosecutors, but for Rena for what you're undertaking now. And Catherine, I'm just thrilled to hear about the progress that's being done at the IIM. I'd like to acknowledge that the Yazidi community endured a genocide. There's no refuting of that fact. The survivors of the initial massacre also endured repeated acts, I would say, of slavery and enslavement and acts of the slave trade. ISIL's caliphate openly institutionalized slavery and the slave trade. It's almost phenomenal when you think that they were so open, so aggressive, that they named the slave trading administration exactly what it was, the slave trading administration. What I'd like to underscore first is that both slavery is a continuing crime. It starts when enslaved and it endures until one is no longer enslaved. So when we think of the different acts that occur during periods of enslavement, to reduce it only to sexualized indicia of enslavement or sexual slavery in some provisions is actually not to understand the scope of slavery and the initiation of enslavement and when enslavement ends, only when the person is freed. I'd also like to just underscore some of the distinctions between slavery and the slave trade. And I was very happy to see that slave trade was used as a means to facilitate genocide. I think we should also look at the Yazidi boys. They were transferred into the houses and homes of the caliphate. Yes, they were trained as child soldiers, but it's very important that we understand that these are enslaved children. They're enslaved from the moment that they're transferred to the homes via the slave trading, even though it might be called deportation or transfer. It's an act of slave trading, and they remain enslaved until they are released by the caliphate. So instead of only looking at them as child soldiers, let's look at them as the masculine, the boy counterpart of enslaved children. We know that girls, females, women, and girls were also enslaved. So to respond to your question directly, Sarita, slavery and the slave trade are two distinct international crimes. Their basis is an international treaty law, the 1926 Slavery Convention and the 1956 Supplementary Slavery Convention. Slavery and the slave trade are also recognized under customary law, meaning that a state doesn't have to have signed up to those treaties for them now to be bound by customary law of slavery and slave trade. And lastly, just to tell you that they're the highest norms, they're peremptory norms, they're jus cogens norms, which means that the obligations that in the very least states have is to investigate and to prosecute both slavery and the slave trade. Specifically, slavery is defined as the status or condition of a person over whom any or all the powers of ownership are attached. To say that in less legalese terms, whenever you exercise powers of ownership, control of sexuality, control of physicality, control of their life, if you're exercising something that appears to be powers of ownership, that is the enslavement of that person. Now, it should be clear that you can enslave someone and dress them up in the prettiest gown. You can enslave someone and take them out to dinner. That doesn't mean that these powers, any or all, are not being exercised. And the slavery conventions criminalize de facto and de jure slavery. You need not produce a legal form that says that you own the person. You might own that person de jure, but we also know that ISIL produced legal forms of ownership. They legitimized within their structure that enslavement. So we have this very clear sense that ISIL intended to legally institute slavery. But prior to becoming a slave, one has to be reduced to slavery, and that's called the slave trade. The slave trade, a separate crime, penalizes this reduction under slavery. It again is found both in the 26 and in the 56 slavery conventions. I'm going to read the definition of the slave trade. It sounds a little convoluted, but when you think about it, it's just the common sense of how do you go from being a free person to an enslaved person. So the slave trade is all acts involved in the capture, acquisition, or disposal of a person with the intent to reduce him or her to slavery. And very importantly, all acts involved in the acquisition of a slave, someone who's already enslaved, with the intent to sell them, exchange them, or to place them in another situation of slavery. So the slave trade is what gets you from being a free person to being an enslaved person, and also what renders an enslaved person into a different situation of enslavement. So when we talk about the transfer of women and girls, and even I would say the boy child soldiers, once they've been enslaved, we're really talking about slave trading, the transfer of enslaved people to other situations of enslavement. So therefore, the slave trade condones perpetrators who possess the intention to reduce someone, male or female, child or adult, into de jure or de facto slavery. As significantly, the slave trade, when it condones persons' removal, disposal, who are already in conditions of slavery, we have to make sure that we don't have a blind eye to that, to say, oh, they're already enslaved. We realize now that we have crimes intersecting with crimes. And I believe in one of the German cases, and this is just from reading newspaper journals, that one woman was transferred, i.e. slave traded, 14 times. And we know that under some of the ISIL judicial authority, that you had to go back to ISIL judges to be transferred to your new owners. This is such blatant evidence of the slave trade that at times I just can't believe it. It couldn't be made clearer. We have much more difficulty in understanding that in cases at the ICC, when we're not really seeing how child soldiers are being transferred to different groups, not being able to categorize their recruitment, conscription, enlistment as actually abduction into slavery, that they're slave traded. But ISIL has made it almost so apparent that we overlook it, that we don't see it. Let me also just say that the relationship between slave trading and slavery, they work very much together. One precedes the other, then one intersects with the other. But slave trading is not a lesser included offense of slavery. It is a separate crime, a separate international crime. It is just not the aiding and abetting of slavery, because you might slave trade and the person is never reduced to slavery, even though that's your intention. You don't have to prove the reduction to slavery. You have to only prove the intent that you wanted the person to be reduced to slavery. And why is this important? Because sometimes slave traders go through several networks of slave trading before a person is ever reduced to slavery. And so slave trade as a crime is structured to pick up each time someone intends to reduce them to slavery and passes them to another slave trader. And finally, the person might actually be reduced to that slavery, but the slave trade has happened possibly several times. In this sense, the slave trade is very different also from the crime of trafficking. Slave trading also does not depend upon any consent. We're looking at the intention of the perpetrator. If the victim consents to being slave traded, it's legally irrelevant. Just as it's legally irrelevant if a person is reduced to slavery and they say, oh, I wanted to be enslaved. That's not what we're interested in. We're interested in perpetrators with the intention to reduce people to slavery or the intention to exercise powers of ownership over people. I'll stop right there, but that's just a brief kind of comparative overview of slave trade and slavery. And we know without a doubt, if from nothing else, the perpetrator's mouth, their propaganda, that these were the intentional crimes that they wanted to commit on the Yazidi people.
Thank you, Patty. What you said is very striking. I think that ISIL has not attempted to mitigate or hide what it's doing when it comes to Yazidis in any form. that is incredibly useful for prosecutors, but it's also really useful for those of us who are trying to understand the crimes, why they were being committed, and really how it fits into how it might nuance the existing way we interpret the legal frameworks, the normative frameworks that currently exist. As you said, ISIL made it abundantly clear. One of its, the article that is probably the most famous when it comes to crimes against Yazidis appears in its English language magazine, Dabiq 4, where the actual article is titled The Renewal of Slavery Before the Hour, meaning before Judgment Day. And in that article, ISIL makes its case very much for the legitimacy of the enslavement of the Yazidis, saying this is what the mushrikun, the polytheists, as they saw the Yazidis, idolaters, this is what is prescribed for them. So they have been very transparent, saying, you know, this is celebrating the large-scale enslavement of Yazidi families and indicating that it is a sign of one of the signs of the coming of the Day of Judgment. So incredibly central, I would say, to how they saw the world for as many of these minority communities. The reason I think it's also important is we've said at the beginning, and I said at the beginning, that we fully recognize that genocide has been committed. And for the Yazidi community, one of the importance of recognizing genocide is, of recognizing the crime as genocide, is not saying, look, we suffered violence, but also calling it by its true name. And I think that applies also to slavery. I don't think it's necessarily we need to put genocide on a pedestal, but understanding what the Yazidis suffered, not only women and girls who were sexually enslaved, but also men, women, girls, boys who were enslaved, but also traded as slaves, and the impact that has of reducing people to property, the long-term traumatic impact that has, and the need for that to be surfaced and recognized in some sort of justice proceeding, I think is incredibly important. I want to turn now, and as I said, we're actually a little farther forward than I thought we would be at this point. So I really encourage the panelists, if you have questions for each other also during your remarks, please do direct them, because we do have a little bit of that time now, and I think it would be interesting. I do want to turn now to looking forward a little bit. Today is the 8th anniversary of the ISIL attack on the Yezidis of Sinjar. And while justice has been slower than one would hope for, or slower than the expectations that were perhaps initially raised in 2014, 2015, regardless of that, we are seeing sparks of accountability. There has been progress, even if we're not measuring them even if we're measuring them in inches rather than feet, arguably, there is still undeniable progress towards accountability. So I'd like to orient the panel's gaze towards the future. What is the vista that is before us as we stand here on the 3rd of August, 2022? What have we learned from the successes and the challenges so far? And what do we think deserves more justice as we continue to travel, hopefully, along the moral arc of the universe towards justice? I'm going to butcher Martin Luther King's phrasing. Patty, I'm going to come straight back to you to talk about a little bit about, since you've given us this incredibly, I think, insightful view of slavery and the slave trade. What when it comes to including the slave trade in ongoing and future case-building efforts, what do you think that the community of justice seekers, both Yazidi and non-Yazidi, should consider when it comes to this issue of slavery and the slave trade?
Well, I think one issue that is paramount is just to be able to look in front of you and see what has happened. As a survivor, as a victim, it is not easy to pile crimes up on yourself. But once they are described, I've so often seen a witness say, yes, that's what happened to me. That's what I would call it. So to make sure that we are actually seeing what occurred and not sheltering ourselves, sheltering a victim, but also denying the victim the real redress that they require. The other thing I would state is that there's such an easy conflation between the transnational crime of trafficking, which comes under organized crime statutes, and almost a forgetting of the international crime of the slave trade. And sometimes we're structurally even bound by its omission in national criminal codes that will talk about trafficking and really not talk about the slave trade. Or even in the Rome Statute, if you notice that Article 8, the war crimes provision, omitted both slavery and the slave trade. And when one looks back at it now, you almost want to say, well, what happened? And sexual slavery is there. It was almost the rush to put in sexual slavery with excellent intentions, that there's an omission that slavery in the slave trade, customary war crimes under Rule 94 of the ICRC study are absent. And we'll also see that in national jurisdictions within the French criminal code. Under crimes against humanity, there's enslavement, there's no slave trading. I believe also under the German criminal code, we have trafficking or enslavement. And I'm uncertain under the Swedish criminal code. So some of the barriers are quite structural legal barriers on the one hand, unless we understand how we could best interpret the law for the redress that we need.
Thank you. I was just wondering, in terms of the Yezidi community itself, we see a tremendous amount of advocacy on, genocide recognition, on and really a focus on, I suppose, crimes of sexual violence, which is, I think, partly because the women and girls who have suffered sustained sexual violence and sexual enslavement have become, in many ways, the face and the voice of the Yezidi genocide, the way in which the Yezidi genocide has been put out in a manner to draw in world attention, to draw in sustained commitments to assisting the community in a variety of ways. Is there anything that you want the Yezidi community to consider as when it comes to understanding or advocating rather than understanding? Because I think the Yezidi community is probably obviously got the best understanding of any of us about the crimes that were committed, but in the way that advocacy is being done around when it comes to crimes of slavery.
Well, I would prefer at this point, and this is stepping back from a couple of years, that we understand that enslavement itself is sexualized, that it doesn't necessarily have to be the provision sexual slavery, because the young girls who were being groomed to later on be sexual slaves, they were sexually enslaved also while they were being groomed. So I look at that and from a much broader point of view of the sexualized enslavement of segments of the community. I also would wish that the Yezidi community could be able to understand the interplay between the slavery crimes and genocide and the war crimes, because it's without a doubt that the perpetrators' policies involved both genocide and slavery wrapped around each other. By taking, I think, that broader view, we pick up more crimes, we pick up more of the timeline of the crimes, because those persons who are not released as of today are still enslaved. The genocide is still continuing, the enslavement is still continuing. And so to pick up the breadth of the slavery crimes, I would ask that the advocates who only want to look at sexual slavery as a separate provision of harm, to understand that they should be contextualizing the harms constantly and continually, and not trying to extrapolate a harm for its just one-dimensional impact. These are crimes that occurred because of the genders of the persons, and the impacts they have are on the genders and on the community.
And of course, for boys who are forcibly recruited, to expand the rubric beyond simply kind of the serious violations of national law that is recruitment and training. They're
enslaved boy children.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Patty. Catherine, coming back to you. The IIIM has been engaging in what might be best understood as a structural investigation on crimes that are associated with ISIL. Can you talk us through how what the IIIM is doing is in its structural investigation, because that's a term I think probably been more in use by prosecutors than by the wider public. But how will the approach to the structural investigation of crimes associated with ISIS help prosecutors, support prosecutors in nuancing their case building work? And here I'm thinking particularly when it comes, of course, to the Yazidi cases or the potential Yazidi cases.
Yes, sure, Sarita. Let me maybe start by a quick recall of what the IIIM's structural investigation is about for our audience. It focuses on identifying and understanding the entities behind the core crimes committed in Syria and the roles played by key individuals within them. We also seek to understand the connections between different entities involved in the crimes, overarching contextual factors that are relevant for prosecuting core international crimes, as well as structural factors relevant to understanding patterns in the commission of crimes. So as you can see, it's quite broad, and it's really a foundation for building case files for us, but also for jurisdictions that decide to use material that we share with them. We seek to understand patterns of targeting individuals and communities based on specific intersectional characteristics such as ethnicity, age, gender, religion, sexual orientation, and any other category really. We are developing several lines of inquiry which operate as branches, if you wish, within the IIIM structural investigation. And these are designed to yield high-value analytical work product that we can then share, detach from the structural investigation and share with multiple national jurisdictions, but also hopefully in the future with regional or international courts who may acquire jurisdiction for these crimes. So one of our ongoing line of inquiry indeed focuses on crimes associated with ISIL. And this year, as part of this line of inquiry, we finalized the first evidentiary module, which consists of a brief containing in-depth evidentiary and legal analysis aimed at establishing the existence of a systematic attack directed by ISIL against the civilian population in Syria. It also contains the individual records that we are relying on in the brief, and in fact, proving the existence of a widespread or systematic attack against a civilian population is a legal contextual requirement that must be met for prosecuting a specific conduct as a crime against humanity. So we believe, you asked me in what way this work can contribute to the work of courts, prosecutors and courts. Well, we believe this evidentiary module can really be of assistance to national jurisdictions that are currently investigating ISIL crimes, but also to regional or international courts, as I said, in the future. In this particular project, we focused on ISIL's ideology and policies to establish the existence of the systematic attack. And as Patty stressed, I mean, ISIL hasn't been, hiding its intention. So there is a lot of material there. The brief addresses ISIL's organizational and ideological roots, as well as its strategic use of visible brutality, the structural implementation and enforcement of its policies, as well as its treatment of specific groups, including Yezidi, Sunni Muslims, Shia Muslim, and Shia sects, as well as Christian and Jews, and also individuals targeted and treated differently based on their gender identity, as well as their age. And on the basis of this analysis that we've conducted, we have concluded that ISIL's implementation of its ideology and also its enforcement of its worldview amounted to an attack by way of a campaign of mistreatment of the civilian population. We inferred the systematic nature of the attack from the intentional, structured implementation of ideology and policies. And I think it was Rina saying earlier, you may not get the gold evidence, isolated evidence, but as we all know, inferring the existence of concrete elements of crimes or contextual elements, but also core aspect of crimes can be made from a number of facts that are relying on a multitude of and combination of evidence taken together. The evidentiary module also explores how the conduct of members of ISIL could be effectively charged under the ground of persecution. So that's kind of what the lead lawyer on this project is usually describing it as a bonus. It was so obvious looking at the systematic attack by ISIL that there were discriminatory grounds underlying the attack, that it felt almost natural to look into possibly charging some of these conducts as persecution. So we do not go as far as reaching the conclusion, because you would need a much broader bulk of evidence on underlying crimes than we do in that part of the brief. But we are, in fact, looking at how the ground of persecution could be built by way of severe deprivation of fundamental rights and freedoms on discriminatory grounds, and we addressed the relevant persecutory grounds: religious, political, gender, age, as well as a combination of these, on which the fundamental rights violations are being committed. So right to life, liberty, security of the person, freedom from slavery and the slave trade, freedom from cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment, right of children not to be recruited or used in hostilities, freedom of religion. So that's what the brief is about. The evidentiary module relies on, just to give you an idea of volume, 487 records. I was telling you that we had close to a little over 87,000 records. So we rely on 487 of those in this brief. That includes a majority of ISIL official records, but also witness statements, obviously, expert reports, telegram messages pertaining to slave trading, and tracts pertaining to ISIL's ideological background. To date, the brief has been shared proactively with 6 jurisdictions, and one of them has already indicated its intent to use part of it in an upcoming trial. Well, the interesting aspect of it is that the brief is complete, but there are elements of it which can be detached depending on the scope of a specific prosecution. Obviously, if you are dealing exclusively with a particular category of victims, you may not necessarily want to look at the overall aspect. You may as well, just to put it in context, but you may not necessarily want to do that. So the brief has been made with that in mind. And we are, of course, in the process of developing another brief in the context of this ISIL-related line of inquiry, focusing on the particular situation of children. And children are addressed as part of this systematic attack against civilian population, but this one will be more specific to the treatment of children. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. I can see the prosecutors with us were taking notes as you were speaking. So obviously, looking forward to what the mechanism eventually provides to them. Rina, coming back to the national authorities, as I mentioned before, Sweden has been very much at the forefront of its collaborative approach, as you mentioned, not only with European partners but also partners further afield, including in North America. I was wondering, we had at initial stages, those of us working on case building efforts were a bit concerned about, I'm extremely happy at the volume of information that was coming from the ground, from civil society, international organizations, collecting information and wondering, how are we going to manage it? And various ways, including the creation of the IIIM and UNITAD, were done to help kind of understand what was being collected. But now, in some sense, we're turning in the other direction and going, well, we are in a fantastic situation of so many different national authorities making requests, seeking information about ISIL crimes, seeking information about identity of perpetrators. Given that we have so many national authorities simultaneously working on these cases and also making requests for information, requests for assistance, do you see any new approaches emerging from in terms of tackling the sheer volume of work being done from various national prosecutors?
Well, It's a very interesting question. I would say yes and no, and I'll develop. What I think national prosecutions need is the legal framework to cooperate, coordinate, and share information. I think if you come from a national authority, you're very sort of limited by a strict legal framework of a criminal investigation. What can you do? How much information can you share? How can you approach different countries, of course? Then you can send MLATs or requests for mutual legal assistance. There are a lot of countries we cannot do that. But also when it comes to a country like Germany, which, I mean, a friendly country, we're still bound by the legal framework within our national jurisdictions. And back then, when I remember when we visited the Commission of Inquiry back in 2015, there has been always talk about new courts, new functions to exchange information. And I cannot stress the importance of the already existing legal framework for us to coordinate and conduct coordinated investigative work. And for us in Europe, we have the EU system, we have Eurojust, which allows us to conduct joint international or investigation teams, or create joint investigation teams. And as to your question, if there are new methods, well, within Europe, we have for a very long time cooperated with our European colleagues when it comes to human trafficking, drug-related offenses, child pornography, child abuse cases. And what we have done lately, I would say in the last 5 years, or 7 years maybe, is that we have used already existing legal framework to cooperate, but we're doing it for core international crimes. And I will say it's the way to investigate core international crimes. I think the joint investigation teams are very well suited for that, because I mean, core international crimes are committed in such magnitude that they could be very challenging. Sweden is quite a small country. We have a war crimes unit, but it is limited. Our resources are limited. So for us to be able to share information, to have a legal exchange with a country like Germany is very important. And we have within Eurojust, we have a legal framework to conduct coordinated investigations, but we also have the Genocide Network, which is for us a sort of a professional network of prosecutors and investigators that would enable us to share information, talk about cases, discuss the legal challenges, because Patty, as you were saying, I mean, looking at what ISIS did, there are so many different forms of criminal responsibility. And we are looking at individuals. We're trying to see, well, can this behavior constitute a crime for which we have jurisdiction? In this work, we need to talk to our colleagues within Europe. And I would also like to say, just to affirm what Catherine was saying, the contextual evidence, the fact that we can lean a little bit on a huge UN entity to receive a report on the contextual bits of these horrible crimes is also very beneficial for us. And also something we use within our exchange. I mean, this is not new to me. I mean, one of these briefs it will be used quite soon in one of trial in Sweden, which is actually a human trafficking trial. And it's not ISIS, it's ISIS related, but it's not crimes against the Yezidi minority, but it is crimes against children. And just to describe the situation in a specific place, well, for a national Swedish prosecution authority to try to make a Swedish court understand what was the situation, well, these evidence modules or reports, as also UNITAD has produced, can be extremely important. When it comes to the new methods, though, we have since October 2020, Sweden, 21, we entered a JIT, a joint investigation team with France, but we are also coordinating and working together with several other countries. Basically, what we are doing is that we're conducting joint interviews. I mean, when it comes to these offenses, there are a magnitude of different evidence. We have battlefield evidence, we have the ISIS rosters, the administration. This could actually come down to not only to describe the structure, but also to be used as individual evidence. We have witnesses, there's so many reports, but I would say that the most important evidence that you would need is, of course, the victim or the witnesses that were subjected to these offenses. And as a prosecutor, you want to secure the statement in a way that you can use it in court. So for us, of course, the work of all the NGOs is extremely important, but when it comes to trial, you would need an interview conducted in a national sort of authority, in the context of national authority. What we have been able to do, thanks to Eurojust, the Eurojust sort of legal framework, but also, of course, the existence of UNITAD and then IIIM, is that we can conduct joint interviews, which means that if we do identify a victim, and also the fact that we can identify that victim is because of the evidence already gathered, we can see that this victim is someone who probably met a French perpetrator. And we know that that French perpetrator was probably married to someone Swedish. And this is basically what we are doing now. So we're conducting interviews and coordinating them, which would enable us to avoid having 5 different countries trying to approach one victim, trying to hold 5 different interviews. Because we all know multiple interviews is a very bad thing when it comes to of course, the most important thing is the issue of re-traumatization, but also when it comes to the value of the evidence. I mean, if you interviewed a witness or victim 10 times, and that could sort of, come back to you and not be as in court. And sometimes you would want the defense lawyer to have each different statement gathered for the trial. So this could be challenging. And this JIT, or this joint investigation team, the aim of it is to try to sort of overcome some of these challenges and conduct interviews. We have started quite small scale. There are several countries involved. I won't mention all of them because I'm not sure they want to become public, but Sweden and France are very public about this. We have joined, we began to do this. First, we thought it was a bit ambitious, but a bit skeptical, but I will say that it has proven extremely valuable. And the idea that we had, that not only could the victims know of other victims that were enslaved by different FTFs, also the FTFs are interlinked. So we are creating networks where we can see that we have and will also continue to identify perpetrators. And from our side, from Sweden, it's not only to identify Swedish perpetrators. Sometimes it could be that we would identify Swedish witness, someone who was there, maybe not part of the specific offense, but that person can then prove to be an important witness in an investigation somewhere else in Europe or in North America. And the value of that is equally important for us, because it's when it comes to it, it doesn't really matter for us if it's a Swedish perpetrator that's been convicted or if it's a German one. The issue is that we can sort of coordinate our efforts and try to do it as effectively as we can. I know it has been 8 years, but from my perspective, there are also some challenges. It wasn't for us until ISIS actually fell in 2019. We were able to sort of approach this more actively in Sweden. So for us, it's still the early beginning of trying to understand and move forward. But this is one of the ways that we are working.
Thank you, Rina. That's it's such an important insight. I mean, I agree with you that 8 years is a long time if you are a survivor, if you're a relative of someone who's lost, particularly if you're a relative of someone who's missing. But the tremendous effort it takes into building these cases, I think we shouldn't dismiss the tremendous progress we have. In some cases moving full on through to conviction, as we've seen in Germany, but in terms of just providing the foundation to pull in perpetrators who are, subsequently identified and able to be arrested. Also incredibly important, your focus on need for and the steps national jurisdictions are taking in trying to work collaboratively wherever possible to, prevent re-traumatization of victims through interviews, which is something that we speak a lot with about when it comes to civil society, but not necessarily as much when it comes to kind of national prosecutions, and also on working on identification of perpetrators across jurisdictions. This is something, because ISIL crimes were so ubiquitous, and because ISIL drew in people from all over the world, it's quite clear that a much more, not wholly integrated, that's probably not going to be possible, a much more integrated collaborative approach is the way that we will move forward in achieving greater accountability for these crimes. Anna, in the last 10 minutes, I want to kind of come back to you, start off and return to you again at the end. The German justice system, when it comes to crimes against the Yazidis, is really almost the tip of the spear. You're you're the one that's cutting through the waters and kind of showing us what is possible. And so I think a lot of us are looking at the German cases, say like, this was successful. What were the challenges in this case? What would you need to take into account? What can we learn? What are the lessons learned from Germany's own experience? So I was wondering if you could just talk us through what you see as the successes and the challenges of the German cases, and other lessons that other jurisdictions that are seeking to build cases on ISIL and on Yazidi crimes against Yazidis should reflect upon from the German experience.
Yes, I do think we can think of a number of key aspects that played a role in most German investigations. And I have to say, Rina and Catherine already mentioned some of the methods and approaches that were also vital for our cases. But I will try to sum it up, our lessons learned and the most important points that I would like to make. It would be, of course, our initiation of a structured investigation on a broad scale, starting at a very early stage of the crimes. In fact, we started collecting evidence in August 2014. Then I have to talk about the advantages of cumulative prosecution that we have in Germany. We can try terrorist crimes and core international crimes at the same time. And every investigation of Yazidi cases that led to an indictment started with a suspicion of the defendants having joined ISIS as a member of the terrorist organization. And without the means of cumulative prosecution, we probably wouldn't have had such an investigative focus on these individuals. And we knew a lot about them before we learned that they were also involved in crimes against Yazidis. Then, of course, there's the application of the principle of universal jurisdiction. The Taha al-J case could not have been tried in Germany without it, because this individual had no link at all to Germany that would have given us jurisdiction to do so and to prosecute. Of course, I have to mention, last but not least, the exceptional need for international exchange and international cooperation, as Rina said, Catherine mentioned it, Patty as well. Of course, I mean, no case would have worked without it. We have cooperated with civil society, with NGOs, with international organizations and UN mechanisms in all of our court cases. We were supported by other national states as well, and security agencies. Victims and key witnesses could be found through the cooperation with NGOs. And during our trial proceedings, for example, in Frankfurt, UNITAD assisted us with the gathering of further evidence. And another aspect I would like to focus on is the fact that in Frankfurt and in Hamburg, the hearing of a single Yazidi victim resulted in a conviction for genocide. And this brings me back to Rina's remarks on witness protection. I believe it's important to note that when prosecuting ISIS members for the genocide committed against Yazidis, of course, we're talking about thousands of victims. And of course, this is a fact that has to be proven in court, introducing the evidence into the court proceedings. Only German judges did not have to hear many Yazidi witnesses in court in order to be able to establish the fact that ISIS started a widespread and systematic attack on Yazidis with a declared aim to destroy the Yazidi religion. The courts decided for other procedural ways to examine the contextual element of the core international crimes in question. During the past 8 years, many witnesses have been questioned within our framework of the structured investigation. And in the court proceedings, police officers and investigators testified about these interviews and further investigative work and analysis. We heard witnesses from the Yezidi organization Yazda. We heard expert witnesses on the terrorist organization ISIS and on ISIS' agenda to destroy Yazidis. And of course, we looked at ISIS statements declaring, explaining, and justifying why and how they wanted to destroy the Yazidi religion. So the suffering of not only one Yazidi survivor was part of our court proceedings, but of many Yazidis. But it just didn't involve for all of them to go through the painful and sometimes re-traumatizing process of testifying in court.
Thank you, Anna. That's incredibly fruitful. I'm looking forward in the coming years to hopefully having an ear into some of the conversations that are going on around how to learn from the German case experiences, as we hopefully see more cases popping up in Germany, in France, in Sweden, in other jurisdictions, and hopefully one day in the future also in Iraq. So I really want to take the moments to thank this panel for coming in and discussing these issues, to thank Free Yezidi Foundation for convening us, and also just giving a kind of a note of thanks, a note of gratitude to literally the hundreds, if not thousands of people that every day are going out to speak to survivors, to read information that's been collected over the last 8 years and put cases together, to hold meetings on outreach with the society to hear, to learn about what is happening. There are so many people, many of them from the Yezidi community, but supported by many of us from outside of the Yezidi community, who are working to build justice, to build towards justice. The progress is continuing. I think, as Rina said in her first remarks, that they're going to be looking out for any of the Swedes who went out and committed crimes in Syria and Iraq, no matter how long it takes. I think that is probably a more universal sentiment amongst those of us who are working on seeking justice for crimes against the Yazidis, including the crime of genocide, that this is something that is going to be a commitment to however long it takes. I hope that provides some succor to those who are keen to see greater, more numerous examples of where justice has been reached. But just say those of us who are here, the Yezidi community who we are supporting, we all know that we're here for the long haul. So thank you very much to the panelists. Thank you very much, Parry, for the Free Yezidi Foundation. And thank you to all of those of you out there listening who are continuing to work year after year on building these cases and keeping crimes against the Yazidis in the public view and in public discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarita, and thank you all for joining this panel. And I echo what Sarita says. You know, there's, I always call them the unsung heroes, the staff members of all these Yazidi organizations, the civil society. They're working tirelessly to ensure that perpetrators are behind bars for the crimes that they committed, that they are held accountable for the crimes they committed against the Yazidi community and other minorities in Iraq and Syria. So again, thank you, and let's see what next year brings between now and next year. Of course, justice and accountability takes many, many years. And Sarita, you know better than me, we always try to tell the truth to our survivors that it is not just in a day. It takes many, many years, some 10 years, 15 years. But the progress that the Yezidis already have made, as we look at Germany, it's a lot. It means also a lot to have all of you on this panel, and there's much more to do. And thank you all for the work you're doing. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye, everyone.
Hi, thank you.
For all the people who are watching, we are not done yet. We have our next panel that's waiting in the waiting room. They're getting ready to get on. Let me finish this panel right now. Okay. Okay, the next panel is Yazidi survivors' rights. We have a great panel today here. I am now admitting everyone, all the panelists. Gulibor, how are you? Welcome.
Hi, Pari.
Okay. Let me just make sure that our interpreter is able to join as well.
Hi. This is Saman, the interpreter.
Okay, Saman, I'll make sure that you are, I think you pressed the wrong link, but I'll make sure that you are.
Oh, no. Even if I press on the link, still you have to assign me.
Yeah, but it does, you don't pop up, so I'll try to do it in a different way. Sorry for all the people who are watching. This is the technical side.
Okay.
Okay, I think we should now be able, Saman, you are now the interpreter. Okay. Sandra, are we waiting for Sarah?
I see that Ahad is online, so I think she has a better information about that than me. So, Shahad, are you here?
Yes, Mr. Abul joining in minutes.
Okay, good.
Guli, do you want to start your introduction and then we'll head over to the video?
Of course. Thank you, Pari. Hello and welcome all to the Yezidi Survivors' Rights panel of FYF's Yezidi Genocide Commemoration event. It's an honor to be here today with distinguished panelists, and especially to be before survivors, activists, and members of the Yezidi community watching this event. Today marks 8 years since the so-called Islamic State attacked the Yezidi homeland Sinjar, executing a carefully designed plan to commit genocide against the Yezidi people. In the 8 years that passed, we've witnessed the Yezidi community mobilize and build a strong movement around justice and survivors' rights, as was just echoed in the end of the previous panel. And as much as August 3rd is a day of remembrance and of grief and of honoring, it is also a day on which we must recognize the Yezidi communities and especially survivors' determined fight for justice, accountability, and reparations, whose concrete results we can see in the work of UNITAD, in prosecutions of IS members through universal jurisdiction, in the official recognition of the Yezidi genocide by several countries, and very importantly, in a law promising reparations for Yezidi, Turkmen, Christian, and Shabak survivors of IS, the Yezidi Survivors Law adopted by the Iraqi Council of Representatives in March 2021, which is the result of years of work by survivors, civil society, lawmakers, state officials, and the international community. Nearly a year and a half passed since the adoption of the law, yet the challenge of implementation remains. The law's implementation is no easy task, yet without implementation, this law remains on paper, to quote Yazidi survivors. While the Yazidi Survivors Law constitutes an important step for justice for IS atrocities, it is incapable of achieving justice and broader social change by itself. It must be complemented with broader measures that would help build survivors' trust into the government of Iraq and guarantee non-repetition of violations. So ensuring respect to Yazidi survivors' rights is linked to the implementation of the Yazidi Survivors Law, as much as it is to a variety of broader issues, such as representation of the Yazidis and of women in local and federal administration in Iraq, or the security of Sinjar, which thousands of survivors remain displaced from. I feel privileged to be moderating a panel of accomplished speakers from civil society, the Iraqi government, and the international community with diverse experiences that will allow us to gain a holistic perspective on the current situation of Yazidi survivors' rights and next steps. Joining us first with a video message is Ms. Pramila Patton, Special Representative of the UN Secretary General on Sexual Violence in Conflict. We will then hear from Ms. Sarab Elias, Director General of the Yazidi Affairs Directorate in Iraq, Ms. Sandra Orlovich, Reparations Officer with IOM Iraq, and Ms. Hewan Omar, Country Director of the Free Yezidi Foundation. Thank you all for being here. And with that, I'd like to start with Ms. Pramila Patton joining us via a video message.
Ladies and gentlemen, August the 3rd is a day of profound sadness for the Yezidi community when we remember those individuals that were lost or faced unimaginable horror, including sexual violence by Daesh. On this day, we have a special thought for those from your community that remain missing. As the special representative of the Secretary General on Sexual Violence in Conflict, I and the entire United Nations system stand with you. 8 years after the Sinjar attacks, Yezidi and other communities in Iraq still require care, support, and justice. The government of Iraq committed as early as September 2016, through a joint communique with the United Nations, to provide services, livelihood support, and reparations for survivors of sexual violence and children born of rape. My mandate negotiated that commitment because those services and support are what survivors, their families, and communities often desire most in the wake of sexual violence crimes, but receive least. We must use this year's memorial to ensure that commitments set out in the joint communique, especially to the provision of services, support, and reparations, are tangibly implemented on the ground in Iraq and the Kurdistan region. My mandate was one of the first to support the elaboration of the Yezidi Survivors Law, which was enacted in 2021 to provide governmental assistance to survivors. Yet words on paper are never enough. I welcome the government of Iraq's recent commitment of substantial funds towards the concrete implementation of the Yezidi Survivors Law. Those funds must be used to provide the concrete benefits guaranteed to survivors, from pensions, rehabilitation measures, including medical and psychosocial support, residential plots of land, educational and vocational support, to a percentage of survivors in government employment. I call upon the government of Iraq to use a whole-of-government approach to support the Directorate for Survivors Affairs created by the Yezidi Survivors Law to deliver on each of the benefits promised under the law. Further, the benefits under this law must also be accessible, and we must reduce the burden on survivors to qualify for benefits under the law. Where survivors provide to authorities a clear and coherent account of their victimization by Daesh, their account must be accepted and benefits delivered. Ladies and gentlemen, these benefits are not charity, but tangible legal rights. Indeed, in United Nations Security Council Resolution 2467 of 2019, the Council urged governments and the international community to use a survivor-centered approach in their response, stressing that holistic support measures, such as those contained within the Yezidi Survivors Law, are necessary for the restoration of international peace and security in the aftermath of widespread and systematic sexual violence. Although conflict-related sexual violence can never be fully repaired, such support measures and services are necessary to help guarantee that survivors can rebuild their lives and communities sustainably. Although the government of Iraq has made a major financial contribution this year, global experience has demonstrated that assistance and reparation program must be funded sustainably, as survivors of sexual violence and other international crimes live with impacts that last a lifetime. I call upon the government of Iraq to ensure that this year's funding is indeed sustainable, and I also call upon the international community to support this program, because Daesh was not only an Iraqi phenomenon, but a global one. Yet we also know that the Yezidi Survivors Law is silent as to the plight of children born of sexual violence in conflict, and this remains a persistent gap in our response efforts. These children have a right to an identity and nationality, as well as to holistic support, in addition to realizing their maximum potential. These children and their mothers must be free from stigmatization. In January, the United Nations Secretary General released a report on women and girls who become pregnant as a result of sexual violence in conflict and children born of sexual violence in conflict. This report will be debated before the UN Security Council in September under the presidency of the government of France to discuss issues facing these children in Iraq and elsewhere. I encourage the Yezidi community to follow this debate and for the community and the Iraqi government to resolve the status of these children and ensure they have equal protection and dignity under the law. Although the 3rd of August is an incredibly tragic day in the history of the Yezidi community, let it also be a moment for us to recommit ourselves to the work of supporting Yezidi and other survivors of Daesh crimes and to end the scourge of sexual violence once and for all. Thank you.
Guli, you can start.
Many thanks to Ms. Patton for this message. And with that, I would like to move on to our first live panelist, Ms. Sarab Elias. You have the floor.
شكرا جزيلا. طبعا في البداية أود أن أشكر فري يزيدي فاونديشن على إقامتهم لهذه الجلسة وإحيائهم للذكرى الأليمة اللي حدثت في آب 2014. طبعا احنا نتذكر في هذه الأيام جرائم وأحداث أليمة جدا مر بها مجتمعنا الإيزيدي وشعبنا الإيزيدي. أود في البداية أن أن أقدم التعازي والرحمة لجميع الشهداء الذين فقدوا أرواحهم في هذه الأيام الصعبة، والخلود والرحمة لهم، ونتطلع وكلنا أمل أن يكون هنالك تحرير لما تبقى من نسائنا وبناتنا وأطفالنا. لا زال أعدادهم أكثر من 2700 شخص لا زالوا في إعداد المختطفين والمفقودين مصيرهم مجهول. طبعا حقيقة كنا نتطلع اليوم أن نتحدث أو أن يكون هنالك حدثين في هذا اليوم كمديرية العامة لشؤون الناجيات. منذ أشهر كنا نعمل على حدثين مهمين في هذا التاريخ. الحدث الأول إحياء الذكرى، ذكرى الإبادة الجماعية التي حدثت كأول مؤتمر تقوم به المديرية العامة لشؤون الناجيات باعتباره يوما وطنيا كما نص في قانون الناجيات الإيزيدية. كنا نخطط أن يكون هنالك مؤتمر وذكرى تجري في بغداد، وأيضا تزامنا مع المؤتمر كنا نخطط أن يكون هنالك افتتاح لعملية تسجيل الناجيات والبدء بشكل رسمي بتسجيل الناجيات والفئات الأخرى المشمولة بقانون الناجيات للبدء بتسجيلهم، وأيضا لكي يتسنى لنا من إعطائهم رواتبهم ومستحقاتهم المنصوص عليها في القانون. كنا نهيئ أن يكون هنالك افتتاح للنافذة الإلكترونية وكل هذه الإجراءات، لكن للأسف الشديد الأوضاع في بغداد حالت دون أن يكون هذا الأمر. تم تأجيل الموضوع لبضعة أيام. نتطلع أن يكون هنالك في الأيام القليلة القادمة إقامة المؤتمر، وأيضا نحن نعمل بشكل كبير جدا وبدعم من منظمات وجهات دولية وجهات حكومية إلى أن نبدأ بعملية التسجيل للناجيات والضحايا حتى يتمكنوا من الحصول على مستحقاتهم وحقوقهم، وهذا أبسط ما يمكن تقديمه لهذه الشريحة التي عانت بشكل كبير من مآسي وجرائم وفظائع كثيرة. صراحة منذ أشهر، منذ تسنى هذا المكان وتأسيسنا المديرية العامة لشؤون الناجيات، بالرغم من التحديات والصعوبات والضغوطات التي واجهناها بسبب أنه هذا التشكيل كان في فترة زمنية قد تكون صعبة بالنسبة للانتخابات التي حدثت في العراق، وأيضا الظروف العامة التي كانت تحدث بالبلد. وأيضا تم تأسيس هذه المديرية بعد تشريع قانون الموازنة العام، بالتالي لم تكن هذه المديرية لها تخصيصات مالية، فهذا ما زاد الوضع صعوبة أمامنا وأمام عملنا. لكن بدعم كبير وجهود كبيرة من الIOM ومن مبادرة نادية والوكالة الأمريكية للتنمية والمنظمات الإيزيدية يزدا وفري يزيدي وكل المنظمات اللي كانت تعمل وتناصر وتدعم هذه المديرية للوقوف على رجلها والنهوض بواقع هذه المديرية، تلقينا دعم طارئ، ميزانية طارئة لنؤسس أو نبدأ بأولى خطواتنا، وأيضا تم تنسيب عدد من الموظفين للعمل في هذه المديرية. اليوم تم تشكيل اللجنة وهي جاهزة وتم تدريبها من قبل الIOM لتكون جاهزة لتلقي طلبات الناجيات والتحقق من طلبات الناجيات. تم تدريب كادر المديرية بشكل مكثف باعتبار أنهم يتعاملون مع ملفات حساسة وملفات عنف جنسي، يحتاج الموضوع إلى تدريب قدراتهم وإمكانياتهم، رفع إمكانياتهم لتجنب حدوث صدمات للناجين والضحايا اللي طبعا الكل لا يريد هذا الشيء. أيضا أكملنا كافة الإجراءات المتعلقة باستمارة الشمول. كان لنا عمل مكثف في الفترة السابقة للانتهاء وتصميم النافذة الإلكترونية. نحن اليوم صممنا نافذة إلكترونية من خلالها حتى يتجنب الناجية تتجنب المراجعات الطويلة والروتينية اللي قد يمكن أن تأخذ الكثير من الوقت والجهد، وكانت هنالك تجارب كثيرة صراحة فيما يخص مراجعات الدوائر واللجان اللي كانت أثرها سلبي جدا على الناجيات. نحن بصدد دعم الناجيات وتبسيط الإجراءات أمامها في مرحلة التقديم. كل هذه الإجراءات بصددها، ولا ننسى أيضا مع مبادرة ناديا والوكالة الأمريكية اليوم نحن نعمل بشكل مكثف حتى نفتتح فرع سنجار إن شاء الله في الأيام القليلة القادمة. تم تجهيز الفرع بالكامل وتم تنسيب عدد من الموظفين للعمل في هذا الفرع لنكون أمام افتتاحية إن شاء الله في الأيام القليلة القادمة. قانون الناجيات من القوانين الجدا مهمة، قانون معني ليس فقط معني بالتعويضات المادية والأموال أو التعويضات بشكل عام أو ما مذكور فيه من منح أو قطع أراضي، لكن هو قانون معني بجانب دعم نفسي، وهذا ما اتجهنا إليه بالتنسيق مع وزارة الصحة، بالتنسيق مع عدد من المنظمات العاملة على هذا المجال لنهيئ أو لنضع مشاريع وبرامج تناسب احتياج الناجيات. اليوم رأينا في هذه المناسبة الأليمة الكثير من الكلمات للناجيات وحضور الناجيات، وكان الكثير يطالبون بدعم نفسي. حقيقة نرى كيف هم يحتاجون وبأمس الحاجة لهذا الدعم، وهذا أن يكون هنالك برامج فعلية تدعم الصحة النفسية للناجيات والناجين. أيضا لا ننسى الناجين من الأطفال اللي أيضا من الفئات المشمولة في قانون الناجيات. طبعا جنبا إلى جانب الكثير من الملفات المهمة المديرية معنية بها، وهي البحث عن المختطفين، واليوم لدينا مفاتحات حول هذا الموضوع ومناقشات واجتماعات لتفعيل هذا الملف. أيضا مثل ما ذكرت في بداية حديثي أكثر من 2700 امرأة وطفل ورجل لا زال مصيرهم مجهول. يجب أن يكون هنالك عمل فعلي على هذا الملف أيضا. ولا ننسى أيضا ملف المقابر الجماعية وأيضا المساءلة. مهم جدا تعويض الضحايا والناجيات ورفع إمكانياتهم، خاصة هم منذ 8 سنوات هم يعيشون في مخيمات ويعيشون في وضع اقتصادي صعب، وضع نفسي صعب، لكن المهم جدا أن يكون هنالك عملية مساءلة وجلب مرتكبي هذه الجرائم البشعة إلى العدالة. طبعا هذا أيضا أخذنا هذا الموضوع على عاتقنا أيضا كجهة حكومية، أن ندعم أي قانون وأي إجراءات تساعد جلب المجرمين ومرتكبي هذه الجرائم إلى العدالة. وطبعا كان لنا الكثير من الاجتماعات مع جهات حكومية وأيضا منظمات مجتمع مدني نعمل على دعم هكذا تشريع وهكذا قوانين. قانون الناجيات طبعا في مادته 7 وتعتبر من المواد المهمة جدا، اعترف بالإبادة الجماعية التي حصلت على الإيزيدية، وهذا يعتبر اعتراف رسمي من السلطة التشريعية من الحكومة العراقية بما حدث للإيزيدية. وطبعا على هذا الاعتراف نستند، من الممكن أن نستند ونبني الكثير من الخطوات الأخرى المهمة لصالح الضحايا. أنا شخصيا أعتبر قانون الناجيات هو فقط الخطوة الأولى نحو تحقيق العدالة وإنصاف الضحايا. هنالك خطوات كثيرة لاحقة، ولأجل ذلك نحتاج إلى دعم متواصل من الحكومات وأيضا من الجهات الدولية وأيضا من المنظمات. نحتاج إلى أن يستمر هذا الدعم وأن نبني هذه الخطوات اللاحقة وأن نكون أمام عدالة، وهذا ما يستحقه الضحايا، أن نجلب العدالة للضحايا وأن نجلب الكرامة للضحايا من خلال تشريع القوانين اللي تمنع وتضمن أن لا تحدث هذه الجرائم البشعة مرة أخرى. عدم تكرار هذه الجرائم هو يجب أن يكون هدفنا الأسمى جنبا إلى جنب إلى تعويض الضحايا. شكرا جزيلا مرة أخرى للمؤسسة الإيزيدية الحرة لإقامتهم هذه الجلسة المهمة. لا ننسى الاستذكار اللي هو يعتبر من النقاط جدا مهمة على هذا الشعب والأصدقاء، أصدقاؤنا أصدقاء القضية الإيزيدية. يجب أن يكون هنالك استذكار دائم وسنوي لهذه المناسبة الأليمة. يجب أن لا ننسى ما حدث للضحايا، وحتى نتمكن من منع هذه الجرائم البشعة التي حدثت. شكرا جزيلا للجميع، للقائمين على هذه الجلسة، وأيضا للحاضرين والمهتمين والذين يتواجدون اليوم معنا لرفع أو لضم أصواتهم إلى أصوات المجتمع الإيزيدي الذي يطالب منذ 8 سنوات بالعدالة والحقوق، وهذا أبسط ما يمكن تقديمه له. شكرا جزيلا.
Many thanks, Sarab, for these very important remarks. And for those of you who've just joined or who've listened to Sarab's speech in the original, I would like to just give a very brief English summary, since I've been notified that the translation didn't make it through to the video. Sarab gave an overview of the work of the Directorate until now, and despite the challenges with budgetary issues, she mentioned the developments, including the finalization of the application process and the planning of an upcoming commemoration event. In particular, I found very important that she mentioned there's been work to provide a simplified application process, which I think Sandra will also touch upon in her speech right after this. Sarab also mentioned that they're supporting, that they aim to support prosecutions as well as to work on MHPSS and guarantees of non-repetition. And she emphasized joint work between a number of stakeholders, the collaboration and cooperation between government institutions, IOM, civil society, and she asked for this support to be continued. And we will have more time with questions for Sarab after all of the panelists have delivered their remarks. So with that, I would like to move on to Sandra. You have the floor.
Thank you, Gulay, and good afternoon or good morning. On behalf of IOM Iraq, I firstly want to express my sincere condolences to all families among Yezidi, Shabak, Turkmen, Christian, and other communities who have lost their beloved ones in genocide perpetrated by ISIS. Today, our thoughts are with every man, woman, and child in Nineveh Plain whose lives have been violently disrupted by ISIS and its evil ideology. Today, I will dedicate my time to discuss steps taken since the adoption of the Yezidi Survivors Law in March 2021, aimed at preparing the application process for prospective beneficiaries of this law, and to which extent the steps were informed by the survivor-centered approach. My insights will be based on the IOM's involvement in this process through close collaboration with the Directorate for Survivors Affairs and NGO partners. At the start, however, I want to emphasize that we share the view of survivors and other actors that 17 months since the adoption of the Yezidi Survivors Law, we should have been today in a more advanced phase of implementation of Yezidi Survivors Law, with survivors already accessing to monthly salaries and other guaranteed benefits. We understand and accept this frustration. At the same time, we need to recognize that the main reason for the delay is Iraq government crisis and unfavorable political developments in Iraq since the beginning of 2021, which have unfortunately prevailed over unquestionable commitment of policymakers to support the Yezidi Survivors Law and its implementation. Now back to the application process itself. Application procedure will be the first public phase in the implementation of Yezidi Survivors Law, through which every woman, man, or child eligible according to the Article 2 of the Yezidi Survivors Law will submit their individual requests to the Directorate to become a beneficiary of this law. Decision on whether a survivor will become a beneficiary will be made by the independent committee based on the information provided in the application form and other available evidence. Imperative for this process is that it needs to be non-discriminatory, meaning that each survivor's request will be received and assessed based on the rules that are clear, transparent, and known in advance. Another paramount principle is that these procedural rules are survivor sensitive, meaning rules that avoid putting unreasonable burden on survivors and rules that are designed in a way to recognize compounded and protracted vulnerabilities in which survivors live. During the last year, as Ms. Barakat has mentioned, the Directorate has undertaken a set of actions towards preparing this application procedure. Despite the almost complete lack of funding and staff, the Directorate has succeeded the application form in consultations with the NGOs and to design the online portal based on the application form. Also, the Directorate has designed procedural rules for submission and the review of applications. Although application form and procedural rules will genuinely be tested only through practice, I will mention several features which represent, in my view, important safeguards for ensuring survivor-sensitive approach throughout the application procedure. Firstly, means of submitting applications are diversified, and survivors will be able to choose the most convenient way for them to submit the application, through filing the application form in hard copy, through online portal, or through the Secretariat staff or the Directorate staff. Especially in the case of survivors who live abroad, possibility to apply to Directorate's online portal without their physical presence in Iraq has effectively created equal access to survivors from inside and outside of Iraq. Secondly, application form itself is a robust set of questions designed to capture all important information about a survivor in order to help application process and determine needs of survivors. It is expected, therefore, that in many cases, survivors will need support in filling out the form. Luckily, unfortunately, procedural rules developed by the Directorate for Survivors Affairs recognize the role of trusted third persons and entities, such as Secretariat members, NGOs, or any other trusted persons in supporting the survivors in filling out the information in application form. Thirdly, after an application is received and registered by Secretariat through one of three means that I just mentioned, the application will be handled by one and the same and always the same Secretariat member in order to protect confidentiality of the process. That assigned Secretariat member in charge of that specific application will also communicate with the survivor in case additional information or clarification is needed. Secretariat members have already received initial training on trauma-informed communication with survivors, and more are planned for the upcoming period. Fourth feature is related to burden of proof and evidentiary rules. Survivors' interests and well-being are in the center of evidentiary rules designed by the Directorate. They recognize that survivors who are in the focus of Yezidis often have no or have only insufficient evidence about their capacity. For this reason, in cases where survivors can't provide any or sufficient evidence, Secretariat's role is to identify any available evidence on behalf of the survivor to support her or his application. This important role of the Secretariat cannot be overstated, and it will represent a lifeline assistance for numerous survivors who don't have access to sources of information which can help prove their claims. The Committee for Reviewing Applications will conduct interviews with survivors only in cases where no or insufficient or inconclusive evidence is found by the Secretariat. And this procedural rule is another example of victim-centered approach. and something that NGOs have strongly advocated for during the process of adoption of the bylaws for the Yazidi survivors law. By making the interview to be an evidence of last resort, the Directorate has effectively protected survivors from unnecessary traumatization. Saman, I think you are now mixing with English, so.
Oh yeah,
okay,
it has been ended. I don't know why.
Also, as an additional safeguard for survivors who will be interviewed, committee members will soon develop an interview protocol and undergo training on trauma-informed interviewing. As a last point, I want to underline the important role of NGOs in the application process. Firstly, NGOs have a major responsibility to be an information resource for survivors and their families, and informing survivors about the upcoming application procedure and the rules associated with it. We have already heard many misinformation, as well as oversimplified and politicized comments about the delays in start of the application process. Sharing unverified and incomplete information may harm survivors in many ways. Therefore, NGOs, as the closest and most trusted allies of survivors, need to strengthen communication channels between survivors and the Directorate. Secondly, many NGOs possess information about survivors which can support survivors' claims. Providing this valuable information to the Directorate through protocols for cooperation, which will address confidentiality and data protections, is paramount for survivors' interest. For many survivors, statements or other documents given to NGOs will be the critical piece of evidence for their claims. Thirdly and lastly, NGOs' role in monitoring the application process and providing substantiated and continuous feedback to the Directorate will represent an important corrective of this process. This is the end of my introductory remarks. I just want to use the opportunity to thank Free Yezidi Foundation for the invitation to this panel and for their professional and dedicated engagement in the implementation of Yazidi survivors law. Thank you, Gule, back to you.
Thank you, Sandra. With that, I would like to move on to our final panelist, Hewan, over to you.
Thank you, Gulay. Here, as we are marking the 8-year commemoration of the Yezidi Genocide, as we will remember those we have lost and those who are still missing, and the needs of all Yazidis as they are seeking and as they seek healing and justice while striving for a better, safer future in Iraq and in general. It was good to hear from both Ms. Sarab and Sandra, their overview and updates in regard to the Yazidi survivors law, as this law was one of the very crucial and first steps taken by the Iraqi government for the survivors to gain their rights after the atrocities and crimes that were committed against those minorities. We understand, I think, from the beginning, the challenge as still we are seeing it there with the situation in Iraq, the budget issue there. But if very closely, if you are working with survivors and seeing also their challenges at the other side. So I would be giving some examples here, and we understand at the same time there's a progress and ongoing efforts, and they know what to do there, the needs of, especially when it comes to the implementation of the law, the staff to be trained. As we also know, this is something really important for working with the specific people who have faced such crimes. So it's really important that they will be dealt in a way right.
Hewan, I think we lost you.
Hello, I can hear you, Gulay.
Yes, you're back.
Yeah. 8 years, I don't know where I was cut, if I can repeat it or I just can continue.
It was just a few seconds, nothing too long.
Yeah. As we say here, 8 years have passed after the genocide, and the victims, especially the survivors, are still waiting with hope to be offered their rights. But looking at their situation, even 8 years passed, unfortunately, a little change has been occurred on the ground, in the reality. We all in general understand, okay, this is what the atrocities were committed. This is what survivors have faced. But after their returning back from captivity, the situation is still that we have survivors who have few members in the family. They are all survivors and there's no male, and we understanding the situation living in IDP camps or in non-official camps in unfinished buildings, and with the lack of, the job opportunities and the economic situation there also. So as survivors is in a situation that not letting her to go bigger than what's supposed to be done according to the crimes that they were committed against them and the old situation they faced while they were in captivity. So here I have, few examples of the survivors who cannot afford to pay their electricity in the 21st century. You are in a country, in a situation that you cannot afford for your electricity. We have survivors who are not sure if they will be able to afford the food for their children in the second day or in same day. So here survivors have, I think they've waited a lot, and the more we see the delay in implementing this law, and the survivors are strong, are also fighting for that, but it should be more from other pushes or supports to come in, so for this law to be implemented, so that the survivors can, at least, I'm saying, we are talking about short terms and long terms. Survivors who cannot pay for her child who was to take her to the doctor, being other people, while in their country, like Iraq, passing a law without putting a budget, we don't want only sometime like sympathy. It's time, the action should be taken. Those survivors have faced a lot, and how many more years they should wait for at least to continue their daily life without fear of being, okay, if something's gonna happen, or if I can provide this for my kid, or if I am able to continue my education. So there should be more the actions to be taken in this regard, and for this law to be implemented. The situation is with survivors is really hard. The situation that they are living in, and we we know that it happened once during the drafting law, or while the survivors, there was some interim reparations were made for some 100 survivors. So it could be something until the law is implemented. We don't know how long it will take more. If it's not a year, maybe we know there's efforts in going on that part for the law to be implemented. But also the survivors are the same the other day that are in a situation of, if there you don't have, after all of this, basic needs of life as a human being, to live with dignity in your country, if that's not afforded. So it could be something if for the government of Iraq to start with maybe an urgent interim reparation program for until the law is we know it's implemented and they are getting their benefits under that law, which I'm talking about, the short terms, that to continue their basic daily life. And then other than talking about the longer term, we need the fight for justice and bringing those perpetrators to justice. So that's something also in a need when we're talking about the need of MHPSS, because those many factors are there is not letting the victims, the survivors, to heal, because 8 years passed, very little steps or efforts being made in regard of accountability and bringing those who committed those crimes against those survivors and their communities. Then the other mass graves, we are talking about that also. Whenever you talk to any survivors, they would be asking for that. So we know where our loved ones are, if they are alive or dead, so that can help us heal. You're just waiting, and it's something that's never gonna help you to heal if you don't know especially your close one, your family members. So that's something that's still there. Education system, we all understand those survivors being victimized twice, being in captivity and then after returning. Also, it's not 1 or 2 years, been 8 years. Many of the survivors, boys or girls or children who came, if they are losing some years of their life in captivity after they return here, there was no such a system to include back those survivors to the education, that this was a special situation there for those survivors. So in general, we all understand there are many challenges and many needs that are there to be served. We understand at the same time, it takes time. But I think if you are closely looking at the situation and living with survivors and hearing them, you will then come up with yourself, yes, something should be done just urgently. It has to be done. So in general, a lot needs to be done yet for those survivors to heal. But as I said, we have still 8 years past, you can say it's still the need of emergency. Those survivors still are in a situation under 2 meters of nylon. Families living, survivors with her children in 2 meters of nylon with other family, other relatives who also, they are in a tent, which you understand the situation of financially, and living in an camp or an official camp, and not being able to provide very basic needs. So when I talk about the situation of basic needs, this is not because we are still in a situation after 8 years. We need basic thing, which is not letting the communities to, or the survivors to think about the bigger things, which is accountability. And this is the main thing for us, for those atrocities to not happen again. But because I'm still in the first days that I need basic life needs. So it's not something you ignored, but the daily situation of your life is not helping you to think other than that, which you wanted, but because you are still 100 steps far of the basic things, and as a survivors who face all of this, this brutal under captivity. So much more needs to be done. I think so far until now, 8 years passed, we cannot say nothing in general happened, but if you're looking at the situation of those communities, I am closely, if I'm working with the Yezidi community and from the Yezidi community, hearing the daily life survivors from the field, real life experiences. It's just as if I'm in the first days of a need of just these emergencies, which is not letting us to go and ask for our rights that should be should be gained, and those atrocities shouldn't be forgotten, just like a page that should be closed and okay, it happened, and then you just move on and that's it. Thank you, Gulay, and this is for now.
Thank you, Hewan, for these incredibly important remarks, and thank you for sharing all of this experience that you have firsthand, working directly with survivors, which I've also had the privilege of witnessing. And I think that what you say about urgency in particular is very important. We see that it might be 8 years since the attacks started, since the genocide started, but we still have that sense of urgency. The humanitarian crisis still continues. And we've also heard from all panelists, as we just mentioned during the introduction, the survivors' rights relate to a number of different issues. And we've heard about not only the right to reparation, but we've also heard, for example, about the right to an adequate standard of living. We've heard about the right to an effective remedy, the right to development. So it's been, I think, a very holistic, very comprehensive perspective. And I'd like to move on with a couple of more questions to each of the panelists. And before moving on with that, Pari, can I ask you to take someone off of translation future so that when Ms. Elias speaks, we can have someone translate consecutively, so we can also have translation on the live stream.
Okay, we'll do now.
Thank you. Saman, can you please let us know when you've arrived so I can ask the first question?
Saman, go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Okay, thank you, Saman. So I'll ask my first question to Ms. Elias. So if you could translate, that would be much appreciated. Ms. Elias, you mentioned a number of very important issues, but the first thing that caught my attention was you mentioned that you would also be supporting the prosecution efforts. You mentioned the cooperation with NGOs. I'm wondering how the process of establishing these, the coordination between different government bodies, NGOs, international community is ongoing. How is that process looking like?
إذن ست سراب، حضرتك ذكرتي أشياء مهمة جدا، ولكن واحدة من الأمور اللي شدت انتباهي إنه ذكرتي إنه أنتم تشتغلون على تحقيق العدالة وموضوع المساءلة واللي يعتبر أيضا جزءا من القانون، فأحب أعرف الآلية والعملية اللي تصير خاصة من حيث التنسيق ما بينكم وما بين المنظمات الدولية أو المنظمات المحلية فيما يتعلق بهذا الصدد، فيما يتعلق بالمساءلة أو المحاكمة.
شكرا جزيلا. طبعا بالنسبة ليس فقط في موضوع العدالة أو المساءلة اللي تحدثنا عنه، المنظمات تعتبر شركائنا صراحة. أنا منذ اليوم الأول لدي تواصل فعال جدا مع المنظمات المجتمع المدني وأيضا الدولية والمحلية، هم شركائنا في هذا الملف. قدموا لي الكثير من الدعم لكي نصل إلى المرحلة التي اليوم نحن أمامها. هنالك دعم لوجستي، دعم خبرات، وأيضا دعم في هذا الجانب الآخر اللي تحدثت عنه. نحن كأي جهة أو مؤسسة حكومية، هذه آليات التعاون والتنسيق مع المنظمات، ومثل ما ذكرت السيدة ساندرا يعني يجب أن تكون بقنوات رسمية بصدد أن نقوم بوضع آليات تعاون وآليات تفاهم مع عدد من هذه المنظمات التي تعني بهذا الملف، ملف الناجيات، ملف الضحايا. كان لها عمل على هذه الملفات منذ 2014 منذ الأحداث. الآن بصدد دراسة هذه المنظمات، من هي المنظمة التي سوف تكون فاعلة وداعمة لعمل المديرية، وعملها ينسجم مع عمل المديرية لتقديم الدعم للناجيات، لتقديم المساعدة للناجيات أثناء وبعد عملية التقديم إلى المزايا أو الامتيازات الموجودة بالقانون. فيما يخص جانب المساءلة أيضا، طبعا هنالك تواصل مع عدد من المنظمات المحلية أيضا، وطبعا منظمة IOM أيضا هم شركاؤنا في هذه المسألة. أيضا تجري الكثير من اللقاءات حول دراسة أو العمل على مسودة قانون أو مشروع لمحاكمة عناصر داعش، طبعا مع الكثير من الجهات الحكومية المعنية بهذه المسائل. هنالك جلسات مستمرة واجتماعات مستمرة حول هذا الموضوع لإغناء أو لوضع الآراء المناسبة. وطبعا لا ننسى أيضا آراء الناجيات وإشراك الناجيات والناجين في هذا الموضوع، وأيضا القضايا الأخرى المستقبلية المعنية في مديريتنا.
Thank you, Sarah. Someone I know is long, but whatever you put down for us is much appreciated.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so with regard to justice and prosecution and accountability, and in addition to other aspects, we have been working with INGOs, with NGOs or local NGOs. And honestly, like from the beginning, I have a lot of cooperation, a lot of work with the NGOs, either on justice, prosecution, or on other issues. And they provided us with a lot of support, logistic support, with the expertise. And as also Sandra mentioned, that we need to work on kind of official communication channels, in addition to working on memorandum of understanding with some organizations. And we are also checking certain organizations to identify who could help us as a directorate, who could help survivors either during the application process or after they are included or covered according to the law, or they're eligible, and what kind of services that these NGOs could provide. And also we worked as partners with the local organizations, with IOM, and we have conducted several meetings in order to draft a law or a bill to prosecute ISIS. And also we included some governmental actors with these discussions, and we had some meetings or several meetings, as I said, with IOM and with local organizations and with the governmental actors. And throughout the whole process, we always try to engage survivors, whether it is about persecution, whether it's about accountability, whether it's about the needs of the survivor and many other issues. But always we try to engage survivors. Over.
Thank you so much. And just to add on top of that, since we have a number of members from the international community as well watching us today, I'd also like to ask you, what kind of additional support does the Directorate need from the international community, in addition to the support that I know you've been receiving from IOM as well as others?
طالما انه احنا موجودين، فاحب اضيف لهذا الشيء، طالما انه احنا موجودين في هذا الاجتماع، وفي هذا الاجتماع اكو مجتمع دولي او منظمات دوليه موجوده معنا، فسؤالي لحضرتك، ما هو انواع الدعم المختلفه وانواع الدعم الاضافيه اللي تحسين انه المديريه تحتاجها بالاضافه الى الدعم المقدم سواء من IOM او المنظمات الاخرى؟
نعم، طبعا بالنسبة للدعم المطلوب أو ما نحتاجه صراحة، يجب أن من المجتمع الدولي، سواء منظمات أو يعني إذا نتحدث كمجتمع دولي بشكل عام، مناصرة القضية يعني مهمة جدا. ليس فقط نتحدث عن الناجيات فقط، وإنما بشكل عام المطالبة الدائمة بحقوق الضحايا ومن ضمنهم الناجيات جدا مهم. كان دور المجتمع الدولي مهم جدا في تشريع قانون الناجيات، ونتطلع أن يستمر هذا الدعم للمديرية أيضا، وأيضا في حال توفر طبعا بالحاجة إلى دعم أيضا للخبرات ويعني كالدورات التي تقام من قبل IOM لرفع قدرات وقابليات الموظفين والعاملين على هذا الملف، وتزويدهم بالأدوات اللازمة ليكونوا بخدمة الناجيات بأفضل صورة. هذا النوع من الدعم مطلوب جدا من المجتمع الدولي. زائدا دائما نتحدث، هذه المديرية هي معنية بالضحايا، هي تحمل ملف إنساني كبير جدا وملف إنساني مهم، ملف يعني منذ 8 سنوات، والذين تحدثوا اليوم ذكروا المعاناة، وهذه المعاناة الطويلة والكثيرة اللي تعاني منها الناجيات. هذا ملف إنساني يجب دائما وأذكرها في كل مكان. هذه المديرية يجب أن تكون بعيدة عن التأثيرات السياسية، أن لا تتأثر بأي انعكاسات سياسية أو تأثيرات سياسية. هو ملف إنساني بحث. نحتاج إلى دعم من المجتمع الدولي، نحتاج إلى دعم من المؤسسات الحكومية كافة، نحتاج إلى تنسيق عالي المستوى، إلى استثناءات لهذه المديرية حتى نتمكن من تلبية احتياجات الناجيات بالصورة الصحيحة والمطلوبة ووفق طموح والآمال آمال الناجيات اللي هم طالة السنوات وهم بانتظارها. أيضا سريعا أحب أن أشير إلى نقطة جدا مهمة ذكرتها السيدة ساندرا بالنسبة لما يتم تداوله اليوم. نحن كمديرية هي مديرية فتية، مديرية تم تأسيسها من العدم، لم تكن موجودة سابقا، بالتالي من الطبيعي تأخذ وقت في تأسيسها، في إجراءات بناء هذه المديرية، في جلب الكوادر، في العمل على الإجراءات الإدارية. لا نملك صراحة عصا سحرية بين ليلة وضحاها أن تكون، يعني كنا نتمنى أن يكون بحوزتنا عصا سحرية صراحة، لأن الناجيات يستحقون، وأنا من هذا المجتمع اللي اضطهد وعانى، وأنا في تواصل مستمر مع الناجيات وأعرف مدى احتياجاتهم ورغباتهم، لكن بالمقابل أعرف كم هم لديهم من الشجاعة والإمكانيات والقدرة. فلولا يعني عملهم المستمر ممكن هذا القانون لم يكن صراحة يشرع، أو لم يكن هذه المديرية متواجدة. فبالتالي أنا محتاجة أو أحتاج إلى من المجتمع، من المنظمات المحلية خاصة، من الإعلام، أن لا يلقي بهذه الصورة السوداوية حول القانون وعمل المديرية. نحن نحتاج لا نود أن يكون هنالك إحباط أكثر للناجية فوق ما تعانيه من أزمات وما تعانيه وما لديها من احتياجات. إذ كان حقا هنالك دعم، أتمنى واليوم أقولها، ويعني الذين يشاهدوننا ويتابعون هذا الحدث، أنا أبواب المديرية مفتوحة أمامكم أحتاج إلى دعمكم وأحتاج إلى التنسيق معكم، أحتاج أن يتم تبادل المعلومات والخبرات. للأسف اليوم ليس كل المنظمات مستعدين إلى دعمنا بالمعلومات وما يمتلكونه من قاعدة بيانات، بالرغم من مطالبتنا الكثيرة صراحة واجتماعات مستمرة. اليوم كل المنظمات، نداء إلى كل المنظمات العاملة مع الناجيات والمعنية والمهتمة في هذا الملف أن يكونوا مناصرين وداعمين لهذه المديرية لنحقق العمل المرجو من هذه المديرية. اليوم نحن نتحدث عن أوضاع صعبة في العراق، لا نستطيع إلقاء اللوم دائما على الأطراف الأخرى. أنا أحتاج إلى دعم وتكاتف وجهود الجميع في هذا الملف حتى نستطيع أن ندعم الناجيات. أرجو أن نبتعد عن الشائعات المغالطة حول سواء القانون وأيضا حول بأن القانون لم ينفذ وليس هنالك عمل. اليوم هنالك عمل، اليوم هنالك جهود مستمرة. أنا شخصيا لا أجلس في بيتي صراحة، أنا متابعة في الموصل وفي بغداد وفي كردستان وفي سنجار، متابعة مستمرة لكي ننفذ بنود هذا القانون بالشكل الصحيح وبما نطمح له نحن وبما يطمح له الضحايا. فبالتالي أرجو أن نبعد عن هذه الشائعات وأن نكون داعمين لهذه المديرية. هي مديرية الناجيات، هي لهم، هي بيتهم. فأتمنى أن هذه رسالتي أن تصل إلى كل المنظمات والناشطين والعاملين في هذا المجال. اليوم هذه المديرية بحاجة إلى دعمكم وتكاتفكم حتى ندعم هذه الشريحة. شكرا جزيلا.
Okay, so
you have thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. So with regard to support, I would like to ask the international community and the INGOs to work on advocacy on not only for survivors but for the cause itself, and to work in order to claim the rights of the survivors and to restore the rights of the survivors. And as we know that INGOs played a powerful role in adopting the Yezidi survivors law, so they could play the same role also in the implementation of the law. And to be more specific with regard to the kind of support, we need you to support the directorate itself. We need you to provide trainings, like those that were provided by IOM, so you could provide us also with different kinds of trainings, capacity buildings, provide our staff with different kinds of tools, different kind of information in order to be able to work on those sensitive cases, those sensitive issues. You could also provide us with expertise, some people who are professionals in different fields. And also, if you can help us with the database, provide us with the information that we're looking for, because maybe you could share us or exchange with us some information and also with some database, because we have communicated with some NGOs, but still they couldn't provide us with the database or the information that we're looking for, and they are relevant to our work. So this would be really good if you could help us with that, if you could support us in terms of getting the information that we need or that are related to the directorate. And something else, this directorate has a humanitarian mission. This directorate works on survivors. They try to support the victims, the survivors, those people who suffered a lot. So if you could help us also with that, which is keeping our directorate away from any intervention from any political actors. This would be really useful. As we said, our mission is a humanitarian. We don't want any intervention in the work that we are doing. So we could work very well, so we could meet the expectations of the survivors, so we could reclaim their rights. And something else, which was very important, that was mentioned by Sandra. And Sandra said that there's a kind of misinformation about the implementation process, maybe about the directorate. And I would like to emphasize this point. Our directorate is fresh. It's a newborn directorate. This directorate didn't exist before the adoption of the law. So we don't have a magical stick. We don't have a magical stick to make everything happen overnight. So we know that survivor needs support. We know that survivor needs help, and we are trying to do it as soon as possible. But as I mentioned, we don't have a magical stick to make everything happen overnight. We know the challenges that are happening. We know the problems, the conflicts that are happening in this country. And we know that survivors are courageous. Without them, we couldn't even maybe achieve this success, even with the directorate. However, we need the support from NGOs, from INGOs, from media, from all the actors, not to spread rumors, not spread negative image on the directorate. Some people may say, we are doing nothing. The law hasn't been implemented. There were no further procedures or steps or actions after the adoption of the law. But I would like to tell you that we are working so hard in order to implement the law. And we need you to help us with the coordination, with the expertise, and with the database, as I mentioned, in order to accelerate this process. But this takes time. So please help us with this idea. Help us with ending those rumors, understand the things that we are going through. And I would like to tell you that nowadays, I'm not living at my home. I'm moving just around from Baghdad to Mosul, to Sinjar, to other places in order to be able to implement the law as soon as possible.
Salman, thank you so much. Can you, Pari, please switch back to the simultaneous translation so Sarah can follow the rest of the discussion? All done? Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you so much for these answers, and you've mentioned very concrete demands, which I think are very important for those of us from the international community that are watching this event today. You've mentioned concretely trainings, advocacy, capacity building, expertise, databases, information sharing, but you also touched upon the importance, which similarly Sandra had touched upon as well, the importance of outreach and how to combat the miscommunication surrounding the Yazidi Survivors Law and the Directorate, which I think is quite important. And I wanted to emphasize that. It seems that one of the main points that emerges from the discussions is how NGOs can facilitate that connection between the Directorate and survivors. With that, I'd like to move on to Sandra and Hawan to ask one question each. I originally wanted to ask two, but given the consecutive translation, we lost a little bit of time there. Sandra, you have vast experience in administrative reparation programs implemented in various contexts. And I know that you previously facilitated some exchanges between Iraqi decision makers and reparation officers, government officials from different countries that have reparation programs. Can you speak about the impact of these exchanges? And what do you think, why do you think this experience sharing between officials or civil society from different contexts is important?
Thank you, Gule. I'll try to be really short in order us not to go outside of the planned agenda. And this is a really, really good question. And I will just start immediately by saying that the country that we saw as very relevant for Iraq experience was Kosovo, and we organized these exchange trips between Iraqi stakeholders and Kosovo 2 times, once during the draft phase of the Yazidi Survivors Law, and the second was during the phase of development of the application form and development of the procedural rules about the application. And I'm very pleased to say, and Sarab is here as well, to say that these exchanges had an effect to what was at the end in the Yazidi Survivors Law and in the application form and procedural rules. And I mean, this is, of course, there is always an argument. You cannot bring certain things and copy paste them in the context. But I must say that there are, until now, globally developed some best practices on victim-centered and victim-sensitive approaches when it comes to reparations, especially when it comes to most vulnerable victims, such as victims of conflict-related sexual violence. In that sense, I think Kosovo really served very well in terms of getting some of these best practices. For example, for formation of this special committee, whose only task is to review the applications. Also, formation of the secretariat, which is basically the main body which prepares and supports the committee in this important task. And there are a lot of other lessons, good lessons learned that were taken from Kosovo. Of course, some other lessons could not be taken because of differences between contexts. And I'll just say one thing, because I'm mentioning Kosovo, and I want to refer to Hevan's introductory remarks. Her emotional speech is really something that needs to stay in our minds every next day until the application process is open, and of course until really every survivor receives the monthly salary and other benefits from the Yazidi Survivors Law. I just want to say one thing, that, and as Sadab said, we need to understand as well that survivors' precarious situation and all the challenges that they face, especially the displacement and living in the camps, will not necessarily end with the implementation of Yazidi Survivors Law. The complex situation in which Yazidi community lives it goes far beyond the successful implementation of Yazidi Survivors Law. We will have the implementation of Yazidi Survivors Law very soon. There is a major allocation in the budget by the government of Iraq, made $17 million for implementation of Yazidi Survivors Law. We are really on the doorstep of the implementation of this law and beginning of the application process. But we must not understand that the situation regarding Yazidi is much more political, includes much more geopolitical and security issues, which are far beyond the mandate of the Directorate and Yazidi Survivors Law. And the other thing is reparations in Kosovo came after 15 years after the end of the conflict, whereas in Iraq, that period was luckily much shorter. But unlike to Kosovo, where the political settlement of the war made possible all these other issues, political and security, to be resolved, and that survivors can now get reparations and not face any other challenges. In Iraq, that broader political and security issues really will remain despite the implementation of Yazidi Survivors Law. So back to you, Kule. Sorry for my longer answer.
No, Sandra, thank you. And even though I wanted to ask Hewan one question as well, we're 2 minutes over time, so I've been asked to conclude the panel, and I apologize, Hewan, but since you're on the FYF team, I see that as a compromise. Thank you to all of the panelists for the remarks, and thank you to the FYF team for the organization and the technical support, and to Saman for the translation. And thank you all who's watching. Pari, over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you all panelists. And we are straight going towards the next panel right now. The next panel we have is Sinjar in Crisis. I see that the panelists are ready. And we're going to try to add all the panelists. One by one. Bear with me. Okay. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Sinjar in Crisis panel. On this sorrowful day, I am glad to be joined by experts and allies who can help reflect on the issue that affect the lives of Yezidi genocide survivors. I believe the situation in Sinjar is worse now than it was 1 year ago for several reasons, especially security and governance. I do not want to take too much time because we have some excellent speakers and some ideas to discuss. So I would like to first introduce Deputy Assistant Secretary of State Jen Gavito to share her thoughts, and thank you for joining us. You're on mute.
Thank you so much. I've been away for about a month, so I've forgotten how to use Zoom in the interim. But thank you, Pari, for the opportunity to speak today, and thank you to the Free Yezidi Foundation for organizing this. On the occasion of this tragic anniversary, first of all, please accept my condolences on behalf of the United States to the families of the victims of the atrocities by ISIS that began in 2014. Today, we honor their memory. The United States continues to prioritize the recovery of all communities that were subjected to genocide and other atrocities by ISIS. 8 years after ISIS's campaign of terror swept through Sinjar and other parts of Iraq and Syria, Sinjar lays in ruins, and over 200,000 Yezidis are still unable to return to their homes. Sinjar's rehabilitation and stability is vital to our efforts to support the recovery of the Yezidi community. We have and will continue to emphasize the priority we place on Sinjar as we meet with Iraqi officials. Unfortunately, Sinjar's recovery faces numerous challenges. The presence of multiple armed groups, including the PKK, a US designated terrorist organization, and Iran-aligned militias, create insecurity and political instability. Furthermore, there's no formally accepted mayor in Sinjar to help direct the delivery of services and reconstruction projects where they are needed most, or perform basic administrative functions. Much of the housing and infrastructure destroyed by ISIS or in the fighting to liberate Sinjar has not been rebuilt or remains in disrepair. We applaud Prime Minister Khatami for creating the Sinjar Reconstruction Committee last November. However, it still needs funding. In October of 2020, the government of Iraq and the Kurdistan Regional Government took an important step toward addressing these challenges by signing the Agreement on the Restoration of Stability and Normalization in Sinjar. Under the agreement, the two sides agreed to resolve the absence of a local administration by appointing a new mayor and other administrative positions. They also agreed to resolve security challenges by creating a local security force and expelling the PKK, as well as other armed groups not part of the Iraqi security forces. And they agreed to create a reconstruction committee. It's a good start, but the agreement lacked extensive consultation with the local population on the agreement itself. It cannot be implemented effectively, nor improve the lives of Sinjar's residents if it does not receive buy-in from the local community, including those who are displaced and hope to return one day. The US government has heard this loud and clear from the Yezidi community, and we have been urging the Iraqi government and the KRG to correct this omission by consulting and coordinating with all Sinjaris as they work towards the agreement's implementation. The political situation in Iraq presents another challenge. Iraqi political parties have been unable to form a government for 7 months since the certification of the election results. There is only so much a caretaker government without a new annual budget can do. Even before the elections, little of the agreement had been implemented. While many eyes are on the current political standoff in Baghdad, we will not cease our work on this issue. The local security force prescribed by the agreement cannot deploy until it receives funding, while the Reconstruction Committee faces the same situation. For the time being, the one area where progress can be made is the appointment of a new mayor. We've heard directly from our Yezidi friends that a proactive mayor in Sinjar would go a long way towards improving life there. We've pressed the government of Iraq and the KRG to put the interests of Sinjaris first by agreeing on a mayor who will be acceptable to the local population. Once a new government is in place, we're also prepared to press for funding of the local security force and for reconstruction. In fact, the resolution of the situation in Sinjar, full implementation of the Yezidi Survivors Law, holding ISIS members accountable for atrocity, crimes, and other measures to support the recovery of communities targeted by genocide by ISIS will be among the first topics the US government will raise. In the interim, I encourage the Yezidi community to continue engaging. Once a new government is in place, that will be even more important. The more united the Yezidi community and the more focused its agenda, the more the Iraqi government will be forced to listen. I have several questions for the panel today, but more importantly for the Yezidi community members watching this to consider. Realistically speaking, what does successful implementation of the Sinjar agreement look like? And how do we spur political will in Baghdad and Erbil toward that goal? How can the United Nations Assistance Mission in Iraq effectively engage on the Sinjar agreement and other concerns of the Yezidi community? Once selected, what should be the agenda for the new mayor's administration? Particularly relevant in recent weeks, how can the PKK be expelled from Sinjar without causing the displacement we've seen from Turkish airstrikes and military actions by the ISF? For members of the Sinjar resistance units and other armed groups who cannot be absorbed into the local security force or the Iraqi security forces, what employment opportunities could be offered or what might be most attractive to them? Once funded, what should be the first priority for the Committee on Sinjar Reconstruction? How can it inclusively and effectively disperse reconstruction funding? It's my hope that these questions will spur a good conversation between my esteemed co-panelists, but I don't expect them to come up with solutions on their own in less than an hour. These are questions for the government of Iraq, the KRG, and most importantly, the Yezidi community to mull over. I have faith that the international community, and most importantly, Iraqi officials, will continue to hear directly from the Yezidi community on these pressing concerns. The United States will continue to advocate for and support the Yezidi community's full recovery, which is critical to preserving Iraq's cultural heritage and incredible diversity. I am in awe of the Yezidi community's resilience, and I have no doubt that it will persevere as it has for thousands of years and once again thrive. So thank you again for the opportunity to join you today to mark this solemn anniversary and the opportunity to engage on these crucial issues. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gavito. These are very important questions, and I agree with you that our community should think about these questions and find answers, because only if we find answers to these questions, we'll be able to advocate for the rights of our people. I want to go and give the floor now to Murad Ismail, who is a prominent Yezidi activist. Murad has been involved in the response to the Yezidi genocide and the situation in Sinjar since 2014. Murad, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thanks to all the panelists and to people who watch us today. No doubt today is a difficult day, and I think many of us are just counting hours for it to pass. It's been difficult thinking about it coming to the 8th anniversary. Particularly was difficult for us today hearing the survivors at the event in Khanke and elsewhere talking about the issues they still face, including a person who was in my hometown in Khanasor, who was actually a chef. And he was a chef for most of the weddings and parties in Khanasor and many places in Sinjar. The man lost his wife, his kids, and most of it, I think he was the only one who survived initially. Then some of them were rescued, but still his wife and 3 of his kids are still in captivity. I think the pain I've seen through his eyes, over the years, seeing the man from a full of energy spirit to someone who was crushed for no reason, for just being a Yazidi. and to see him still waiting for 8 years for his family to come back, or for his wife to come back. And I think every one of us can relate to that. Those who are married or who are fathers can relate to that, how difficult it is to raise a child. I just had a child like 2 months ago. The joy that brings, but also, you know, the sorrow that it will bring if you are to lose that child. And you know, Yazidi community lost around 9,000 women and children that day. I mean, that's a huge number. I often think about one day we were in Berlin having a demonstration. It was 3,000 people who came to the demonstration. And you look down on the cameras, it's like a march that doesn't end, you know, and that's only 3,000 people. So that you look at it and you imagine it, that's 3 times more than that. And if you had 9,000 people walking in the streets, your streets, how that will look like. But I would say also the Yazidi community, not just that, but the Yazidi community in terms of the displacement, the entire Yazidi community are the victims. If you look to the Yazidi art, you know, I think if the Yazidi genocide didn't make you cry, the Yazidi art will make you cry. So I think there's no need to discuss more about the tragedy, but I think the pain, it was not only what was caused, but also why it does still continue for 8 years. Why for 8 years we have not been able to see full recovery, although we've seen some progress, and we appreciate, I think mainly we appreciate the countries who recognize the genocide. We appreciate countries like the United States who give us the way to speak at the Security Council back in 2016, and before as well, and other countries who recognize the Yazidi genocide. We acknowledge and we appreciate all the support that's coming. And without that support, honestly, there will be no Yazidi case today. There will be no discussion, because while it's very sad, but I think I must say it, you know, nationally and internally, and even within the Middle East, there is no wish by the majority of people to discuss the Yazidi genocide, because probably they feel it will be used against them, or they are accused of it. So I think one thing we've been very clear since day one, that we do not accuse an entire faith or community. We are accusing a group of criminals who've committed crimes against Umar, who's from Mosul, who've committed crimes against people in Anbar, in Spiker, in other places, in Talafar, in Sinjar, in everywhere. So we're looking into a group that's so criminal that in fact, they are criminal everywhere, and anywhere they can get, they can harm. So on the justice part, for example, you know, we still have, there are only 2 trials internationally for genocide. You wouldn't believe that, you know, there's 10,000 victims and there are only 2 trials. We've asked for an international court that was never established. So, you know, leaving that, you know, let's say leaving the accountability on the side, looking into the justice in a broader space or broader term, the justice should mean, for example, a search and a rescue for the people who are still in captivity. We still have not seen that. You know, I think the only effort that was for the rescue that was organized was by the KRG, and we thank them for that, for funding a lot of the rescues. And also the work by SDF, for example, in Syria, that they did go to many places and they rescued people. But beside these 2 efforts, and beside the efforts from the families, there has been no effort to do search or rescue. Now, on the issue of return, there's still, I think, 200,010 still in displacement, and about 100,000 Yazidis have also migrated outside Iraq. So that's also a different type of displacement. So more than half of the Yazidi community still does not have a place to call home. Another thing that struck me today, that Salar said, basically, today if you ask kids where you are from, they will tell you we are from the camp. So people no longer have a place to say, I'm from Sinjar proudly. Now they say I'm from a camp, and that camp in some cases in places where, you know, people don't even want to drive by. I think on the issue, the Sinjar agreement issue, you know, a lot of, I think people who understand the complexity of this, they understand what happened in 2014, the vacuum that was created, and then, you know, PKK along others came into Sinjar. So now for the Yazidi community to pay the price of something that they didn't contribute to, that's to me totally out of the logic. You know, the Yazidi community didn't bring PKK to Sinjar first to start with. Second, we do not defend the PKK in Sinjar. What we are saying, we want to shape two different discussions around the security in Sinjar in terms of that. We want to have a separate discussion about YBS, who are the Yazidi people who've carried arms in 2014, just like some Yazidis carried arms with PMF and some Yazidis carried arms with the Peshmergas and some that did with the Iraqi ISF. So to lump sum them all in one group as PKK, that really hurts us or harms us as well, because we're not going to give away 2,500 Yazidi families as PKK now. And I think I've personally met some of these people. They are not PKK, although PKK came and helped them, and that that was practical to work with them. So one big issue that Ms. Gavito said, one of the biggest issue, the agreement didn't address all that. So the agreement says expel PKK. We do not have any issue with expelling PKK. In fact, we want the PKK out of Sinjar. We, as a Yazidi community, we do not want PKK to turn Sinjar into another Qandil. Turkish PKK fight is not our fight. And we've made that very clear. But we are defending the YBS, we are defending the individuals in the YBS. And we wanted the Sinjar agreement to provide a pathway to bring these people to the ISF, but not just them. So I think if you talk about Iraq as a country and why the country is now falling on its face. So the main issue is actually the hired weapons, let's say the militias or the weapons outside the ISF or outside the constitutional structure who are political. So it's not just YBS who's political weapons. If you look into Iraq, I can tell you 200,000 at least armed individuals in Iraq today are politically hired individuals with heavy weaponry, and some of them are shooting, rockets to Erbil and to other places and to the US bases. And also some of them today are at the entrance of the green zone, and we don't know what path they are going to put Iraq on it. In fact, I am not very optimistic about that. And I think personally, Iraq will fall again. And we will see another reset. I personally, and I say that without hesitation, I think Iraq will have another reset, but this reset will be costly, will cost trillions of dollars again, and will cost millions of lives again. And I think for the Yazidi community, for people like Yazidi, just the way that the Yazidi community in Syria have now ended, I think also potentially in Iraq, a second wave of genocide, just as the UN Under Secretary said that Yazidis were still potentially could become subject of genocide. And I think, if ISIS to come back, if you look to the situation in both Iraq and Syria, where Turkey wants to get rid of SDF, well, it's like everybody is pretending there are no 12,000 ISIS members in the prison and where they will go. I mean, these people will go and reorganize and recreate an ISIS and recreate another version of the ISIS. Maybe this time this version will be acceptable, just like Taliban was acceptable right now. But it will consume the Yazidi community. It will harm the Yazidi community and the minorities and the Muslim communities. It will harm the Arabs, the Shias, the Sunnis, the Kurds, and everyone. And I think internationally also will harm everyone. So on the security part, we are for, let's say, Sinjar Agreement 2 or a modified Sinjar Agreement that will take into consideration the Yazidi demand that they were not considered in the first place. So that's, if the agreement was meant to make an agreement between Baghdad and Erbil without us and without our people and our land, then they can have their agreement, but we're not going to be supporting it. I think the agreement needs the Yazidi community so that we can expel, or I would say, agree about a way to integrate all the forces. But not the way. I think PMF also is an issue. I think other armed groups in the region are also an issue because they all are politically motivated. I think one last point I want to also mention, kind of the budget. I think the international community has done a lot for the rebuilding. A lot of the work in Sinjar was, American money with the European money, Australians' money, Canadians' money. Even South Korea have spent more money on Sinjar than Iraq. You wouldn't believe this. I mean, even Hungary has spent more money on the Yazidi people than the state of Iraq have done. And the Iraqi state is selling $11 billion a month. That's not an issue. It's a discrimination issue. It's a discrimination issue because they do not see Yazidis as a people worth to live. Thank you.
Yeah, Murad, I agree. But this, what the points that you just mentioned, there's much more to discuss, and let's bring in the next speaker. The global coalition to defeat ISIS exists because ISIS poses a global threat, global security threat. But for Yazidis, the presence of ISIS is an existential dilemma. So long as ISIS can conduct military attacks and attract members, our community is in danger. And for this reason, we must remain updated on ISIS developments, trends, and the efforts to militarily combat the group. Acting Deputy Special Envoy Douglas Hoyt represents the United States, the leading partner in the global coalition to defeat ISIS. Mr. Hoyt, thank you for joining us. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Perry. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So my name is Douglas Hoyt, and I'm the Acting Deputy Special Envoy for the Global Coalition to Defeat ISIS. 8 years ago, the United States was driven to act to protect the Yezidi community in Iraq by the genocide we saw being committed in Sinjar. Along with dozens of other members of the Global Coalition, the United States is determined to help the people of Iraq heal from ISIS crimes and ensure such atrocities never happen again. While ISIS has been territorially defeated, the coalition, the US-led coalition, recognizes the continued threat that ISIS poses and that we must work together to address this threat. Now, we all know that at the beginning of 2022, the United States support to Iraq, the coalition mission, if you will, transitioned from one of a combat role to what we're calling advise and enable, with the Iraqi security forces firmly in the lead on countering ISIS threats, on carrying out kinetic operations. As part of this transition, the US is also continuing to broaden the relationship with Iraq to include political, economic, health, and cultural issues. And in the counterterrorism sphere, we seek to move away from a security relationship that is solely military-centric to one that is civilian-led, including enhancing internal and border security. I would also note our communications continues apace. We have a communications cell based in the United Kingdom that implements counter-ISIS messaging and counter-narrative campaigns to discredit and counter ISIS propaganda and disinformation. Within the US State Department, the Bureau of Democracy, Human Rights, and Labor has provided emergency assistance to hundreds of Yazidi captives of ISIS and survivors of sexual violence and torture to assist with reintegration support and immediate legal, psychosocial, and medical needs. The Bureau of Population, Refugees, and Migration has helped provide psychosocial and livelihood assistance to victims of ISIS captivity. And from my own bureau, the Bureau of Counterterrorism within the United States Department of State, the Global Coalition, which is the secretariat function nests within, continues to engage with partner countries to provide funding for stabilization assistance for liberated areas in Iraq and Syria, and to work together to streamline the return of FTFs to their countries of origin for prosecution and to interrupt financial flows that fund ISIS operations, and to identify and address ISIS threats before they become unmanageable. Stabilization in northern Iraq remains vital to our efforts to ensure the enduring defeat of ISIS in the Iraq and Syria region and support the full recovery of communities such as the Yezidi community in northern Iraq. While moving forward, the United States and 84 coalition partners will not forget the past. We continue to work to hold ISIS accountable for its enslavement of Yezidis. Efforts to do so include regular support from the United States and coalition partners to UNITAD to collect, store, and preserve evidence of ISIS atrocities. Now, in closing, and strictly from a counterterrorism perspective, I would echo a couple of the elements that Deputy Assistant Secretary Gabito noted. The presence of Iran-aligned militias, I recognize these militias were, of course, formed to counter ISIS. However, they are increasingly hindering and not improving security. And this is from someone who has actually served in Iraq a couple of years ago. That is probably the #1 security threat nationwide for the government of Iraq. And then, as we've touched on the PKK is a U.S. designated terrorist organization, and it, of course, creates a very unhelpful dynamic between Iraq and Turkey, which should be friendly and cooperative, not argumentative and at odds over the presence of PKK elements that are in northern Iraq. So I'll stop here, but I do want to note what my panelist, he brought up the presence of 10 to 12,000 ISIS fighters across the border in Syria. Now, from a de-ISIS standpoint, we're not actually in a bad place when it comes to ISIS in Iraq. Okay, I don't see ISIS reforming and threatening the government of Iraq or holding territory for any significant amount of time. They are still a very, very serious threat. They still have the capability to carry out fantastic attacks which claim civilian lives. However, what we very much want to do is solve the problems that are across the border in northeast Syria. So we continue to encourage countries of origin to take their fighters back, because a percentage of those 12,000 are actually from third countries. We continue to facilitate the government of Iraq to take their fighters back, because perhaps half of them are Iraqi, and then those remaining are actually Syrian, and we will have to wait for the political situation in Syria to unfold before we can truly put a plan of action. But we most certainly are aware of the foreign terrorist fighters that the SDF is holding in Syria. In addition to that, there's also Al-Hol, which contains close to 60,000 residents, many of whom are ISIS women and children. That is another issue that is very front and center for the coalition. In addition, we continue to encourage countries of origin to take their women and children back. We continue to encourage and facilitate Iraq taking its people back. We very much understand how serious those two issues are. Probably the number one specific priority for the de-ISIS coalition. We had a successful ministerial hosted by Morocco in May, and I think Perry may have mentioned that the coalition is looking globally. I mean, we are right now looking at countering increasingly deadly ISIS affiliates in sub-Saharan Africa, as well as ISIS Khorasan. However, let me assure you that the enduring defeat of ISIS must be in the core, and the defeating ISIS in Iraq and Syria remains the number one priority of the 85-member coalition. The foreign ministers, we had close to 50, attended the ministerial in May. They absolutely affirmed that this remains the main mission of this coalition, no matter how much it adopts, no matter how much it may shift away from certain military aspects to more diplomatic. I mean, the counterterrorism world changes every year as new weapons are available and new coalitions come together and new threats emerge. So despite all of that, let me just assure this group that we have not forgotten what ISIS is capable of, and defeating this group in Iraq and Syria remains a top priority, a top security priority for the United States. And I'll stop there, and I'm very happy to answer any questions for the next 30 minutes or so. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hoyt. Let's go to our next panelist. I want to introduce Omar Mohammed, who is also known as Mosulai. Omar is a brave historian who remained in Mosul and documented much of what he saw while ISIS held territory. He has been a true and genuine ally of the Yazidis, and that is something very remarkable and special. This is the future we would hope for to see in Iraq, one about the rights of all citizens, regardless of religion or ethnicity. And I really appreciate Omar's friendship and real concern for the Yazidi people. If there were enough people like Omar in different places around Iraq, I believe the country would be in a much better state. So Omar, thank you for your solidarity, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Patty, and greetings to all the panelists and to the audience. I would like to start with a note Murad mentioned when he said that even Hungary has spent more on the Yazidi communities than the Iraqi government. If we want to put it correctly, Murad, I would say what you did, what Patty, what the other civil society and the Yazidi organization have done, believe me, it's much more than what the Iraqi government has done, which is connected to what Ms. Gavito said of what should be the priorities of the mayor of Sinjar. I mean, let me start with first, he or she should work hand in hand with the Yazidi civil society, with the grassroots. Probably you have seen the recent governor of Nineveh, Najm al-Jubouri. He opened up to all the civil society. The next mayor of Sinjar should start focusing on the grassroots, should give more opportunities, and should enhance with the support the space of the rising and increasing demand for enterprises. There are many youth who are seeking new opportunities. This should eventually enhance the lives of the Yazidi communities. No one has, throughout the years and the decades, no one has ever invested in Sinjar as a space, invested in the structure of the urban structure of Sinjar. Look at the situation of Sinjar even before the destruction and now after the destruction. No one has paid attention to the urban or reform of the urban structure of Sinjar. This is one important point, is to focus on the young generation of the Yazidis. The second important thing is, and believe me, I feel ashamed that we held a Remembrance Day today in Mosul about the 8th anniversary of the Yezidi Genocide. Only few people showed up. And this is very sad, and it's also very concerning. And probably for the mayor of Sinjar or the Yezidi organizations to do is to, and it shouldn't be their problem, it shouldn't be their burden, but I believe that their voice can play a vital role in, hopefully next year when we have another anniversary, the lives of the Yazidis are much better, but the Remembrance Day should be held not only in Sinjar, but also in Mosul, in Nineveh Plains, in Baghdad, in everywhere in Iraq. It should come from the Iraqis. I think that is to enhance the communication between the Yazidis and the other Iraqis. It should definitely develop more communications, develop more relations between them, especially the youth. They are eager to communicate with other communities. On the other hand, the most important part of delivering justice to the Yazidis and helping them to move toward a better future, and it's also what Nadia Murad mentioned today. She said that I am more concerned about the 20th anniversary of the Yezidi genocide. What is going to be the future of the Yazidis in 20 years? I think that is a very big question. And we do know that the justice is very slow, but that doesn't mean that justice cannot be served, either criminal justice or the social justice. And that's why we believe, and I personally push for an international tribunal. And I have been asking this question many times, and I should keep asking this question, why we are so afraid of establishing an international tribunal to bring the criminals who committed the crimes against the Yazidis to justice. Some might be afraid that we are giving an international platform to Daesh, but that's not true. If we have evidence, and we have the very important UN entity, UNITAD, have worked extensively on providing the evidence about the genocide, I believe it's very important to also show the Yazidis that the crimes have been committed against them concerns the whole world. I think they deserve this recognition, but it's also a message to the people of Iraq, especially. This is also connected to what Murad mentioned, is that some people might not be interested in holding Remembrance Day about the Yazidis because they feel that they come from a certain community that might be accused of committing this genocide. That's wrong. That's wrong. People should show up. People should take the initiative, and no one among the Yazidis is accusing the Muslims or Islam or of committing the genocide. We know who did the genocide. We know who is responsible for this, and we know the factors as well. I think we should work in this way also to heal the wounds, the deep wounds of the Yazidis. It is much more beyond just the reconstruction of the physical reconstruction of the space as well. It's more about the rehabilitation of the spiritual wounds of the Yazidis. How much do we know about the Yazidi lives? How much do we know? When I say we, I'm speaking about the entire Iraqi population. And it shouldn't be, again, the burden of the Yazidis to teach the others about their faith and their history. It should be our responsibility to learn about them, to ask them. I think with such initiatives, with more and with increasing demand of the engagement of the youth and the grassroots, I think we can work hand in hand, both serving justice on an international level, but at the same time enhancing the daily lives of the Yazidis to help them return back to a safer space, to a safer future, and also a government that they can trust, that they can feel supported. And of course, with what Douglas mentioned, that Daesh is not as a threat as it was before, but the reasons that drove Daesh to commit the genocide against the Yazidis are still there, and we haven't dealt with them very carefully. We are still facing the social dilemma in Iraq. We are still facing the social trauma among the Iraqi population, especially the Yazidis and all the other communities who were subject to the heinous crimes of Daesh. So I do believe that the risk of another genocide against the Yazidis is possible, and that Daesh or whoever is going to form similar agenda and ideology, the first target will be the Yazidis. We should never allow this to happen again. And I bring here the never again. I think we should make this never again a functional concept, not just some words we can mention. And the collaboration on the international level, on the social level, and the local level, most importantly, the local level. We should engage the communities to work hand in hand to develop this collaboration for a better future for everyone. The space is open, and I have always been thinking about why we are not witnessing remembrance days of the Yezidi genocide in other parts of Iraq. Some people don't have answers, but again, we have thousands of artists, and art can play also an important role in establishing memorials of the Yezidi genocide. A memorial in Mosul, in Sinjar, in Baghdad, and again in the rest of the country. The visual memory is very important. We should teach the people about what happened in Sinjar. And the third and last point, Pari, the investment in the cultural heritage of Sinjar can also be a very important step to give the Yazidis more reasons to live a better life. I think with the creating a space for them to communicate about their cultural heritage, to enhance the folklore and traditions of the Yazidis, to make it more visible to the communities locally and internationally, I think it can bring more reasoning to establishing a better life for the Yazidis. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Omar, and well said. Our next speaker is Nadine Mienza. She has been an outspoken international advocate for Yazidis and ethnic minorities, recently completing her role as USERV's chair. She understands the political, security, and governance nuances that face the Yazidi people and affect the crisis in Sinjar. Nadine, thank you for joining us. The floor is yours.
Thanks so much, Pari, and Free Yezidi Foundation for giving us the opportunity to have this important discussion and for the impactful work that you do. I had an opportunity to visit their location outside of Dohuk in May, and I was so moved to see how beautifully they serve the Yazidi community. And I also want to just mention, Murad and Omar, how thankful I am for your important voices and appreciate your determination to find a way forward for Yazidis, Sinjar, and all of Iraq. And of course, it's wonderful having the U.S. government here, and really appreciate the contributions you have made to this discussion. I want to start by first sharing my condolences to all those who lost loved ones or were victims of violence during the genocide. We stand with you today and we remember. I'd also like to acknowledge that the international community failed Yazidis leading up to the genocide and also in helping the community recover. As you've heard, the fact that Sinjar lays in ruins with over 220,000 still in IDP camps and over 2,700 women and children still missing proves that point. I say that not to condemn, but so we see the need for a change in our actions going forward. The Norwegian Refugee Council report released in May further shows the conditions on the ground in Sinjar. They found that 64% surveyed said their homes were heavily damaged, and 70% indicated that housing shortages and rent increases were the primary cause of social conflict among those who had already returned. It was surprising to me to see that only 32% said security situation in Sinjar was preventing them from returning home. While ultimately the lack of progress in recovery in Sinjar lies at the feet of the Iraqi government, the US and the international community have considerable influence and can push both the federal government of Iraq and the KRG towards good policies. There are many ways they can incentivize change. The US and the international community could also be more effective in condemning Turkey for airstrikes in Sinjar and pushing for that violence to cease. While Turkey insists they are targeting the PKK, we only see Iraqi citizens being killed. In June, they killed a 12-year-old Yezidi boy with an airstrike while at his father's shop in Sinjar, also wounding his brothers. Turkey is also destroying important infrastructure with no plans for reconstruction. This is unacceptable and just furthers the trauma experienced by the Yezidi community. Turkey's main focus in Sinjar is targeting the YBS. As Murad addressed earlier, while they were started and supported by the PKK, they are not actually the PKK. They are Iraqi Yezidis who survived genocide, which happened last time they trusted outsiders for their own community's protection. I also appreciate Deputy Assistant Secretary Gavito's questions, and I think most of those really need to be answered by the Yezidi community. But I appreciate her bringing up the potential employment opportunities for YBS, because that is essential for the Sinjar Agreement to have the support they need on the ground and legitimacy. The YBS, the members, must have a future in this community. The Sinjar Agreement was significant because finally the KRG and Iraqi federal government agreed on a way forward for Sinjar, but it was a mistake to exclude the Yezidi and Sinjari community on the ground. This is something we at the U.S. Commission on International Religious Freedom, where Pari just mentioned I finished in May, talked about pretty often. While it made it easier to create the agreement, it hurt by not having local buy-in. Going forward, Yezidis and Sinjaris must be included in all decisions or actions, including the appointment of a mayor. Perhaps the agreement should be updated to include that. And I did appreciate it, this Deputy Assistant Secretary mentioning a mayor and how important it is that it's acceptable to the Yezidi community. And I think one of the first things the mayor needs to do is set up the local security forces made up entirely of Sinjaris as stipulated in the agreement. And also I want to add that I do hope the Iraqi army will avoid any future escalations with the YBS that could destroy trust needed to implement this agreement. It was disappointing to see the army's aggressive approach in May. And the last thing we need is for this rift to turn into a regular conflict with more civilian casualties. We also need to make plans for the exit of the 220,000 Yezidis in the IDP camps in northern Iraq. Ideally, we can start planning for the return to a safe Sinjar. It sounds like quite a few homes need to be built, explosives removed. Still work obviously needs to be done because Sinjar, if anything, is in worse shape than it was last year. But these are all things that can be funded by the US and other governments and NGOs. One thing we can all agree upon is that the status quo in Sinjar cannot last forever. With over 11 armed groups, at least on the ground, things will either get worse or we can work together to make them better. There are so many opportunities for the international community to support these victims of genocide and improve the conditions in Sinjar, but I can't stress enough how important it is to follow the lead of the Yezidi community and those who live in Sinjar. Like I said, I was so encouraged by the Deputy Assistant Secretary addressing the Yezidi community for some of these questions, because I do think that's important that we support their plans for their own future. And so I'm looking forward to the rest of our conversation. Thanks.
Sorry, I was on mute. Thank you very much, Nadine. And thank you everyone for your remarks. As we mark this horrible day in Yezidi history, we also try to think what kind of solutions we can come up with, ideas that can help and ensure that what happened on August 2014, that would never happen again. So just initially to just say that all panelists can just jump into this discussion whenever they want. But let me begin with Murad and Omar. What can we say about the governance in Sinjar and other parts of the Nineveh Plains, and how that affects residents' ability to live peacefully? Murad, maybe you can start.
Yeah, so I think, appointing an independent mayor, somebody who can work with Baghdad and Erbil and the local communities, all of them, that's one of the important solutions for the governance in Sinjar. I think we were all shocked when the Prime Minister appointed the governor of Mosul to be mayor of Sinjar. I mean, he might be good for Mosul, but for many reasons, the mayor of Sinjar has to be a Yazidi who also, I mean, the other fact that there are no Yazidis in any decision-making process in Iraq, all the way from the bottom of the security unit, all the way to the ministerial council. There are no Yazidis who are decision makers in this whole process. So that's a question I think, you know, people should ask, and why. But I think, you know, putting more Yazidis into the decision process, it's a good thing, and it will also help resolve. But also, it does not have to stop there. Let's say the budget for Nineveh, for example. There must be some justice to distribute the budget. What we are seeing today in Iraq, the strong blocs, you know, they take all the money and they spend it to where they want to spend it. While people, if you are not supported, you do not get support. I mean, as we know, like historically, KDP and PUK were the main or the stronger political supporter for, you know, Sinjar budget between 2003 and 2014. So now, given the situation where, you know, KRG is no longer kind of connected to Sinjar, at least on the ground, so that also, you know, impact the Yazidi being able to access the budget. So I think eventually, kind of an equal budget is really important, that people should be able to get reparations. I think on the reconstruction, I just want to point on that. Reconstruction must go to the end, to the people, and we need a budget in Iraq that, for Sinjar especially, for the families who are not able to go back, they need to allocate, you know, $10,000 to $20,000 a family to be able to go back and to reconstruct a house, because they no longer have a place. I know a lot of the families who have no place to go back, and they don't even have the money actually to rent a truck to put whatever they have and take it back to Sinjar. So you need to put in some money to be able to rebuild. But I think also rebuilding should not stop at that. You know, we need, for example, we're working on the educational sector. We need to build the private sector. We need to be able to employ people. Currently, people no longer get employed by the government. And we did a survey, about 80% of the Yazidi youth are unemployed. And we really, and that I think goes also to, you know, people across Iraq. If Iraq cannot become a country that employs people, where people have income, you know, eventually it's not a sustainable system. Eventually it will, it will not be sustainable.
Murad, one thing quickly, Omar, before you start, because you were just now talking about equal funding opportunities for Yazidis, funds from the Iraqi government. I just want to quickly go to Mr. Hoyt, because Mr. Hoyt, you were talking about like bringing back citizens to their country. But one of the things that the Yazidis have seen is that Iraqis brought back some citizens from Syria, people who were still basically saying that they despise Yazidis and the crimes that ISIS committed against Yazidis were okay. But these are people that are going back into Sinjar, going back into places where Yazidis live, and they are getting a lot of the chunk of the funding to rebuild their lives, but we're not seeing it for Yazidis. So how is the coalition reacting to that?
All right. Well, if that's, I haven't heard that. I mean, bringing people back from Al-Hol, we have asked the government of Iraq to do. Part of it is access. You know, Al-Hol, they have to find. I'm not defending the Iraqi government, but I guess I am a little bit. You know, they have to locate Iraqi nationals that are currently in Al-Hol, ensure that they are in fact Iraqi, and then start transferring them back in various tranches. So if they're not focused on Yazidis, that is something I can certainly take into advisement, because we're certainly talking to them a lot about it. As far as reconstruction in Northern Iraq, from my vantage point, which is a little bit higher up probably than it should be to comment on the ground activity, one thing we're facing is access, and access has to do with security. And we've all been talking about this. There needs to be an increase in local security on the ground. You know, when does counterterrorism become a local governance issue? And when it comes to the Yazidis and political issues and security issues, these are issues with which you must deal with the government of Iraq. It's not going to be easy, but it is necessary. So you know, and sort of a final comment, it is certainly an imperfect process. ISIS did a lot of damage, and fixing that is very, very difficult. Things are going to go wrong. Things are going to go right. It's a long process. I think we have to be patient, but any concerns that you have about any of that, please, let me know. That is certainly a communication that we can pass back to the Iraqi government.
Thank you very much. Omar, let's go to you. You see a big difference between Mosul and Sinjar. Give me your point of view.
Yeah, it's in fact the way of how the reconstruction is happening. I mean, it's also something that I would like to address the coalition. It is very important, of course, to focus on the full reconstruction of Mosul because it was one of the main areas where Daesh ruled. So it makes sense to actually reconstruct and recover the city that was once held by Daesh. But the problem is the lack of communication between the governor of Nineveh and the lack of, as you said, the lack of access to Sinjar have created many problems to the very basic daily life of the people. I think that is something that might be feasible, is to establish a reconstruction fund for Sinjar that can even put part of the budget, the national budget, into that fund, as well as the international funds that are coming, to put it all in one fund, to give the local Yazidis in Sinjar more power to enhance their lives, to rebuild and reconstruct their lives. This might also ease this kind of tension and the political blocs that are controlling their own system of reconstruction. Because let's not be very much optimistic about the reconstruction phase in post-Daesh. It's very slow than it should be. It should be faster than this, but it's very slow because it's controlled also by a very complicated mechanism. I believe that also UN and its agencies should actually reform some of their policies that are being implemented in Iraq when it comes to the reconstruction, because what works outside Iraq doesn't necessarily also work in Iraq. I believe that is something that can be considered, is to establish a separate fund of reconstruction for Sinjar for the next 10 years. Because imagine that, as Murad said, someone who wants to go back, but they actually cannot afford the cost to rent a car, to pick to move their goods and to move their belongings. I mean, this is just beyond imagination if you think about someone who just survived a genocide. And that's why I think also more communication, Pari, between the governor of Nineveh, Najm al-Jubouri, and whoever is going to be the next with the yes, it should be a Yazidi mayor of Sinjar, can actually establish this type of communication about learning about the reconstruction, learning about the recovery. And it's also, again, it's also in the hands of the youth. We need to give them more opportunities because they are the driving force of the recovery. And that should be our focus.
Thank you, Omar. Exactly right. I have a question for Nadine and Mr. Hoyt. The PKK-Turkey conflict is not one that we want to be on the doorstep of Sinjar, as Murad rightly said. However, and this is for to see if, Nadine, maybe you can start. When ISIS came to eradicate our people, Yazidis needed to defend themselves. They are still doing this, and we understand the issue with the PKK, but what about the responsibility of Turkey to stop bombing the Yazidis in Sinjar, Yezidi genocide survivors? We as Yazidis are furious at Turkey for never bombing the Islamic State in Iraq, but now they are killing the Yezidi genocide, Yezidi genocide survivors in Iraq. So Nadine, let's start with you.
Sure. Yeah, it's been very frustrating, with the messaging being Turkey is attacking the PKK, but yet we've seen no PKK bodies. The bodies that have been found are Iraqi citizens who've been killed. And of course, we know when they say PKK, they're meaning the YBS at this point in time. And, the thing that's so frustrating is, I know that Deputy Envoy White, you mentioned earlier that the Iranian aligned militias are such a threat. And of course, they have attacked Turkey's bases. Turkey hasn't targeted them, but Turkey continues to target the YPS, although they've never even targeted Turkey's bases or any of Turkey's assets in Iraq. So, I think that, if killing civilians is a war crime when Russia does it in Ukraine, then it should be a war crime when Turkey does it in Iraq and Syria. And I do believe the international community, the US, UK, Germany, France, all need to stand together and put guardrails on what is acceptable behavior in Iraq and Syria. And or this will continue. And this is just more mayhem and more trauma to the Yezidi community. And I also want to mention, it was disappointing that the PUK was not involved in the Sinjar agreement, because I do think that they have a relationship bringing people like that in to help barter some of these conversations that have relationships as well with the PKK would be helpful. But I think that the real narrative that these bombings are eliminating the PKK is a false one, and is really dangerous for the Sinjar community. But I'd love to hear your opinion as well.
Well, I would say we have been pretty clear with the government of Turkey that incursions and bombings are not helpful. There's a very fragile peace in northern Iraq. There's a very fragile peace in northeast Syria. We have to recognize that Turkey has legitimate security concerns. The PKK have been targeting them for decades. Again, in the same way that the Iraqis have made very clear to Iran that they do not want their country to be a battlefield between Iran and others. I'm sure that the Iraqis don't want the Turks to use their territory to fight against the PKK. From the State Department's point of view, from a de-ISIS point of view, we would encourage the Turks and the Iraqis to work this out, to talk it over. The better relations there are between the Turks and the groups that are in northern Iraq. I think some of these events may or may not happen, but I guess I would leave it at that. We have certainly made clear to the government of Turkey that we're not happy with attacks that may target civilians or American lives, I might add, that may be in northern Iraq also. So I'd probably leave it there. It is a very, very tricky situation, and we do want to recognize the Turks' legitimate security concerns. But at the same time, we want to ensure that the conditions for peace are there and the conditions for reconstruction are there and stabilization are there. I mean, these are all very, very legitimate concerns. And as I mentioned before, I hate to say patience, but I do think we have to show patience, and I do think there has to be internal security on the ground. Yeah, I would leave it there. Thanks.
Thank you. Murad, let's go to you. We're talking about security because that's one of the biggest issues. Between now and 5 years, what do you think has changed, and what do we still need to do as Yazidis to make sure that there is change from the Iraqi government? Of course, just for the people who are viewing this, the United States has been a big supporter of the Yazidi community. So we rely heavily on the United States to be our point of contact as soon as there is something going on, whether it's Turkey doing airstrikes in Sinjar or other militias on the ground in Sinjar, making the area unsafe for Yazidis to return. Murad.
So, I think, well, first, we don't want Iraq to be 1979 in Iran. We don't want a radical group to take over. I think that's a legitimate concern today, especially with all the issues in Baghdad. We want a transformation in the Iraqi political process as well, because it's all tied up together. We need a better relationship between all Iraqis, including Baghdad and Erbil and other actors in Erbil, for example, all the actors in Erbil. So on the Sinjar, we want the people of Sinjar, Yazidis and non-Yazidis, to be leading their areas. And we want the state to be focusing on these areas with support, whether in terms of security, economy, education, whatever it takes, because the country, both Iraq and Baghdad and Erbil, are responsible, on the Yezidi genocide in a way that they were the governing, governments in these areas, and the genocide happened, and now they have responsibility to help the region to recover, to help the people to rebuild. I think one of the biggest things is that if you tell the Yazidi community today, in fact, everyone fight with us why we don't ask for mass migration. You know, we told them, well, we are actually asking for migration, but nobody's taking you. So the Yazidi community has reached to a point where it does not believe that it can survive in Iraq or including the Kurdistan region. In fact, you know, and the Yazidi community does not feel it has a future in this place. So for that perception to change, and it's not just, you know, through a Zoom call that perception will change. That has to be, as Omar said, 10 years, 20 years of work. It has to have, you know, legal or law changes, you know, changes. If today somebody says the Yazidi are devil worshippers, they get away with it. If somebody attacks a Yazidi for being a Yazidi, they get away with it. What Iraq needs to do and what Kurdistan region needs to do, just the way the Jews of Germany were treated after the Holocaust, you know, there is never enough justice for genocide, but you can do a lot to make people live with it. So we're just telling them, help us a little bit so we can live with it. Because if you don't do that, then please just issue a statement as you did to the Jews of Iraq and tell them leave. I think I really, and I want to just end with that. If they don't want Yazidis in Iraq, you know, they can just issue a statement saying we don't want you. Then we will try, hopefully, find a country, maybe Armenia or somebody, or India, and I don't care what country, then we will take our people out. Honestly, we're thinking now on this level that Yazidis cannot exist in this region and we need to find alternative homeland.
Omar, you as an Iraqi from Mosul, what do you think? Mosul is being rebuilt. Do you have the feeling that Musulawis are going back to Mosul because it's rebuilt? What do you see in perspective of Yazidis if ever Sinjar is being rebuilt? Do we have a life in Sinjar, or are we going to be discriminated constantly, whether it's the food of the Yazidis or us being seen as devil worshippers? You as a historian, you've looked at the history of Iraq. What is your opinion?
Well, I mean, it's very difficult to say anything, Pari, after what Murad said. I mean, what he said should be the biggest concern of the Iraqi government, should be the biggest concern of every community in Iraq. Like, imagine that having a community thinking about migrating to another part of the world just because they don't feel that they are safe enough to live in that country, that they don't know how just to continue their lives, accepting that they accepted, yes, we were subject to genocide, we accepted, but let us see the future. Even this is not allowed. That's the main problem, is that there is a huge misconception and lack of communication in Iraq. And that is one of the main and biggest issues, but also the mismanagement. Speaking of the reconstruction, indeed, the fast-tracking recovery of many parts of Mosul has encouraged many people to return, and it is a very important message to send to the people that you can come back, you can restore your life, and you can find a space to also establish a new life if you wish. And that is one of the main problems also in Sinjar, is that the lack of recovery. And even if there is recovery, we are not witnessing this. The people need messages. The people need to see that there is a possible life and that there is a possible recovery. With all the important messaging that is coming either from the coalition, it's coming from the UNDP, from many other entities, but we are not witnessing the same level of messaging and communication when it comes to the Sinjar. When it comes to Sinjar, it is the story of the problems between Iraq and Turkey. It's the problem of PKK. It's the problem of the KRG and the Iraqi government. But where are the people from all of this? We are not seeing enough communication about what is the current situation of the neighborhoods of Sinjar. How do the people who returned see their lives? Are there possibilities of a new life for them? Are there enough economic reasons for them to return? None of this is actually visible, not just to the other population of Iraq, but to the Yazidis themselves. Most of them are thinking about, I would prefer to stay in the camp. Why would I go back? And that is, but let me go back to this very, like, it really like, I mean, thinking about this question of what Murad say is just shocking. I mean, it's beyond imagination that a community has to think about leaving the country just because they believe that they are not acceptable. And that shouldn't be the burden of the Yezidis. Once again, it shouldn't be the burden of the Yezidis to teach their cultures, to tell their neighbors that, look, we are just living in peace. How many people do we have who are teaching about the Yezidi faith in hundreds of universities of Iraq? And I wish to send messages from here, Pari, to all the universities, but especially to the University of Mosul. I would like to see the Remembrance Day to be held inside the University of Mosul, to teach the people of Mosul about what the Yezidis are, but also what the genocide was and how the genocide has impacted the lives of the Yezidis. We need more and constant work. We need more voices. We need the voices of everybody. And again, we need to be very sensitive when it comes to this question of genocide. It is not just a word. And I am so concerned about also that, I mean, the word genocide in Iraq is not recognizable. If you speak about genocide, the word genocide is not something that people understand. We need to explain the word and the concept of genocide to the people more and more. And all of these, like this question of, you are different from me, from my faith, therefore you are not allowed to stay here, or you will not be accepted, or you will be killed. I mean, that has to change. The education system has to include the Yezidis when it comes to writing about the cultures of Iraq. At least to have one person who is well educated from the Yezidi communities, who is knowledgeable about the Yezidi culture, and sit when they are writing the curriculum and say, like, look, this is what you should write. This is the right thing about the Yezidis. What have been written is wrong, but you should listen to me. And I think that is a very huge step if it can be done. I know it is very complicated as well, more for the Yezidis, and they are in a very complicated position. And that's why empowering the Yezidis, empowering the civil society actually can give their voice more value when it comes to the decision making. And it shouldn't be just like with all the books I would read about the Yezidis, it doesn't make me someone who is eligible to speak about the history of the Yezidis. We want to hear the story of the Yezidis in the voice of the Yezidis. That's how the message should be, that the Yezidis will talk about what happened to them.
Thank you, Omar. You touched on a point of prevention of genocide. Like we always say, Murad, myself, other Yazidis, like, why would something that happened in August 2014 not happen again? What has been done? Have the root causes been tackled, yes or no? And in this case, no. And so my next question is for Mr. Hoyt, like, what can the Iraqi government, the Kurdish government, the Yazidis themselves do to prevent a recurrence of what happened in August 2014? Again, the root causes, extremism and ignorance that have led to the Islamic State have not yet been addressed. How do we deal with this ideology that is so deep-rooted?
Well, I may be naive, but I do think that an inclusive government, and that means local and at the national level, allows for conversations to take place where differences are discussed and shared, and common threats are discussed and shared. And then I also think, improving security on the ground. I keep kind of going back to that. I think when you've got security on the ground, when people are safe in their homes, they can express themselves. They can open businesses, they can employ people. They're safe with their family, they're safe having children. Again, it may sound naive, but I think that when conditions on the ground are safe and people are safe and secure, and we have a government in place, frankly, in Baghdad, I think that inevitably is not helping the situation when we're in a protracted government formation process, because decisions and budget decisions, etc., seem to be delayed. But I do honestly think that. I think when there's security on the ground, it allows for dialogue and it allows for cooperation, a very capable security force is very much in the Iraqi interest, and it's very much in the U.S. interest. It's very much in the coalition interest, and it doesn't need to be through military. It needs to be through border security. It needs to be through local policing that are representative of the people. Again, this is absolutely an objective of the United States government, and it needs to be capability. You know, when I served there, I did see cooperation between certain militias, between the army and between local policing in Diyala province. I didn't get up to Mosul as much, but you know, I have seen local policing, local security improving in Iraq. I can't speak for what's going on in the northern in Mosul, but I do honestly think preventing a genocide. It demands good governance. It demands national security at the local level, where such a notion becomes ridiculous. Like, of course, that's not going to happen, and we're not at that point yet. But I hope we are moving in the right direction. And I think some of the back and forth that we're having today is lending itself to achieving that goal.
Thank you, Nadine. Let's go to you, back to Turkey again, because that is an issue that we really want to discuss and tackle. You have now observed for a long time the Turkish aggression in Sinjar, in northeast Syria. How does this affect minorities like the Yazidis trying to rebuild their homeland? What do we need to see from the Iraqi government? And then specifically, when you look at the action that happened a few weeks ago when a Yazidi child was killed, no response. And when Iraqi tourists were killed, all of a sudden there is a big response. You observed this. What is your opinion?
Yeah, it's really disappointing. I think we all saw that when the 9, Iraqis from other parts of Iraq were killed in the KRG area, in the Dohuk area, there was an outcry of the whole country where when these things happen to either Kurds or Yazidis, it's kind of a quieter thing. And it's almost like it's been accepted that it's just a normal part of Iraqi life for these communities. And it was really disappointing to see. And I'll be honest that what we have seen, certainly with the crimes committed against religious minorities in the areas Turkey has occupied in northern Syria, is that the Yazidis have it the worst, in Afrin, in Serkani, and the other areas, and in particular Yazidi women. So, it's really disappointing again to see the Yazidi community targeted in this way in Sinjar, and these airstrikes being so disruptive and killing Yazidi citizens that have nothing to do with the PKK. And so, I really think that I know it's a delicate situation with the US government in Turkey, and I understand the importance that they have in Ukraine and other places, but this kind of behavior, especially against minority communities, just, cannot be tolerated. And that is why Yusuf, who's very non-political, doesn't pick winners and losers, spoke out several times about the targeting, the airstrikes in Sinjar, because they were crossing a line and going after and really impacting not just a religious minority community, but victims of a genocide, which should just, we keep talking about the genocide conviction and the idea that there should be a different level for folks that have already experienced genocide, a certain coming together to not allow any more aggression against them, but yet that hasn't happened in this instance. So, I know that certainly, a year ago, 2 years ago, Capitol Hill seemed to be oblivious to these issues. I know most people on Capitol Hill that I've interacted with, Republican and Democrat, are furious when they're hearing about these things. So I do think that the political will to stand up against it has grown, and hopefully that will give everyone some cover to be a little bit braver. But I do know it's a complicated, there are no easy answers for how to get a nation state as powerful as Turkey to stop committing these types of crimes against civilians. And I do know a lot of, with the folks I know in the US government privately promise that there's a lot of behind the scenes things happening. And I'm sure there are, and I'm hopeful that, because I really think at the end of the day, those are probably some of the more powerful things. So when we don't always hear things, I'm hopeful that things are happening behind the scenes to push some of these things back and to stop this kind of behavior.
Thank you, Nadine. We're almost at the end of the panel. I would say I'll give everyone 2 minutes to just give a message to the Yazidis or whatever. Anything you've forgotten to say. Omar, let's begin with you.
Thank you, Pari. I believe that giving hope to the Yazidis, like hope that is based on evidence, not false hope. Increasing the grounds of collaboration between all different communities, opening up to the Yazidis and sorry for the sirens behind me, opening to the more opportunities on the ground for the investing actually in the youth of the Yazidis in Sinjar, but most importantly also creating a safe space around Sinjar, and that safe space is what the non-Yazidi community, where the non-Yazidi communities are living. We should also invest in creating this safe line or safe circle that surrounds Sinjar for the Yazidis to feel safe enough that they are living in a secured area, but also to give them a better life by investing more in Sinjar, investing in the urban structure, investing in the education structure in Sinjar. How many schools do we have in Sinjar? There are only few schools who have only few teachers, if there are any. Investing in the economic growth of Sinjar, revitalizing the historic Yazidi culture and the historic Yazidi economy that played an important role in defining the Yazidis and their place in the region, can actually help the Yazidis in the future. They shouldn't be concerned about whether they should be killed or not. Their concerns should be the normal concerns as any other normal people. We definitely are facing a challenging future when it comes to economy, when it comes to climate change, but I believe the Yazidis deserve a better chance, deserve a better future, and deserve better life. Thank you.
Thank you, Omar. Let's work together to make that happen. I think we need some new young generations to make some change in Iraq. Mr. Hoyt.
Well, thanks very much, Barry, and thank you for letting me participate in this panel. Hopefully we can do it in person the next time. I would just note a couple of things. From a counter-ISIS perspective, what we've been talking about here, these are issues that very much taken to heart. You know, the United States is not supportive of Turkish actions in northern Iraq or northern Syria. We do. It's a complicated question, and again, I probably would leave it there. But you know, the conditions on the ground in northern Iraq and the conditions on the ground in northeast Syria, it is a very difficult thing. I think one thing I will look forward to doing is seeing how the political process in neighboring Syria starts to carry out over the next 5 years. Because again, it's just across the border. There's a lot of uncertainty on that side of the border, which doesn't actually help the situation on the Iraqi side of the border. But civilian security, border security, internal policing, representative policing, community policing, these are all priorities for the United States government. Because again, as I mentioned at the top of this broadcast, I don't see ISIS coming back, taking territory and being able to hold it. Not with the situation that we have with the Iraqi government and the cooperation that we have. That doesn't mean they're not going to be active in certain communities, but it's a much better conversation to have than driving them out of towns and driving them off of territory. But I would again encourage, we want to do all of these things. I would encourage increased dialogue within and intra communities in northern Iraq, especially, which has such a heritage of culturalism and multi-religious communities living together. And I would encourage you to deal with the governor of Iraq as best you can. It is not easy. And we await government formation. Hopefully we'll have a representative government that is inclusive and that has internal security on its agenda. It's a tall order, but I would just say from a de-ISIS perspective, I've heard everything said today, and how to do this together with you is certainly something on our agenda. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nadine, let's go to you.
Thank you. So I just wanted to mention that in May at the Free Yezidi Foundation offices in Dohuk, I was able to meet with a group of young men who were torn from their families by ISIS as little boys and forced into the front lines, on this day 8 years ago. And, I heard the harrowing stories of how they had escaped ISIS. And then some of them even went on to rescue their sisters who were in captivity in other locations. Then they come back after going through all of that to the IDP camps to find out their family members that had survived are now relocated in other countries. And here they are, 6 years away from their family, and they're not allowed to visit their family. They're not allowed to get a visa. They have been denied relocation because they're young men, and there's some fear about that. As a mother listening to a 19-year-old young man talk about how he just wants to see his mother again in Canada, it's heartbreaking. And it was especially disheartening to find out there are no programs funded by governments or large NGOs to help them recover. I'm so thankful to Murad and Pari and others who are doing what they can. These are beautiful young men who deserve a chance for a future. And these are the kind of things that the international community can be doing to make lives better for these victims of genocide. These are really actually small numbers in terms of, the fact that we, 83 countries as part of the coalition to defeat Daesh. So, if everyone just pitched in and did a little bit more, I'm hoping this year will be the year of robust resettling in Sinjar, robust investments, and the programs like these for these young men that we can see them have a hope for their future. So thanks, Pari and Murad, Omar, all of you on the ground that are doing this amazing work. And it's just a privilege and an honor to stand with you. And again, all of you have my heart today.
Thank you, Nadine. I appreciate it. Murad, we have 5 minutes left. Go ahead. Take them all or more.
I will try to not take them all, but I would like to thank Douglas really, and Gavito, Nadine, Omar, you, everyone for, keeping on this. And I would like to particularly thank the coalition really that came in the first day. I remember it was August 7th where, we were asking the State Department to conduct airstrikes, and the US came for the rescue of the Yezidis. And I think that's something the history should record. But that the US, it's a big country, very powerful, complex, as Douglas knows and everybody knows, but it does mean a lot when you stand up at the moment, if you can stand up for, for the justice, for such mass crimes not to take place. And then if they take place, try to do as much as you can to bring it back. We understand there will be no full recovery. There will be no full justice. But we can try to do as much as we can. And I think coalition role is really important for both Iraq and Syria. And this is an ongoing process, the fight against the terrorism, because it's ideology. And we've seen in Afghanistan, for example, Taliban was away for 20 years, then they managed to come back. And they are not better than before. They might be okay for a couple of years and here and there, but Zawahiri was just killed in Kabul, and I think you must ask yourself, did they know about him or not? So I think in Iraq we do not want ISIS, but also we do not want any group close to ISIS. Like the groups are currently in northeast Syria. I think these groups, some of these groups should be a real concern because they are offshoots of ISIS. And from our experience in Syria, like in Afrin, for example, we really became clear that Yazidis or the moderate Muslims or Christians are unable to live with these radical groups because they are really acting just the way ISIS is acting. Maybe not with that making propaganda of killing, executing people, but they do the same job eventually, basically. So I think we should be concerned about the second level of terrorist organizations that are somehow trying to find legitimacy, and I don't think they should get our legitimacy. Even if we cannot get rid of them, we should not giving them any more legitimacy. My message for Iraq, it's really, I think every Iraqis message, be a good country. It's a failed state. I think also in Syria, it will be very painful to me to see the suffering of the Syrian people, 1 million people who was killed or displaced, and 5 million who were displaced, that everything goes back to normal and Bashar goes back to power and Douglas, this is mainly to you, to go back to power as nothing happened. I think there should be a process in Syria where, the Syrian people, including the Kurds, the Christians, the Arabs, everyone, can have a better future. And even, let's say Assad stays in power, but he does not stay in power as he was as nothing happened. I think on Iraq, if it stays as a failed state, everybody will pay the price. And the weaker always pay the highest price. And our price this time will be our existence. We do not want Iraq to fail. We do not want 1979 for a religious clerk to come and take over the country and then put his weapons on the roads, and he does not even know who Yazidis are. He and they. And so I think this message is very clear. We are very concerned about the religious, or what so-called people who use religion and weapons together and try to claim the power without, outside the democratic process. We want the democratic process in Iraq. Or of course, we want corruption to be removed. And I think that's the biggest challenge for the coalition. The biggest challenge for the coalition is how to remove the corruption from the Iraqi system, political system, the Iraqi security system. I mean, even security, like the corruption led to ISIS. If you think about it, it was not the ideology that led to ISIS. It was the corruption that led to ISIS. It was the discrimination against the certain groups of people in Syria that led to ISIS. But inside Iraq, it was the corruption that led to ISIS, and also the injustice toward some portion or some components of the Iraqi society. But the corruption was the main thing, and the corruption is still there. So the corruption has not improved. I've been in Baghdad, and all the money goes to the upper class, and we should fight that. I think the next government of Iraq, I think everybody buying into this political process in Iraq is not okay. I think everybody pretending that there is a democratic process, a political process, and it's not working. I think everybody should, especially the coalition, should kind of also have some red lines. The coalition is putting millions of dollars in this country, billions of dollars in these countries, and either they have to work right or they don't have our support. I think there's another Iraq, another Iraqis in Iraq who deserve support. They are the youth, the Sheens, the people in the new face of Iraq who does not receive any recognition. They should be supported. Eventually, I think also the relationship between the Yazidis and the Kurds generally, that relationship, we really should work on it, because it's an important relationship, historic, cultural, in every way. And also practically, Yazidis cannot be disconnected from Kurdistan, just as the way they cannot be disconnected from the rest of Iraq. We need to find a balanced relationship between us, ourselves, and the Kurds and the Iraqis, the Arabs generally, and also our neighbors in Sinjar, for example, the Arab community in Sinjar, the Sunnis, everyone. I think we should work on all these fronts. And I think genocide recovery is process. I'm proud of the Yazidi community. If you think about this small community of who was nobody, we were nobody. People didn't know who we were. But today, we have the deputy of coalition, here, like listening to us, and thanks to you. And we have a lot of people. We have more than 12 countries who recognize this genocide. And I think Yazidis should be proud of themselves, what they've done. And I'm proud of everything's been done. And I think it's a process. Of course, we need to be able to live while working. We should take it a little bit easy on ourselves, because this is going to be a longer process.
I agree with you, Murad. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm really grateful to the esteemed panelists today for their thoughts and solidarity on this day. And while I'm very proud of our community for their resilience and for the strength of our activists and organizations, I'm also very worried. It is not clear that we have a path towards safety and security in Iraq. And 8 years later, I am not certain that the right lessons have yet been learned. I said it this morning, and I'll say it again. I'm ringing the alarm bell today, as 8 other conflict zones. We can foresee grave danger. We can see danger facing our community again. Most Yazidis agree that there is not a functional or sustainable plan to ensure Yazidis do not slowly disappear from Iraq. It is here that our voices as the Yazidi community should matter. Thank you all the panelists. And we are ending now this panel, and hopefully we'll meet all of you again in person at some point. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so
Bye-bye.
much, Patty.
Bye.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for all the people who have been watching since this morning, those who have just joined, those that came on later. I want to just go over a few things just to close the 8-year commemoration of the Yezidi genocide. Today is a day that our people are very hurt. And every year on this day, we hurt a lot because we can remember the day when we stood alone and there was no one that heard our cry. But we are grateful for those that eventually did hear the cry of our people, that came to the rescue of our people, fleeing towards the mountain. But I cannot and I will not, I cannot and I will not forget that over 2,700 women and children are still missing. Whether they lie dead in Iraq or Syria, or they are still in captivity, it is unfair to give up the fight to search for them, to locate them, to find their remains wherever they may be. We all speak about women's rights, children's rights, but how can it be that we, as a community, forget those most in need? Over the last years, I've been trying to highlight that we need to try to find our missing loved ones. But our prayers remain unanswered. I am sure that if these were Muslim Iraqis or Muslim Kurds, there would have been a rescue plan by now to find and locate them. But it is unfortunate because we are Yazidis, we do not matter, and our people remain missing. I hope that this message goes to some people who really think this is important. Let's try to find and locate them. Let's try to end this misery of our people. Let's make sure that our people are able to bury their loved ones, the remains of their loved ones, identify what happened to them. We hear of stories of our survivors that some of the women commit suicide and their body was thrown out of the window. Why is nobody looking for their remains? We can identify them. We know exact spots of where the missings are. On another note, I've been saying a couple of times today that I'm ringing the alarm. It's been 8 years of constant hard work, sweat, tears of so many Yazidi activists. I am telling you that they cannot stand on their feet anymore. With a bare minimum, we are trying to survive to be able to raise awareness of the plight of our people. And every year, I see more are trickling down. And the voice of our people is not heard. We try to continue, and it is true. Next year, the commemoration, what will we say? Who will be there? Which activist is left? Who has still the strength to continue? Many questions remain unanswered. And the plight of our people continues. The hurt of our people continues. But we remain strong and resilient. And to my people, I want to say, Iro roja rasha, jmelati mara وأبد ناي تجبير كرن. بس بلا مجبير نكن أو إنسانة أو دولتي عدنا هاري كاريام لتما. It is a black day for our community. A lot of pain, a lot of tears. But we should never forget that those who came to rescue us, the people, the countries, we are forever grateful for any help that is being given to our community. And I really hope that our messages reach somewhere, because the fight for the freedom of the Yazidi community is still ongoing. Genocide of our people is still ongoing as long as there's even one Yazidi in captivity. our plight remains. I am ending the 8-year commemoration. It has been a few long days, and I'm grateful for the unsung heroes, the FYF staff members, the other Yazidi activists who have done great work, many Yazidi organizations who raised awareness. We are grateful for your effort. Thank you and good night.